Howdy, howdy. Test, 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 test. What's my mic doing? Hello? That sound better? Okay.
again. I'll do this top, etc. Give me a second. Okay. Hello. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Whick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And, well, you will decide, dear audience, whether today is silly or serious. Today, we are being put on trial. And by we, I mean me specifically. And do I both sides things too much? Am I a centrist? Is centrism bad? Is it bad to both sides things? Is that even something we should be concerned about? Is the right graded on a curve when it comes by the general populace to things? Should we hold the right to a greater account because they have more power? All these and more. But as it is a trial, we have a prosecution, we have a defense. The prosecution today, Josiah and Daedalus Media. And later, when he gets here, Portland is burning, but he'll be here soon. For the defense, we have my Atticus Finch, Fairy Queen, and my Johnny Cochran, P.F. Young, who will be standing Whick throughout this. But as all trials do, we will allow the prosecution to make their case first and foremost. And so with that, I yield the floor to our brother-in-arms, Josiah and Daedalus. Go ahead.
I'm still trying. Oh, Portland's in. Wait a minute. Dragon, and he's in backstage. Yeah, Mr. Pibb. Natalie Portland.
Great. Beautiful.
Portland, just to let you know, you are muted if you do not know.
Well, now your camera's gray, by the way.
Hang tight. I mean,
this is actually this is how he naturally looks. Just FYI, this is his true form.
Grayness.
So yeah. So the prosecution. So I wasn't exactly sure quite what the topic was. This was predicated over a Twitter back and forth that Daedalus, Portland, Whick, and I had, and several others whose names I don't remember. But you were responding to a tweet from Destiny in the aftermath of the Destiny Adam Sitch me conversation, where it was about the right wing versus the left wing. And Destiny made the case again that the right is expected to be, treated with kid gloves, even though they constantly demonize the left. And then you came in and said, hey, both sides demonize each other and we should probably stop. And then people were trying to make the case that you're both siding an issue where the demonization is greater on one side and has greater deleterious effects from one side. And so it triggered a back and forth. I'm sure we'll revisit the specific tweets, but just, I guess in a nutshell, if we're talking about centrism, I do think, number one, that power and responsibility scale. So I think if you have limited resources and finite attention, you should probably focus on those who have greater positions, greater power. They should be held to greater scrutiny, probably higher standards. Now, that said, I don't think that a person's political allegiance should necessarily dictate how you respond to them. So I gave you the example of a murderer. I think if a Democrat is convicted of murder and a Republican is convicted of murder, we were using the crime metaphors, they should be punished exactly the same because it's the same crime. The political allegiance is irrelevant. Power and influence, that to me is the thing you should that scales. So that's my position. I don't know where everybody else agrees. You told me you don't agree with that. You don't think that power and responsibility scale, which kind of surprised me because Uncle Ben from Spider-Man says the exact opposite. Shame on you for rejecting Spider-Man. And that alone should just yield a guilty conviction. That's where I stand.
Okay. Daedalus, I'll let you have your say, and then I'll let Portland have their say, and then the defense will get their turn. But go ahead.
First of all, thanks again for having us, Whick. always a good time. Yeah, I essentially agree. My day-to-day reality since becoming a content creator has become kind of buck wild. So we started this because you responded to a tweet Destiny made, who was responding to Brianna Wu, and I responded to you, and so suddenly here we are. But yeah, I just generally agree with Josiah here. We have to grade people who hold more power and influence with a much more severe, maybe be more severe on them than we otherwise would have. And seeing as the vast majority of action that comes out of these days comes from right-wing governments here in the United States, state governments in particular, I think focusing on them more is appropriate.
Okay, thanks for being here. Portland, what you got?
Hey, Whick. What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. Bridge building, centrism, the civility politics, whatever you want to call it in this space, it's an admirable goal. It's one that I think we can all appreciate. The desire for the left to wield more power politically and socially necessarily means that we need to do more to bring people that aren't already on the left side of the spectrum over to it. That being said, it requires a tremendous amount of tact, maturity, and grace to accomplish such a lofty goal, especially in such a toxic and volatile space. And I am unconvinced that your both sidesing of literally every issue under the sun is going to get us to a place where we can actually meaningfully build a broader coalition on the left. So I'm here to attack you and tell you you've done bad. Thank you for having me. Look forward to discussing the merits of your centrism.
Okay, well, first of all, not a centrist. I deny those allegations flat outright. But we'll get into it. Well, I'll also get into it, and I'm going to let Team Defense here go in a second. But we will also get into whether or not I both sides everything. I don't believe I do, but again, we'll present the evidence and we'll go forward. Also, my contention would be that yes, I think that whether you are rich or poor, whether you are powerful or weak, if you do something wrong, you should be held to account. And regardless, the level of status that you have should not influence the amount of punishment you receive for what you do. And so that will be my argument going forward. But I want to give it to my defense team, and we're going to start. Atticus Finch, Fairy Queen, go ahead. What you got for us?
Everyone. So I think that for those who are not familiar with the tweet, I'm going to read out exactly specifically what it says, specifically what the Destiny tweet is, and specifically what Whick said. So I will be very honest, I did not follow through Josiah's, Daedalus's, or Portalus burnings, each and every single one of your discourses, your conversations. So I don't know beyond your opening statements what it was specifically that you had to say. So I'm hoping that we can get into it. But this is exactly what Whick's tweet was. We are in a period where everyone is viewing those on the other side not only as a political opponent, but an apocalyptic threat and an enemy to all that is good and holy. Everyone just needs to stop treating everyone else as inhuman, left, right, and center. So that is the tweet that started this firestorm. And this was a response to a Destiny tweet that says, seriously, where are the conservatives saying that they need to treat people on the left with compassion? Have they not spent the past 2 years essentially claiming that LGBTQ people are pedophilic groomers? LOL. And I have a few, and this is my response to that. So number one, I completely agree with everything the opposition said about holding people who are in positions of power to account and to responsibility. We should hold people in positions of authority, especially if they are Republican politicians in positions of authority, to higher standards of account. However, there are a few things I have a question about. Number one, the perception of who is in power and the perception of who it is that we hold to account. So the example that was given by Destiny is groomers. If you click onto any libs of TikTok, if you click onto libs of TikTok, if you click onto Michael Knowles or Matt Walsh, the overwhelming consensus upon each of their platforms is that it is not, in fact, the conservative right who is in power. The perception amongst many conservatives is in fact, that it is the left that is imposing influence upon the school system and imposing influence upon various social issues. I'd also like to dial back the clock to 2016 to remind everyone of what the consequences of political polarization are. One of them has to do, and at that time, that was the election of Donald Trump. There's a great article on crack.com. It's very informal, but it's called 6 Reasons Trump's Rise That Nobody Talks About. And one of the reasons that it gives is that it's not about red states versus blue states. It's about the country versus the city. So the example that it gave, for instance, if you look at that time in 2016, Illinois, for instance, you'll notice that even though it's a blue state, the counties specifically that turn blue are all located within urban areas. And if you look specifically at the conservative counties that exist within that state, all of those counties that are conservative, the vast majority of them exist in the countryside. That's a big deal. That means that a wide majority of people who are voting conservative, who identify as conservative, are living literally very different lives than those who live in cities. Their lives and the consequences and the trials that they face are very different. And so when we're talking about this perception of power, I would ask everyone, if you're living in the countryside and if you're twice as likely to own a gun, you're more likely to get married younger. People in the urban blue areas, they talk faster, they walk faster. They're more likely to be drug abusers, but they're less likely to be alcoholics. People who live in these blue areas are less likely to own land. And more importantly, they're less likely to be evangelical Christians, which is a big deal to these places, which means that when you're talking to a lot of conservatives, it might actually be true that conservative politicians do maintain a lot of power, but the majority of people who you speak to do not have that perception, which is why it's important to stand centrism. It's important to build that bridge over for that reason, if we care about democracy. Secondly, number 2, the impact on personal relationships. I realize that when we're probably going to talk a lot about policies and legislation, I'm going to give you an example of one of the consequences of political polarization. Has everybody seen the tweet with Vosh where he's talking about liberal women who date conservative men?
Yes.
So
Yes.
So that clip basically said that liberal men who choose to date conservative men essentially are bending their moral principles and values, that they are weak. And basically, he smeared liberal women who make the decision to date across the political spectrum. That is incredibly toxic and not good. Okay, that is a divisive thing to be promoting amongst. It's an example of one of the ways in which political polarization has not just seeped into the way that we talk about policies, but also into the way that we manage our everyday relationships. I currently work in academia. I work in the English department. If you are a conservative person in the English department, it is nearly impossible for you to speak on any of the issues within a class. It's very difficult for your work to be published from a conservative literary basis and in peer-reviewed journals. And for all of these reasons, and I don't want to talk for too long, I understand where the opposition is coming from, but I am still skeptical. And I worry that were we to support their ideas, that it would actually degrade our ability to exist as a democracy.
Okay. Josiah is a threat to democracy. I like this take. We're going to see how this goes and works out for you. Okay, next up, PF Young, what you got for us?
Yes. Well, first off, well said, Atticus. I don't know what the tweet, I didn't know this was based off of a tweet. What Atticus read just now seemed perfectly reasonable. I don't see how anyone could disagree with what Whick stated. So, I also don't understand. I mean, this is a broader conversation about centrism and balance. And it is impossible for me to understand, even for a second, the perspective that the balanced middle way is not the correct perspective. Pick every single issue. There is a centrist, correct, balanced middle way position. On abortion, does life begin at conception? No, of course not. Should abortion be allowed up until 9 months? No, of course not. On immigration, should we have open borders? No, of course not. Should we have no immigration?
Wait.
No, of course not. Can I finish my opening statement?
Sorry.
Good grief.
Please.
Johnny Cochran
Goodness
is speaking
gracious.
right here. I have a high-end client I need to protect.
Go ahead.
Fair
On
enough. My
every
apologies.
issue, there is a correct, balanced middle perspective. And on every issue, there's an extreme left-wing and extreme right-wing perspective. If you agree that the right can go too far and that the left can go too far, then there must be some balanced middle perspective. Now, I, of course, as an enlightened centrist, agree that, like Whick, no true centrist would identify as centrist. Destiny does more good than anyone for the centrist cause. By calling conservatives retards, he appeals to exactly the kind of left-wing people who would normally be swept up in the postmodern neo-Marxist far-left agenda and push for, let's have 13-year-olds get their breasts cut off because they say, I feel like a girl. Destiny opposes that. And perhaps the only way that a significant number of people on the left would agree with that position is if someone like Destiny calls conservative retards, and then those people go, oh, I like this guy, so I'm also going to agree with his more reasonable opinions, the centrist balanced opinions. So I don't even begin to understand how categorically correct or the right is categorically correct. Am I still here?
Yeah, no, you just you cut out there for a second, but I think we got what you were saying. So it was only a
Okay.
moment.
All right. Yes. So, Whick, you can deny your centrism all along, but you're a good guy and you're doing a lot of good things, which makes you centrist by definition.
Interesting definition of centrism. I don't
Talk
know if I
about
agree with it, but again, hold on.
Real quick, I would argue the characterization that anything in between those two polar extremes is a centrist position. I don't think that that's an accurate
I didn't say
characterization.
anything in between. I said the correct
You
position.
literally described positions that are very left of center, like abortion access up to second trimester, and things that are obviously left of center. They are positions that are between those two extremes, but to characterize them as centrist positions, I don't think that's correct. So.
I didn't say all those positions are centrist. I said the correct position is centrist because it is in between those two extremes.
Yeah, but you cited a.
Well,
how am I wrong? Does anyone here
centrist
think that
position
abortion should be
position
illegal?
is by definition a correct position, because what that's really describing is gray fallacy, where one side says X, the other side says Y, and you assume the answer is somewhere in the middle, which is not necessarily true.
Yeah, it's the golden means fallacy. So you don't.
It's not I wouldn't call it a fallacy. It's a rule of thumb, and it's a correct rule of thumb.
So you don't think the golden means fallacy is like actually a thing that literally between any issue,
I'm
whatever
sure you can throw it around.
Yeah, but just
I'm asking if you believe
there's
it.
no meaningful statement in there's two extremes and the correct position is somewhere in the middle. If it's 2 degrees right,
that is true.
Of the
Does everyone here
extreme
agree with that? Hold on. Does everyone here agree with that?
No, that's obviously correct in its basic logic, and it's also not an intellectually honest position to take.
Portland just said it's obviously correct, and Josiah just said no. So why don't you two hash out your disagreement?
Obviously, literally correct in that if you accept that the two extreme points on the spectrum are probably not the correct points ideologically in any given space. Yes, technically the correct answer is going to land somewhere in between those two extremes, but that doesn't make it a centrist position. That just means it's somewhere on a
game.
No, I'm saying the spectrum of all possibilities isn't a meaningful insight.
I don't believe in the spectrum of all possibilities. I don't think abortion should be. Can I finish my point? I don't think abortion should be legal after 1 day after conception. I don't think it should be legal 2 days after conception. Excuse me. I don't think it should be illegal 1 day after conception or 2 days. It should be illegal somewhere after, I don't know, a month and a half, 2 months or something, when it's reasonably assumed that the fetus could feel pain. That's a philosophical position that isn't just arbitrarily put between two extremes.
That's absolutely arbitrarily put between two extremes. You have no basis for assuming a fetus between 5 and 11 weeks.
I don't want to get into very specific policy. Just real quick, as a rule of thumb here, I don't want to get this. I don't want to go down a abortion rabbit hole or any specific one policy rabbit hole here. We're not here.
Can you never use the term abortion rabbit hole again, please? It's just kind of like
fair enough. But the what we are here to talk about today is both sidesing, right? And centrism in general, as well as are both parties. Should they be held to the same standards and should they be held to the same account?
Who disagrees
and I think
with that?
Does
anyone disagree with that?
What I disagree with is the assertion that people in different stations of authority and public trust should be held to the same standard, which is a take that you doubled down on in this initial opening. The idea that a politician and your average person on Twitter can both directly, knowingly lie, and they should be held to the same standards. That two people, a police officer that murders someone and an individual on the street that murders someone, that there should be no difference in the standards applied, is just obviously something that I think flies in the face of putting people in, like the principle of vesting responsibility and authority in certain individuals. The whole point is that they need to be held to a higher degree of responsibility with that authority that they wield.
And
I don't know how you
Atticus
can disagree
also
with
said, Atticus, aka Fairy Queen,
Yeah,
also
Fairy Queen
also
seemed to agree.
agreed to that. I'm curious if
PF, what are your thoughts?
what do you think?
PF,
Do you think powered? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I don't actually agree with that. Well, I don't know. The example you gave of a cop and a murderer. If a cop kills someone, if a cop murders someone, he's a murderer. He should be held to the same
Correct.
standard as every murderer.
But the cop
Obviously,
is
they're-
already public trust.
Yes. If a
How
famous,
is that? Are you joking?
yeah, I don't understand. Like
If a cop kills someone in
Wait.
cold blood, he should be held to a greater punishment than someone else who killed someone in cold blood and
At the
robbed
very,
someone
at
else
the
of their
very,
son.
very
Potentially.
least, a greater degree of social scrutiny, not necessarily legal scrutiny in every
Well,
case,
okay, I
but
don't even
social
know. Well, what
scrutiny
does
at the
that mean,
very
social
least.
scrutiny?
We
What does that
that
mean?
we
So-
expect. What do you mean? What does it mean? That we condemn
I'm asking you,
people
what is social
on a
scrutiny?
level of, like, based on the level of responsibility that
You
society
complain
is
about it on
vested in
Twitter
them.
more?
Holy
Let-
shit!
let me-
dude.
let me-
Be
let
a
me-
little
let me-
bit more reductive and
Yeah,
like
let me
clueless
dial
in
it
the
back.
conversation, please.
Let me
It's getting
dial it
charming
back. Let me dial it back a little bit, and then maybe we can explore it further. So, PF, I'm sure you're familiar with again, I call it the Uncle Ben ethic, but you could say noblesse oblige. You could say whatever
I
you
like
want.
that.
The idea.
Great power comes great responsibility.
Yes.
And with
Do
Oh,
you-
great
you
power
like it
comes
now
great-
that it's a
Do you
comic
agree
book
with that?
metaphor? No shit.
I
How have you not tracked that yet?
Young
He
man.
already said it once.
Young man, Wick, I'm gonna need some time to make my response to Portland here. Portland, you gave a
Well,
shit example of the
before you
cop
do,
and the
before you do,
murderer,
before you
which
do.
is why I disputed that.
I gave you a very clear example of a politician and a plain.
Is this on, gang? Is this on? I wanted to make sure that Josiah finished his point before we could respond to him, and then so once Josiah finishes his point, I would like to hear from Young, uninterrupted. I'm looking at you, Portland, and then you can respond if you want.
Yeah, I just thought that maybe that because I feel like we were close to consensus with the exception of Wick. The four of us here, three of the prosecution and one of the defense, agrees with the idea that with great power comes great responsibility, and power and responsibility scale. The more power you have, the more responsibility. Do you agree with that?
True.
Okay. So we've got at least a foundation in terms of like how that should be actualized, like in terms of policy, in terms of scrutiny, in terms of accountability. What does that look like to you? Because you agree with the ethic, at least in principle, but when Portland, Mr. Pibb gave you the example of yes. So where's the
That's a terrible
disconnect?
example.
Well, that's fine, but where is
Shit,
where's
it's a
the
pretty
disconnect?
easy example to track. I'm sorry you can't. I'm sorry you're having such a hard time with it.
I forgive you.
I'm
Taking
having a hard
someone's
time with it. Yeah.
Taking someone's life is arguably the most significant moral crime one can make.
Okay.
So for us to say, well, let's take the most extreme moral crime that one can make and say, well, if you have a cop uniform on, it's not as bad.
No,
Or
worse.
effectively what you're saying.
It's
No, if you do have a
the
cop.
opposite. That just real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean,
So if you right, so if I break into someone's house and murder someone, but I'm not a cop, that in the final analysis, that's not as bad as if a cop did that.
A cop is absolutely in a greater position of social and legal responsibility not to commit
You're imposing
of
this
aggressive murder.
Right. Well, the mother, let's say it's a 25-year-old man who gets murdered in either instance. The mother of that 25-year-old man, the consequences to her are exactly the same no matter who murders her son. And
No, they're not.
they're
That person is never going to trust a police officer again. That shattering
delusional.
perception of like the legal framework that you rely on to save your life in an emergency has a fundamentally different impact on like the way that you live the rest of your life versus just a random stranger murdering you.
It's not true.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Obviously, it is.
I can give you an example of how that's not true.
It's obviously true. You can give me
There
all the
was, I
examples you
believe-
want. You're wrong.
Okay, well, you're a religious person then. You just said you could give me all the examples proving you discorrect and you still wouldn't believe it. So never mind.
There's
Josiah,
discorrect
you're the more
isn't a
reasonable
word.
one.
Discorrect isn't a thing.
I would like to minimize the interaction I have with Portland and maximize the interaction I have with Josiah because that's much more interesting.
I see you, Fairy Queen, as well. So once you two got back and forth, I want to get.
Well, I was just
Fairy
going to
Queen.
say, so I'll be honest with you. I'm struggling with it too because it seems like I'm not saying that this is necessarily the case, but it seems to me that the two positions are mutually exclusive, right? If you believe that with great power comes great responsibility and power and responsibility scale, but in effect that a person with power and a person with no power should be held to the same standards. I see these as like mutually exclusive. Can you? You gave the example of murder. Is that, I guess, is murder the
That's
exception?
the ultimate power. To take someone's life is more powerful than.
Can you give me an example of where you would hold a cop making some sort of transgression to a higher standard than someone who isn't a cop?
Sure. If they commit some sort of fraud in terms of they're filling out a report and they lie about it, they plant evidence on someone. Well, like what? Is that equivalent to a random shoplifter or something? No, of course not.
No. Well, no.
The crime itself, by definition, is an equivalent crime. Then
Gotcha.
they're held to the same standard.
So to clarify, then your position is power and responsibility scale, and with great power comes great responsibility, and again, so on and so forth. But if a person in power and a person who's not in power, or powerless, or less powerful commit the exact same crime, the standard is the same.
I mean, I suppose I would be curious to see what if I say yes or no to this, what is the next logical conclusion of that? I guess I feel like I'm getting lost in this. I mean, I agree, great power comes great responsibility, and the more power you have, the more responsibility you have, and perhaps you should be held to greater account if the power that you have allows you to affect more people. I contended the murder example in part because Portland seems like an annoying person, and I just wanted to push back
and
on
in
that.
part because you're stupid. I wish you could just track the example instead of being a petty piece of shit. I would like to talk, but
we'll get you in.
Don't
Portland,
make little comments. Don't make little comments if you want me to listen to you talk.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. Quit running your dumb mouth.
Okay. Wow. Gang.
How about we scale this out? This is I think that
take it from a 10.
I agree with the premise.
Take it from a 10 to a 5.
I agree with the premise. Great power comes great responsibility. Whick, what do you disagree with?
Sure.
With me
so again, what happens is by responsibility, I have to interrogate what that means, because in most cases, I would agree with you. But when it comes to what I feel based on the conversations I've had before with all these gentlemen here of what they mean by it, I think it's substantively different things. So I am absolutely with them when they say, and with you, when you say anyone who murders, regardless of who is doing the murdering, should be held to the same standard as anyone else who murders, right? A lot of these positions of power should be held to more scrutiny. We should be more careful. Why? Because they have a greater ability to commit a crime. But if I, as a non-officer of the state, non-ward of the state, no one of any consequence or responsibility, was able to plant evidence somehow into a police precinct that led to the false conviction and accusation of a citizen, I should be held to account for that just as if a police officer had. So whether, again, the harm is the same, whether or a cop does it, whether a rich man does it, or whether a poor man does it, whether a politician does it, or whether a random person on the street does it. If you do a thing that causes harm, you should be held to the same standard. Because how this works out in principle, when we have these different standards, is the rich get away with it. The rich get away with it. That's what happens. Thing that the right does, even though they may not have in whatever locality they exist in, the same political or legislative power, I still think we should call it out with the same veracity that we do when the Republicans do it. And there's plenty of reasons for this, right? People won't trust you if you only are always calling out one term. I hate it. I hate it so much that every time I want to criticize someone who is remotely left-leaning, I feel like I have to say 40 Hail Marys, which is like 40 Trump bad, before I get in genuflect, before I'm able to even
actually
give the mildest
now.
criticism.
Inflation has increased. It's actually 43 Trump bad Hail Marys.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But
is in Super Saiyan right now.
This isn't centrism, though. This is progressivism.
Oh, it is. Call it what you want, Wick, but you are.
Can I hear what Fairy Queen?
Go ahead, Fairy Queen.
Daedalus?
Sorry, I didn't want to rant too much, but yeah.
That was well said, Wick.
I'm going to have to disagree with the first half of what Whick said. And I'm sorry, PF Young, I know that you're on my side, but I am going to have to disagree with you that the idea that like we hold private individuals exactly the same in all in terms of law is when we're talking as public officials. So I'll give you a very concrete example of where this is not true and it's inscribed in law. So libel is an example of this, okay, right? So if you are a public figure, in order to actually prove that libel has occurred against you, you actually are held legally at a much higher standard. So if you are trying to prove libel in court, for instance, you have to prove that the defendant acted with actual malice making the defamatory statement. But if the plaintiff is a private figure, the First Amendment does not impose any restriction on the liability standards that states may adopt. And there are other laws that we can find. The obvious point that even if it's technically morally the same, well, we can argue whether or not it's morally the same. But the fact of the matter is, if you are a therapist, for instance, and you sexually abuse your client, you're going to lose your license, right? That means you're not going to be able to work anymore, right?
Good.
As opposed to if you're a farmer and you're off in the middle of there and you just sell vegetables, if you're convicted of committing a sex offense, you will still be able to sell your vegetables on the side of the road, right? That's an example of how we punish public figures, or we punish some people that we put with public trust.
Just real quick, Frick, wait, that same farmer.
Oh my God, you're interrupting her? Seriously?
I am interrupting her because I'm curious. I'm asking a question.
She's barely talking.
Oh my God.
I know, I'm asking a question. She's still going to get to talk. I just want to interrogate this for a moment. That same farmer who sexually assaults someone also will not be able to get a therapy job later, right? They will be held to that same standard. So I don't.
The same. Well, but still, the point is, if you are somebody who works as a therapist, that means that you've been trained as a therapist. It means that you've worked as a therapist. It means that is your primary source of income, right? So your primary source of income has been taken away from you. You now have to find a different job. That's the point. But I want to scale this back because I do want to talk about this point about power and responsibility, which I do agree with. I do think that when we're talking about leftist, liberal public officials, we should hold people who are on the left, who are public officials and who are in positions of power of responsibility, we should hold them as much to account as those who are on the right. Obviously, I agree with that. I think that's very true and very fair to point out. But here's my question to you. Who is it that you are talking about when you say those in power and responsibility? Are we talking about politicians? Are you talking about political pundits like Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles? Because as I mentioned before, I promise you, if you go to many of the districts and the counties for the people who are voting and who support these content creators and who support these politicians, these people do not feel that they are full of power. Most of them feel significantly disempowered, right? It's the reason why people like Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles have great sway over them. So who is it that we're talking about? Because I don't disagree. If you want to dunk on Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, absolutely, right? It's a different thing, though, when you're dunking on an average conservative person in a small town.
I initially was referring to elected officials.
Okay.
As a very narrow case, I would hold elected officials at a much higher standard than I would people who are not elected. Or haven't taken.
Well, and we have a pretty high profile, pretty immediate, relevant example that we can point to with the ongoing charges being filed against the Trump, against Trump for his election efforts in 2020. The tweets that he put out, the things that he said that he's being charged for, obviously you wouldn't be charged for if you were just a normal person saying them and trying to rile up individuals. He's being charged for them because of his platform, his ability to mobilize people, and his ability to affect the level of public turnout and public disruption that we saw on January 6th. So.
He engaged in conspiracy, right? But that's even just a legal consideration. I think also too ethics. So Trump is a good example. Trump was during the big lie, he was the sitting president of the United States. He was the most powerful man on the planet. He has more responsibility and more obligation to behave ethically than anybody. It's the same thing with President Biden. President Biden is now the most powerful person on the planet. He has more responsibility to behave ethically than a senator, than a governor, than a congressperson. They in turn have more responsibility to behave ethically and so on and so forth than the average citizen. Power and responsibility scale, both ethically and, in my opinion, more often than not legally. So I think Trump is a great example. I'll also just say real quick, just because you pointed out Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, I also think even within informal de facto power, so influence, I think that's also the case. If you are a high profile influencer, if you command the support of hundreds of thousands or millions of people, if you say stupid shit on Twitter, I do think more scrutiny should be put on you. If for example, if when Michael Knowles says or Matt Walsh says something like transgenderism needs to be eradicated, that should get more scrutiny and attention and pushback than some random 5-follower account saying the same thing. I believe Whick disagrees. I 100% believe Whick disagrees. Right.
I do.
So to me, that I can't process that. I struggle with that. So maybe somebody can make a persuasive case here, because to me, legal power and informal power, the responsibility associated with the scales. I'm sorry. Go ahead, PF.
Or
Fair.
then I'll explain.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So the reason that we hold both the Michael Knowles of the world and the rando lefty who tells people who doxes someone right on their job or something to the same account is because while one may not at this present time have as much power, right? How they act without power, with the little stewardship they have, is probably indicative of how they would act when they have more power, when they are stewards of a larger portion. So we want to nip that problem in the bud. The only reason we'd give more attention, right, to the person who is more powerful is because they are more popular and they are easier to see. And in fact, there's this insidious nature, this cell-like structure. It's how a lot of terrorist groups operate, right? They're very small in power, but they're very effective because they're hard to pin down. They've got all this plausible deniability. It's really hard to kind of, they're very slippery and they're very hard to deal with, because even though they have very, very little power, right, numbers wise, but they punch above their weight because of their small stature and nature. So when we talk about some of the extreme problems on the left, these small little no follower accounts, there's not just one of these people doing it. There is a multitude of these. It's like a pack of piranhas in a way, and they absolutely have devastating effects on people's jobs, people's livelihoods, people's trust. They have done harm. And it bothers me that we can rightly point to the harm that the right does and is currently doing and say that's wrong and bad and we should condemn it with all our hearts, and we should, but then just sweep it under the rug when the left does it because, they don't have power. This power dynamic thing is wild to me. Like, just because this person has less status than this other person, we're going to hold them to a different standard? Why?
Triage. Like, you're the physician in the ER room who gets a patient wheeled in with a stick of rebar through his chest, and you're complaining about his cholesterol. You got to triage, buddy.
It's again,
yeah.
If you are a police officer and you have two calls come in, one of them is like someone's attacking people with a knife, and one of them somebody is like open fire in a mall. Which one do you respond to and why? Like, where is the urgency and why? It's with the greater capacity to cause immediate harm, right? It's the person who's shooting the gun, probably.
Yes.
Right. That is the greater capacity to cause immediate harm is a part of the equation that I feel like you're ignoring when you're saying the capacity to have future capacity to cause greater harm should equalize their impact.
If you don't neutralize, hang on. Can I just say, in this example, if you could, I feel like your justification would be go after the knife guy because he could eventually go out and buy a gun. No, you should go after the gun wielder first.
Because again, my argument here is that both groups have guns. One is just shooting up people we don't fucking care about, and the other is shooting up people we do, right? So again, we try to minimize, and even in these analogies, we're minimizing the effects that's happening here. Like, the right, let's be honest, these laws that they're passing, like, Trump is going to jail. The institutions are handling this shit, right? They are taking these people to task. Their laws are being overturned in the courts again and again and again. We are seeing them being BTFO'd in the midterms. We are seeing that the right is getting handled, but we tend not to handle the left. It's a festering problem, a boiling thing under the surface that we're just refusing to look at because this one is loud and flashy. But my argument is that both of these have potentials for harm that are pretty much the same. Maybe not now in this second and in this moment, but if we do not handle our shit it will become a problem that we cannot handle. Better to nip it in the bud now
Agreed.
because it's easier to deal with now
so-
than when they get
Wick, may I
power,
speak?
right?
Wick,
Yes, you may. PF Young, go ahead.
Can we broaden this conversation to something more practical? I utterly disagree with the idea that the left has less power than the right, all things considered. Who thinks
I
that
think
the
most
right-
people. I think most people would argue it's the other way around.
No,
Like
that's not at all
culturally
the
and
case.
politically,
Culturally,
culturally and politically, the left has more power at the moment.
oh,
We
okay,
have the
yes,
yeah,
agreed.
we have
So
yeah, okay.
how does it? What is this whole conversation about?
I got drawn into it on the responsibility component. I am obviously I'm not sure where it ties into our behavior across the political dichotomy, the left and the right. You'll have to clarify
That's what I'm
that a little
saying.
bit more for me.
And
So,
Wick, you can tell me if we want to move, if we want to change, not go down this path. But
Go
if the
ahead.
conversation is about centrism in general, let's say. My original point, who does anyone think that the left categorically is in the right versus or does anyone think the left is categorically correct versus the right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Explain that. Explain that.
Oh, I just think that they have better values, policies, record, and rhetoric compared to the right. I think that.
Do you believe in open borders?
No, but I don't think the left does either. You'd have to show me where the left does. Who's the left that believes?
Well, hold on. First off, the left.
I was thinking, like President Biden, the guy, again, the most powerful man in the world, not, a New York Times writer. And I don't know if he believes in open borders.
Well, I don't think. Well, hold on.
Border enforcement is
I
continued.
think first off, I wouldn't say President Biden in theory is the most powerful person in the world. I don't think anyone actually believes that he's the one making decisions. But you're also looking at you think that you're looking at through the lens of political power. And I think political power is nothing compared to cultural
You're right.
power.
We should think about New York Times columnists. Much more powerful than the sitting president.
No, we should think about significant cultural figures. Like
I think Joe Biden wields more cultural power by far than Ezra Klein, by far.
Who would you say?
Hold on. That we could argue about, but let me just point this out.
We could argue about. Okay, fair enough.
Matt Walsh has no political power to speak of, but he is.
They're different.
Definitely a danger worth addressing. Correct?
Yes, there are different types of power. 100%. There's de jure political power. There's cultural power. Yes, but I wouldn't.
Cultural power is more important in the long term.
Cultural power bleeds into political power if you can directly influence people's political positions and compel them to act in certain ways.
Do we agree that the statement "politics is downstream from culture" is correct? Does anyone dispute that?
No, probably not.
Okay,
I think there's a feedback loop.
There is, sure, but
I think there's a feedback loop.
But again, making a clear distinction between how types of power interact differently isn't really useful because they all feed into one another. Political power is affected by your personal power, is affected by your charisma, etc., etc., etc. So, it's trying to say that this solely cultural power is more important.
How does that dispute the fact that we should and I believe
I'll be right back. I got to grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Portland said that the cultural left is more powerful and the political left is more powerful. So I don't see how this relates to. I guess what is the fundamental argument?
Well,
My
if
position
I understand it correctly, Portland
the
said,
left is as worthy of criticism as the right. It's indisputable. I don't even know how you could argue against that.
As I understand,
I don't know.
Well, I want to hear Fairy Queen's point here because she's been trying to get into.
Again, I have a question for the opposing side. So if we're really talking, so I understand and I completely agree that I'm glad that Trump has been indicted. I agree, dunking on Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles based. But nevertheless, the question is, but the problem is that Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, the reason why they have the platforms that they do is because they have an audience of a lot of people who agree with what he has to say, right? If they did not agree, if they were not listening to what he had to say, these people would not have a platform. And the conservatives who have been elected into office, they would not have been elected unless a wide swath of people wanted to vote them into office. So my question to you then is, it seems to me like the reason why I am on this side of the aisle is because while I don't disagree that it's important to criticize heavily and strongly people who are elected into positions of authority, right? The way that I'm not sure if being completely, I'm not sure, how do I phrase this? I think that if you want to elect people or to find replacements for those people, you're going to have to appeal to conservatives to switch over to blue, right? You're going to have to appeal to that population. How are you planning to do that? And also to maintaining this hardline stance? Is that's what I'm concerned of. I don't think that achieving political success and also having this purity test and holding everyone to account in this harsh way is actually going to be successful, practically speaking.
Well, for the record, I mean, I'm not sure because unfortunately, I was gone for the first half of that. But I don't think that. I think your rhetoric and your approach depends on the circumstance, right? So again, this kind of goes back to the conversation that Destiny and I had with Adam and Sitch, which ultimately was the initial predicate of this entire thing because he was going back and forth, kind of relitigating this issue. Is if I'm having a conversation, just a blunt, honest conversation about the state of American politics, I'm probably going to be much harsher in my rhetoric about the Republican Party and the modern conservative movement. Now, full disclosure, I was born in a red rural state. I grew up in a red rural state. I would say 60 to 70% of the people in my life, friends and family, are conservative. I don't go up to my 4 sisters and say, you are demonic pieces of shit, go die. Number one, I don't believe it. Number two, even if I did believe it, that would just not be an effective approach to de-radicalize them. But I also think, as Destiny pointed out in that conversation, there is a time and a place where you just have to call a spade, right? So I'm not going to pretend, unless I feel like it is rhetorically effective to do so in a certain situation, that MAGA, which I consider the core of Trump's base, the people who thought the 2020 election was stolen, that want to overturn.
Of Republicans is that?
About
It depends.
50%,
Yeah, it depends.
50 to 55.
Right.
40, 50 million people?
That's not, no, I mean, there's about
How many
40,
people voted for Trump in the last election?
70 million, right?
It was 65 or no 69 million. Yeah, but 70
Give me a
70
number
million.
of how
Yeah.
many people you're talking about? How many
People
are you talking
out of people
about? I'm
who
not asking
identify
you,
as
young man.
Republicans.
Your city's burning.
It would
Jesus Christ.
it would almost
do you have the
certainly.
capacity to go through one interaction without being a piece of shit? I'm just trying to answer your question.
Excuse me, young man. I'm trying to talk to the mature person here.
So the answer is no. The answer
would-
is no.
So,
I'm immature? Motherfucker, you can't get through one sentence without being a petty prick. Don't talk to me about maturity.
May I cut in? I'm so sorry. I would like an answer. Thank you, Josiah, for answering my question. But I would like to hear from Daedalus and from Portland. What is your response to that? And thank you, Josiah.
See, that's centrism. That's unhealthy centrism. I just want to hear from both sides. No, I want to hear from the reasonable person on the panel, which is Josiah. And I haven't heard much from Daedalus, but I certainly ruled out Portland so far. But I guess it's up to you.
So your question, as I understand it, is how do we propose to get people on our platform and speak to conservatives? I'll be perfectly honest. There is a lot that goes into that from a political perspective in the United States. We have, and in both parties have engaged in it, but it's much more pronounced on the right. We have an imbalance in how elections are shaped because of gerrymandering. So I have a feeling that, you made the example in your opening statement of Chicago and Illinois. I come from Chicago. I lived there for 10 years in the city proper and in the metropolitan area for a good 20. And there are an awful lot of people who are in that sea of blue who are Republicans. And in that huge sea of red down south, there are an awful lot of people who are Democrats. And the end result of an election map is not necessarily indicative of the reality of people's views. So I don't think I would take it as you have to go in and appeal to everyone. You just have to appeal to certain people, because that end result of that equation isn't really what we're looking for. It's the end result of how our political system is structured, but not what people really believe.
Well, I guess I would have a response to that, Daedalus. So I would agree, but isn't the population of people we would ideally want to be, isn't that the people that wind up in the voting booths, which is the reason why those counties have turned red or have turned blue? I don't disagree. I'm sure that there are a lot of Republicans who live in Chicago, and I'm sure that there are plenty of Democrats who live in the sea of red down south. But the point is, when it came time to vote, those people did not wind up at the voting booth, right? It's why those counties turned the way that they did. So if you mean we should specifically target, a campaign towards who is actually going to wind up at the voting booth, right? I think you're still going to wind up with the same problem, right? How are you going to get the people that go there to vote differently? You're still back to square one.
Well, so there's another part to that too. Is not everyone votes, and an exceedingly small number of people actually vote in elections. So like, you can change those things by making some structural changes to the way we do elections. Like make election day a federal holiday. Everyone's off. No one has to leave work. No one has to try to get off work and lose pay. That sort of thing. That would make a huge difference in who is voting.
Make permanent COVID era accommodations with respect to voting to maximize eligible voter
I live
turnout.
in Colorado now, and we have a very high election turnout because everyone here can mail in their ballot.
Yeah, we live in Washington, just north of me. Their mail-in ballot system has worked very well and is basically like the universal method of voting for the state. It's been working well for a very long time. And to address Fairy Queen's point, I think it is really important to have civil discourse with people on the right and people in the center. I just don't think that it's intellectually honest or helpful to the left cause to treat people who equivocate between the rhetoric following the 2016 election and the rhetoric following the 2020 elections. I don't think it's politically or practically helpful to treat people who say, well, Hillary called the election illegitimate too and did the exact same thing that Trump did. Like,
Sure,
that is intellectually.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That's both siding. But that's not what I'm talking about, and that's not what I do, right? I don't give credence to that. You've seen my tweets. You follow me. I think all of you follow me on social media, right? I don't do that, right? I don't engage in that kind of both sidesism. What I do is when I see the left doxing people, well, I'll give you two examples that happened just recently on the left that I got very angry at because, well, when the right does this, I get angry too, right? But I saw it on the left recently, and so I attacked it on the left. One, people mocking someone's sexual assault and calling their story a lie and trying to paint it out as a lie. I'm talking about the Anna Kasparian thing, right? That was disgusting, okay? And I stand by that. The second thing is people painting the Richmond, north of Richmond guy as a pedo. I saw Sockdon Left, of all people, right, make that kind of like an accusation, like that he was being pro-Epstein with his lyrics, which on the face of it was just extremely, extremely dishonest. And so, yes, and the reason we have to call out the left with the same vociferousness that we do the right is about credibility, okay? Because we want people to take us seriously when we call out the right. We don't want to be seen as shills, ideologues, cheerleaders, etc. What we want to be doing, and what will actually win people over, in my honest opinion, is being seen as fair, balanced, and an honest actor in this space. And I don't think we could be fundamentally an honest actor unless when we see something, we say something, and we don't check to see if there's a D or an R in front of their name before we decide how vociferously we respond to what we see that is wrong. That's all I'm saying.
I got a question for you. So the first thing. The first thing when you were describing, so some of this I'd not heard of, the Sockdon Left thing. So when the accusation that this country music guy, the one who put out the song, is like a pedophile or whatever,
or a pro-Epstein language, there was one person who isn't Sockdon Left who just is this guy a pedo? It just asked it directly, but Sockdon Left, to his credit, was more kind of a sly.
I think seriously insinuating without evidence that a person is is engaged in that sort of heinous behavior with that sort of social stigma behind it, that's inappropriate, number one. But I'm curious, what makes you angrier? This is the first question. What makes you angrier? When Sockdon Left or somebody insinuates that a country music singer is a pedo, or when Marjorie Taylor Greene calls every Democrat a pedophile? Which one is angry? Which one? I understand that, and they can make you both angry. Yeah. But is there a degree? Do they make you equally angry? Do they make you?
Well, does one make you know Sockdon Left. He's been on my show.
Retards. Does that also make you angry?
And you can answer that question too. But I'm just let's try to pin him down on the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing. Sure. Go ahead, Whick.
Well, so I know Sockdon Left. He's been on my show. So obviously, that makes me a little angrier because I have a personal relationship with the man, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene is a joke. in a lot is a joke. She's a joke.
Got like 80% of her
She's
In
a joke who
in
is
a
the
very small
she's a
area.
joke who
She's
is
been
the
talked
What-
about as a
what
vice presidential
legislation-
candidate.
Just real quick, what legislation has Marjorie Taylor Greene authored that has been passed?
Marjorie
I
Taylor
probably
Greene
very,
has
very
been
little.
like rumored
Very
to be
little.
considered as a
But-
Trump running mate in 2024, man.
But her power extends beyond the ability of authoring legislation. Her vote is very powerful. She does have a vote, and the fact that she's the de facto Speaker of the House, she is Kevin McCarthy's closest ally. So number one, number two, but I take your point on the idea that you have a personal relationship with somebody, and so I guess I am sympathetic to the idea that you would grade a friend like on a higher moral like standard than a stranger.
I reject the fact that I'm grading on a higher moral standard. I'm not.
Well,
right?
you said that. Well, presumably
What makes
that
me angrier, but that's an emotional thing. That isn't a grade on a moral standard, right? Though, I think that there were more
so to
things
be
that
fair,
were done. Well, just real quick, one committed more crimes than me, and because there were interpersonal like crimes, if you want to call it. And let's be clear, I'm not like super mad at Sock Done Left. I'm not like beefing with him now, right? But I thought it was uncalled for. But at the same time, right, with Marjorie Taylor Greene did not break those bonds because those bonds did not exist with me, right?
Okay,
So
fair enough. Which one's more dangerous? That was my second question.
Additional things that happened, right?
So my second question was, which one is more dangerous? Number one, which one made you mad? You answered that one, or more mad. The second question was, which one's more dangerous?
I think that they are both dangerous in different ways, and let me explain how. Right?
I'll just, you don't even have to. I'll accept it at face value. I'm asking which one is more dangerous.
It's again, they're asymmetrical, but I can't grade them because I don't think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is less dangerous. Let's say that. I don't think she's less dangerous than leftist influencers in general.
Well, yeah. Well,
I would
I
give
don't.
a considerable amount of money to be as dangerous as Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, again, to me that's kind of. You kind of like cast your net pretty wide. I guess I'm potentially open to that. I guess I would certainly be open to that. That if you aggregated all the influence of every leftist influencer and compared it to one particularly dangerous congresswoman, I think you could make. Well,
I'm taking MTG and I'm kind of combining her with the Lauren Bobberts and all that kind of that wing.
Are you kind of hitting? You're hitting the point that I would argue on the head right now by just kind of using those two names and then hand gesturing vaguely at a bunch of other people. Those are two of the most recognizable Congress people in the United States. They wield a tremendous amount of social power and potential political
what
power.
legislation have they offered that has gotten authorized?
It's not just Whick. It's not just about specific pieces of legislation that they have authored. I don't have any of that.
Can you
It's also well. Wait a minute. It's also wait a minute.
No, stop. So it's not just about that. So give me the specific danger, right? That they have done, that they have the harm that they have specifically caused.
They have further radicalized their base, the Republican Party, Republican leaders like Kevin McCarthy, for example, the Speaker of the House, and also the downstream influence they have on state Republican parties. We see wholesale the ever increasing number of anti-trans legislation sweeping the nations. Yes, some are getting struck down, others are not. All it does is increase the radicalization. And here's where I'm confused. I want to flip that question back on you. Where's the danger from leftist influencers? They have zero potential for legislation. Marjorie Taylor Greene gets a vote and
do you not think that left is left? No. Let me ask you seriously. Do you not think the left has any sway over the Democratic Party at all? You don't think they push Biden to do things that he otherwise would not have done?
I think I think the left does have an influence on the president. I think no, because Whick, the very rationale. Wait a minute.
See, this argument is silly. The left has
not silly.
no influence over their politicians, while the right has all this insidious power over theirs. Like the left is simultaneously powerless and saintly. That does nothing wrong, but the right is this all-powerful.
It's not all or nothing. Believe it or not, it's entirely possible to have that one party can have influence over another party, and another party can have even more influence. Just because the left has some influence on democratic policies doesn't mean that it's equal to the influence that the far right has over the Republican Party. Why do you think some sort of weird cosmic law dictates the two things that exist in kind?
I'm asking you to prove it. I'm asking you
hold
to
on.
prove that the far right has more influence than the far left. Please show me something.
Answer the man.
Well, okay. I'm like I'm so shocked right now. So wait a minute. You genuinely think, because I will look into a gazillion examples. We can look up and we can send it to you piecemeal.
And I'll send
Just-
you.
So wait a minute.
Back.
So you think the far left has
Yes,
as much
the left.
influence as the Democratic Party as the far right does on the Republican Party?
Yes.
Of course.
Whick,
they
do you
own the
consider-
culture.
Wick, do you consider Trump far right?
He's an opportunist. Trump isn't right or left. He's an opportunist.
Do you-
let's be real.
On that point, the left, we all agree the left is the more cultural, powerful force. So, of course, the dominant culture is going to have massive influence over the politics of the left and the center.
Then why am I still paying
the
for
fact-
health insurance?
You know, it's funny you said there's anti-trans legislation. I've looked into some of the anti-trans legislation, like in Texas, and it bans surgeries for minors. So I would say the fact that that's even a norm right now is a evidence of the effect that the left has.
We've got legislation trying to ban trans surgery for adults into
That's
like
too
their
far.
near 30s. So checkmate, buddy. We just check each other, and so hang on, move aside for that for a minute.
No.
Wait a minute, because Daedalus made a point.
Fundamental distinction between legislation that bans trans surgery for adults, which is far right bullshit, and it's wrong, and it should be called out. And anyone who thinks that a 13, 14, or 15-year-old child should have access to surgery is just as extreme on the left. And so legislation that stops that from happening is not anti-trans. And yet everyone who cites there's 40 anti-trans bills, there's 20 anti-trans bills, they're mixing those two up, and that's bullshit.
So hold on. You're saying that if a legislator agrees that like a doctor, a parent, and a 17-year-old should be able to make their own medical decisions about trans healthcare,
Yep.
that is just as far left a position as the position that we should ban even like the use of transgender healthcare at all.
No,
That's
not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying
Okay.
anyone who thinks that it is okay for a 14-year-old child to have their breasts surgically removed is far left.
What about a 17-year-old?
Probably. What about gay conversion? Should a 14-year-old should be allowed to go to gay conversion therapy if they agree to it and their parents agree to it?
So
Probably
hey,
not.
Probably
so Whick,
not.
We have. I'm just checking real quick. Yeah, there is no floor on the age for breast augmentation, for example. So we offer some gender-affirming surgeries, and that's fine, but not others.
For children? No child should be able to make that decision when they're 14, 15, 16.
Should
And
a child
17
is a
too,
child
probably.
competent enough to make a decision about a life-saving surgery? Conversely, is a child competent?
What are you
enough
talking
to
about?
Conversely, is a child mentally
If
competent?
a child
enough?
has an incurable form of cancer, is it reasonable to do experimental surgery because we know the incurable cancer will kill the child? Yes. In that circumstance, which has nothing to do with the
Well, that's
increasing
not the
rates of
example I
children
used.
being referred to.
I don't want to.
gender
get
clinics.
stuck. I don't want to get stuck on a
Well, but
specific
this is,
issue.
but fair enough. But Wick, to your point, this is exactly a piece of evidence that the far left has just as much cultural political power as the far right.
Well,
think it's
again,
absurd
we've
to say
already
otherwise.
stipulated to the fact, or at least Portland has, that the far left has more cultural influence. So again,
Agreed.
this idea that the far left has no or little influence over their politicians, it flabbergasts me, right? We obviously have seen over the last 10, 20 years a shift to the left as a nation.
Yes.
Overall.
yes.
Right?
Wick,
The fact that we
centrist.
are
You and
we
I
are
were
even
confused
having
about
some of
this
these
shit.
discussions, and I think it's good. To be clear, I think our shift leftward is good. But again, we have to recognize that this is a form of power. This is a real thing. This is really
Agreed, of
an
course.
issue. It is a
How could anyone
sword
dispute
we
that?
have.
So I'm curious because I want to revisit this, but obviously PF and Wick say that the far left influences the Democrat, has just as much influence on the Democratic Party, their political proxies, as the far right does on the
Via
Republican, their
culture.
political proxy.
Yep,
So
the fact that
I'm curious.
defunding the police is even an issue on the ballots is evidence that this is
And
true.
it happened in Minneapolis.
Mhm.
Where did defund the police become a serious piece of the Democratic agenda? And
Almost
you know
every
that
like
the-
almost.
what are you
Wait a
talking
minute.
about?
Wait a minute.
Like,
Wait a minute. 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 Wait
Hold
a
on.
minute. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Who's the leader of the Democratic Party?
Hold on, Josiah.
It's not Joe
In
Biden.
Port-
That man's a
In
puppet.
Portland, we have one of the most one of the biggest cases of like legislation actually being enacted to the effect of like defund the police advocacy. It amounted to about a $17 million cut in the police budget that like took immediately from the divisions responsible for responding to violent crime. It's been pretty disastrous for the city of Portland. It was effective in actively like creating legislative movement here to the effect of about an 8% budget reduction that was then undone during the next legislative
I'll
cycle.
stipulate.
But
I'll stipulate to all of that. I'll
Look at-
stipulate
look
to all
at the
of that.
fact
Was
that
that
we have
wait a minute? Was
gay
that wait a minute? Was that Portland or Oregon?
Portland, Oregon.
So the city of Portland, Oregon.
Yeah,
Okay.
the city
I
of
will
Portland.
stipulate that you can give me some examples of.
Couple really
I think even.
localized examples.
I think yes. Thank you. I will stipulate to that. Bite that bullet easily. So, but again, I'm curious. So Whick's example was defund the police. So Portland, Oregon, and a
I can
couple of
use
local.
other examples if you don't find that sufficient.
What was Joe Biden's position on defund the police? What was the National Democratic Party?
This is a sleight of hand that
No,
do well.
of course.
These politicians
Wait,
on the left
wait,
won't say it. And they kind of
no,
prove
Whick,
it.
I don't understand. No, Whick, I
me
am going to hold your
respond,
heat to the.
Josiah. Let me
I am.
respond,
Wait a minute.
Josiah.
Wait a minute. Let me respond to Whick, and then you can respond to me. Whick, you take umbrage with the fact that I recognize distinctions between two things. I
But
just
you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No. Because you only recognize these distinctions on the left. Let's be clear. You have these blinders towards one side that you simply do not share with the other.
Whick, I would
Whick,
like to
because
make
I
a point.
recognize fundamental distinctions between the two things. You're right now, to use a metaphor, you would look at a shoplifter and an axe murderer and draw no distinction whatsoever and say they're both criminals. They're both criminals.
What you are doing is you're seeing an axe murderer on the left and you're seeing an axe murderer on your right, and you're saying, well, the axe murderer on the right is the one we should go after.
That's not
and
true.
You can ignore the left
very,
axe
the
murderer.
very
That's the
example you
analogy
cited.
we
No,
should be
but you're
using
just
here.
factually wrong, because the very example you cited, I have the leader of the Democratic Party and most Democratic leaders rejecting notions of defunding the police. Wait a minute, PF. Wait a minute. I want to pin down Whick on this. You can. But Whick, that is a fundamental distinction worth noting. I'm sorry if I don't hold Portland, Oregon in one hand and the Democratic Party nationally, led by the President of the United States, on equal playing field. It's insane that you do. Portland, Oregon defunded the police.
Leader of the Democratic Party.
Portland, Oregon defunded the police.
Just real quick, in 2010, who was leader of the Democratic Party?
2010?
Yeah.
Yeah, Barack Obama.
What was his position on gay marriage before he was elected?
I think he was opposed to it.
Yes. And then, through the influence of the far left, what was his position during his presidency?
He became open to it. Yeah,
so
he supported it.
So the far left influenced him, and I think this was good that they did. It's good that they did. I'm
That's
not saying
cool.
this is bad.
I want to go back to defund the police.
This.
Can you at least
is an example, a fundamental national example where it's not localized to a fucking city or a fucking state, but not to pull them to a side, and it was successful, and it was good that they did. Hallelujah. Bravo, hooray.
I agree with this example from 13 years ago that the president became more progressive.
It's like a huge amounts of time.
I was going with your example of defund the police, and you're screwed on that example. Let's deal with your example that you cited instead of walking back from it.
This is going back and forth. I would like to.
I'm just saying Joe Biden did not support defunding the police. I win. Go ahead.
Josiah, what was Donald Trump's position on gay marriage?
It was already legalized by the time he ran for office.
What was Donald Trump's position on gay marriage?
I don't think he objected to it.
Did Donald Trump hold up pride flags regularly at his rallies? Are there pictures of Donald Trump holding up
I have
pride
seen
flags?
him. Yes, I have seen him.
Right.
Yeah.
And Matt Walsh thinks gay marriage should be overturned. So just because the leader of the Republican Party doesn't share the current position of the ideological far right doesn't mean it's a threat worth addressing.
I also
Just
said
because Joe-
repeatedly.
just because
I
Joe
also
Biden-
said
let
repeatedly
me
during
finish.
that example.
Just because Joe Biden doesn't currently hold a position of the ideological far left doesn't mean it's a position that isn't worth addressing.
Number one, it was the example he gave. Number two, I mentioned more than just Joe Biden because it's not like Joe Biden himself was
So now you're
alone.
backing up. So now you're
Well,
backing
no,
up. It's not
I
about-
even said repeatedly the Democratic Party writ large. I identified Biden specifically, but I also made the case it wasn't the position of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and other Democratic leaders to defund the police. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
police funding increased
Right.
under Democratic leadership. So no, that's the difference. You're citing Trump. You're citing Trump as an example, and
No.
I will cop to that. I'm
Of course,
saying
because
that
it's the correct position. You will
defund the police was not a notion that was widely endorsed by the
Let's stick-
Democratic Party.
Here's the more important, broader example. The far left is capable of influencing the people in power, regardless of if the people in power don't happen to share their opinion at the time, which is exactly the reason why, as you stated, it's important to go against people like Matt Walsh, even though Donald Trump doesn't share Matt Walsh's views at this time. So to say,
What do
well,
you-
it's not important to go after Matt Walsh because Donald Trump.
No,
he's
I
supposed to-
agree. I agree. It is still
It's a
important
centrist
to
view,
attack.
the correct view. Josiah is a centrist, by the way. I've determined this in this conversation.
Absolutely not.
Josiah
Mal,
is
Fairy Queen.
reasonable
I'm
and
curious.
respected and seems like a nice guy.
You didn't
So,
weigh in
he's
on
a
this,
centrist.
Fairy Queen. Do you think that the far left influences the Democratic Party as much as the far right influences the Republican Party?
I'm going to give the milk toast answer that nobody wants, which is that I truly don't know. So we're talking a lot about.
Boo!
Well, so here's the
This
reason
is not
why
a
I'm.
tournament show. Just make up something up.
No, listen,
Don't make
okay?
something up, no.
Listen. I don't think that it's good. I am having trouble understanding what it is that you mean when you say power and really what it is that you mean when you say cultural influence. I
Power
realize
is what our
really-
enemies have. Influences, like.
well,
let's
I
focus
realize
on-
this is very
That's
nitpicky,
a good
and I
distinction.
realize that this is not a
Power is when they have
straight
it.
answer.
Influence is
But in
when they
order
have
to
it.
truly know what the answer is, we have to look at the number of legislation. Like, have the Democrats passed more bills as opposed to the Republicans? We would have to look at, like, are there more
They have.
Republicans in the House of Representatives as opposed to the Democrats? That's not currently true. We know that the Senate is currently controlled by the Republicans. I'm not
The
sure
House
what it
is.
is. Well, is it? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the House is controlled by Republican, Senate by
The Senate is
Democrats.
just
I-
Okay,
barely
okay,
controlled by the
I mixed
Democrats.
this. Okay.
Irrelevant metric. Irrelevant metric.
But-
Irrelevant
but-
metric.
Okay, but my point is, what are the metrics that we are using to determine this to be true? Like, I think that we need to, like, for me to know whether to really answer the question, I would have to know what the metric is, and I would have to honestly look at it. And I can't, and I don't know what metric we're using, and therefore,
What's
I
your
don't
intuition?
think
What's your intuition?
I don't think that that's relevant. My intuition is garbage. The only thing that matters is what the numbers have to
Oh,
say.
I
Okay,
wouldn't
what do
sell
the numbers
myself
say?
that
What does
short.
the data have to say? Okay, what
Do
does
you
the
think-
what does the evidence actually show? Does the evidence actually show that to be true?
If
I
it
don't know what
helps,
it says
I'm
that,
pretty
okay?
sure there's polling to indicate that attitudes like pro-LGBTQ and like gay marriage attitudes among Republicans have actually decreased in
I
the
wonder
past.
why
Like,
that is.
you were-
Why do you think that is, Josiah?
probably because they're bigots.
Gigantic.
That's,
So are we
that's,
going-
hold on, that's,
I
that's
do need-
one hypothesis. That's one
I
hypothesis.
don't have the
What's
numbers.
another one?
I-
Hold on.
Just real
Well,
quick, I don't have the
see,
numbers in front of me, but I think it's just decreased across the board.
Oh, even among Democrats?
I don't have the numbers in front of me though. so
No,
I could be incorrect.
no
Okay,
way.
I could be
Hold up.
incorrect.
Jamie, pull
No
up.
way. I would be
Josiah,
shocked. I
you
would be
said- you
shocked.
said-
I know
you
among
said-
young people they absolutely have.
Josiah,
right?
you said one hypothesis for why that is because they're bigoted. What is another potential hypothesis for why acceptance of LGBTQ broadly has declined in the last couple of years?
I think that's the
You
only
think-
the
you
only
can't-
rational hypothesis.
I
No,
know. See,
yeah.
you're smiling right there. You're joking.
No, because I know what you I know what you want me to
You know
say.
exactly-
I know what you want me to say, which
know
is
exactly-
them uppity
because
gay
you know
people,
it's
them
true.
uppity gay people are just pissed off too many people.
Whoa,
No.
gay people.
Yes,
What are you talking
LGBTQ. It's part
Okay,
of it's
all right.
yeah.
I'm gonna.
No, let me finish my point.
Okay.
The other hypothesis is that a lot of the extreme ideologies it relates to sex being a social construct, gender and sex no longer being two different things, they're both socially constructed, as per Veronica Ivy proclaiming that on Trevor Noah's show, a mainstream trans activist proclaiming it on one of the most mainstream pieces of television today. That's probably why it says, wait a second, it's kind of weird that there are people saying that a 13-year-old can choose what sex they are and that they should be given hormones and surgery. If that's what LGBTQ is, which of course it's not, because most people gay, trans, and otherwise, are reasonable and don't believe children should have their breasts cut off. But the fact that there's a small minority that do believe that probably moves the needle back towards less acceptance. That's another
Why do you think that the small minority of people, if your hypothesis is correct, do you think that happens organically, or do you think it's because bad faith Republicans blow those people out of proportion for political benefit? Yeah, now you're smiling. I see you there, you handsome SOB. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Finish. It's of course a combination of both, but it's primarily an organic development. Obviously, that's exactly what the ideology. It's like saying, when the left says, "Oh, there's Christians who believe that God hates what," that represents all of Christianity. It's like, well, there's Democrats that exploit that media for their benefit, but there's also real ideological reasons that people are led to believe that. That's Christian fundamentalism, and it's a real problem. And certainly left-wing fundamentalism is a real problem. And yeah, of course, there'll be opportunists to take advantage of it, but chicken or the egg? If that ideology didn't purport to make those...
So we have actual numbers on the Gallup poll, just to fact check here. It has dipped among Democrats from 85% to 79%.
For gay marriage? What are the exact issues?
No, found same-sex relationships acceptable has dipped over the last year from among Republicans from 56% to 41%, which is a larger dip, but it has also dipped among Democrats.
No, I agree. Dips are the same. We don't numbers and values are all the same. The fact that there's a dip is a dip.
So are we judging power and influence based off of polling data of what, or are we basing it off of what actually gets passed as legislation? What do you mean? Like,
I think we're all over the place. I think it goes back to power. Power manifests in a variety of ways: influence, legislation, executive action, polling, culture, attitudes. I think there are like multiple vectors that power manifests.
So I don't disagree with any of that, but I'm going to return it to what I was saying earlier, which is that at least I truly can't give you an honest answer, right? I could give you my impression and intuitions, but I'm going to do that at the show.
Do you think that has no value?
It would not be honest of me to declare to something to be true when I don't know for a fact, right? I'd have to look at it, right? So that's the first thing. But I do want to reclaim the conversation for me, Daedalus, and poor Portland, because I think that we haven't been able to speak quite as much as I've appreciated the back and forth between Josiah and between PF Young. So I would like to return to what I was saying a little bit earlier, right? You three all mentioned, when I mentioned, how are you going to appeal to conservative voters? The response that you gave me, Daedalus, was that we should have a federal holiday, such that people wouldn't have to work, such that it would be easier for people to vote. Portland and Josiah, correct me if I'm wrong, both of you said that we should emphasize mail-in ballots so that people who do not have access to voting could be easier. Is that fair? I'm not misquoting anyone.
And I would say all the above, because I think we would also agree that making like Election Day a federal holiday would be a good idea.
To generalize it, it's structurally changing it to make voting more accessible for everyone.
Well, and I also said on a cultural and socio-political level, we definitely need to be willing to engage more with Republicans and people on the right side of the spectrum civilly and in productive conversations about issues that are relevant to our communities. But we can't do that in a way that maintains an air of intellectual dishonesty where we allow equivocation between fundamentally different principles and arguments and actions. So I think we just need to be honest, and we need people who are completely bought into the Trump cult of personality to be, unfortunately, there is a level of not dismissiveness, but just built-in frustration that's going to come with engaging with anyone who's so bought into that narrative. The narrative that the election was literally stolen in 2020, Trump is going to ride in on a white horse in 2024 and make it all better again. And that's about half of the Republican Party, about 15 to 25 million people, depending on which poll you look at. And it's a pretty significant amount that we still need to be able to engage with, but just in a more honest way.
And I want to be clear. I am pro calling that shit out. I think that we should not hold back. Destiny's tweet, right? My response to him was agreeing with him. Because his tweet was that both sides, the right isn't any better than the left when it comes to empathy. And I agree, right? The right isn't better at this. They aren't doing well. They aren't winning the hearts and minds and being empathetic. No, they're petty little crooks, right? But the thing is, if we are going to be honest, when we see the same crime happening, even if one may have less localized power, right? We call it out equally. That's all I'm advocating for, is when you see a crime, you say something. When you see someone do something wrong, you call them out for it. And you don't check their skin color, you don't check their check their sexuality, you don't check their political affiliation before you do so. That is it. And I it blows my mind that I'm getting pushback for this. It blows my mind that
you're definitely not getting pushback on when it comes to like checking immutable characteristics. I think we are all in agreement.
Well, even political, like political affiliation, right? We put so much into when someone sees an R or a D, we make so many assumptions, and I think it's harmful to us, right? Like if you were to look at my voting record and my voting record alone, the D next to my name, always been a D since I was registered to vote when I was 18.
agree. You've been a D
right?
tonight.
I've been a big D.
Capital centrist,
D,
a glorious
right?
enlightened centrist. Whether you admit it.
If you
Tell
look
me
at
more
my
about your big
voting
D.
record, from Gore on up, right? If you look at my direct ballot initiatives, which I voted on, right, which I can't recall any off the top of my head, right, but I've always chose the more left-leaning path, right? But to look at only that and then make assumptions that I agree with the left on everything would be wrong. You would be fallacious, right? And I think that, like, sometimes we do that with the right too. We look at the right and we see that R next to their name. We see they voted for Trump, perhaps, and we make all these assumptions about them. And I think that's wrong. I don't think we can. I don't think we should.
As I said in that, well, I was going to say, like, as somebody who's probably, at least on my team, the most like outspokenly, nakedly partisan and unapologetically so, I've even told you, I even said in the conversation with, again, Destiny, Adam, and Sitch, which was the initial predicate to all this, like, I think that conservatives are very often victims of Republican policy, which is one of the reasons I don't hate them. I think that Republican policy is bad, not only for marginalized groups and progressives and Democrats, but also conservatives. The poorest, least educated, most federally dependent, least healthy states in this country, most of them are Republican. Republican policies suck. So in terms of answering Ferry's question as well, and like, how do you appeal to these groups? I think that, you know, as much empathy as you can muster, number one, while also balancing what Portland said with a modicum of intellectual honesty. Like, I can't just make wholesale excuses. I think the election was stolen. Well, maybe it was. No, I'm not going to pretend that it was. Like, not all opinions are valid. I don't have to respect all opinions. I would try to find common ground where we could. And then there's also a component of isolation. The MAGA movement, I think a lot of people would agree. I mean, there are a lot of cult experts, social psychologists, and psychiatrists out there that regard it as an actual cult, okay? The amount of effort that it takes to de-radicalize a cult is extraordinary. You would need like 40, 50, 60 million dedicated people to take on the 10 to 20 million that Portland cited to try to de-radicalize them. We don't have the time, effort, or energy to do that. So what you do is you do a couple of things, in my opinion. You reach out when you can. You try to reach out to the more moderate voters, number two. Number three, you also try to maximize eligible voter turnouts where you can, because this is where Democrats have a huge advantage. If politics were a popularity contest, we wouldn't have a Republican in office because Democratic policies are overwhelmingly more popular. When it comes to the national office, the presidency, the single most high-profile office which gets the most voter turnout, Republicans haven't won a popular vote but one time in the past 30 years. So it's a combination of all these factors, in my opinion. And then as far as the MAGA cult, the 10-20 diehard Trumpers who prefer Trump over their own party, you just wait them out. You elect Democrats, you elect moderate Republicans if that's the only choice you have between them and the MAGA movement. And then you continue to pass legislation and hope over time they de-radicalize. To me, it's like a multi-pronged effort. I've got other questions for Whick, but I'll come back to those because I'm sure other people want to weigh in.
The reason why I wanted to, and thank you very much, Josiah, that is the answer that I was looking for. But I wanted to address, and the reason why I wanted to clarify on what Daedalus and you and what Portland were saying earlier is because while I don't disagree, sure, it would be wonderful for us to have a federal holiday to make it easier for people to go and to vote. And of course, maybe emphasizing mail-in ballots would be something we could do. But when I hear, and this is the English teacher in me, who is the we, right? When you say we, do you mean you yourself as a voter? Do you mean yourself as a content creator? Do you mean yourself as what does that exactly mean? Let's get rid of the pronouns here. Okay, you as Josiah, you as Daedalus, you as Portland, right? Because I think that while I understand we can talk about politics in two very different ways, the reality is we are all here discussing what we as individuals can do with this tweet that Whick has posted, right? Whick is here with his show. He brings conservatives and liberals onto his show, right? So I don't disagree that it's important to emphasize social movements and policies that we can promote, right? I also think it's important to talk about what you can do, what we can do as individual content creators, right? So when we're responding to Whick's tweet in particular, when he's talking about where we have to stop viewing each other as inhuman, one of the ways I interpreted that is that we as content creators have to stop viewing each other as inhuman, right? So wouldn't an excellent strategy in trying to appeal to some of those moderate Republicans and some of those moderate voters be to perhaps invite a moderate Republican or to invite some of these content creators and to have a civil discourse, to have a conversation with them? We've mentioned Destiny here a few times. I've heard that's his strategy for converting people, isn't it? He brings conservative people onto his show. He has a argument with them. Sometimes they leave ass mad because he embarrasses them. But as a consequence of that, and because he takes them seriously when they come onto his show, he is legitimately able to convert people onto the left, right? So,
yeah, this is an excellent point. I would like to say something, direct a criticism to Whick about a piece of content that he made not too long ago that I think really speaks to these principles that you're kind of talking about. You remember when you had Bryson Gray on not too long ago?
Yes,
very controversial, hyper-conservative religious fundamentalist that doesn't believe gay marriage should be legal, doesn't believe gay homosexuality
most
should be legal.
Religious right you can think of.
Yeah. And I think that there can be real value in bringing on people like that if you're really ready to engage with them with a firm hand and treat their ideas with the level of credibility that they have, not necessarily treat them like they are on equal footing with every other guest that you could possibly bring on with any moderate or left-leaning or right-leaning opinion under the sun. I think that when you bring people on that are extreme examples of the far right or far left, and you don't give them the necessary pushback because you platform, because you alienate people who feel not represented in their beliefs when they see you allow someone who's so bigoted and so vile on your platform and afford them such a tremendous amount of space and leeway to spew their venom. I think that's really harmful, and I think that in
what is the harm
pursuit of an admirable goal, you can go too far with who you have on.
Portland, can you hear him talking? Just out of curiosity,
I can't, but I'm
No. I didn't know if Portland might not have heard you because he didn't even hesitate. Can you hear him?
I was trying to finish a point, so.
No, that's fine. That's fine. No. I just wanted to.
No.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So I will ask you. Do you think that's what I did? That I brought him on with no pushback?
Yeah.
I want you to go, and I encourage everyone else. Sure. I want you to grow, and I want you to. Well, yes, I take umbrage, right? I take issue with the fact that we have to treat even someone who has abhorrent, obscene views, which I believe he has, as the enemy, right? As some demon from hell that we must battle and vanquish on the field. We can't do anything but use a firm hand. That's the word you used.
Yeah, a firm hand isn't dragging them out and killing them
and smash them. I think that, and I encourage everyone to go watch that interaction, right? I think that not only I, but Prime Kai, who was there as well, we got out what he believed. We got out him to mask off pretty easily, right? And then, that was the time allotted. what we had time for. We act as if these are things that are microcosms in time that are separate from everything else. That by doing this, if I don't do everything I have to do, like I should do in the 30 minutes to an hour, which I had that man, right? That I am somehow failing in my duties. And I reject that wholeheartedly. One, I would ask you to point to the harm. Who was radicalized by me having him on? Who was brought to the right? Or what was the harm done by me having him on in that instance? I would ask that. And second, I would ask, right, do you not think that there is a value in simply making someone comfortable enough to come back so that I can have further conversations with him on subjects? Because if all I do is insult the man and use that firm hand, if you will, he is unlikely to want to engage with me again, and thus I lose any opportunity to reach out to his audience whatsoever. I think it's a balancing act, and I think that, yes, I vociferously, and I did on the show, right? You can go back, you can check. I vociferously, right, disagree with him. I think it's horrendous and monstrous what his beliefs are, but I can still treat him as a human being, and I think I should. I think that's the right way of going about it.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way to reach out.
I just fundamentally disagree with you about your perception of like how much you accommodated him versus pushed back on him. I think this is a good example of like a time when I was like, oh man, I love the challenging content with people I disagree with, but this is nauseating to watch. The amount of airtime and the lack of pushback that he got to say such abhorrent things was troubling to me as like someone who's super liberal and
I didn't interrupt him every
approves of
second
having these kinds of challenging conversations. So I'm just trying to make the point to you that you're harming your own audience and ability to advocate for the causes that you believe in if people who watch your program feel like challenged or alienated by the level of vitriol they're hearing from guests like that.
Why do you assume that pushback needs to happen?
What?
Why do you assume that someone spouting nonsense needs to be pushed back on? Why
because
can't that person
otherwise
be allowed to spout their nonsense and have the audience see it for what it is?
In cases where they're on their own platform, I mean, obviously, I'm not trying to tell Whick who he can and can't have on, but I'm trying to tell him like what I view as the corrosive effect that it has on the credibility that one has with the left side of your audience when someone so far on the right side is given such latitude on your platform.
Why? You could just as easily say that by Whick allowing Bryson Gray to come on here and spew the, I don't know exactly what his beliefs are, but let's assume that they are as big as
let's be clear, and I want to be clear. Just stop. Right? I want to be clear what those are. He believes that we should actually kill like homosexuals and things like that. They should be stoned. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sure. So yes, that's fucking degenerate and disgusting and crazy. Are you saying that the more people that hear him say that, the worse off? Or because I would say it's the opposite. The more people that hear him say that, the better off, because then they can go, oh, this guy's crazy. Like, you know those super religious fundamentalists on college campuses who hold up signs and say all the crazy shit? The more people that see them,
that's not what he was doing. That's not what he was doing. It's
no, he said that on my show. That's how I knew, right? That's how I knew that's what he believed, right? Because I'd heard rumors, but I hadn't even said I had not heard him say it. And I gave
pretty open about his fundamentalist religious beliefs on Twitter and stuff. That was where I first encountered them, and I think he's pretty mask off in wholesale.
Point. This is a general principle. If someone has repulsive views, is it not a good thing to let them air those repulsive views to as many people as possible so that people can see them for what they are?
No, not necessarily.
You could
because
be right, but I tend to think
in cases where you do it incorrectly, you don't expose them, you humanize them, and you normalize those beliefs to some percentage of your own audience, or you make your own audience feel like the space is potentially
no one in my audience believes that we should kill gay people.
I didn't see the interview, so I can't say what that,
I'm in your audience, and I found it nauseating to sit through and was reticent to return.
I'm glad you did. I'm
not making the point you think you're making, dude. You're not making the point you think you're making. I'm sorry. It's just
what am I saying?
I'm sorry it escapes you.
What am I saying?
I haven't seen the interview either. I'm with PF. I'm just going to say, to answer your question, PF, in my opinion, and Daedalus can go, I think we should all answer your question. I don't think that necessarily like just giving a person a platform with no pushback is the best case scenario, because it assumes
I agree.
that people with repulsive views could never attract followers. There are people with charisma and certain skills that can air their repulsive views. I mean, history is littered with examples, and do great damage. I think you have to exercise judgment. There are times to platform people. There are times to platform people with pushback. There are times to tease out terrible ideas, views, and do like strategic pushback. There are times to tell a person that they're terrible, exactly what you just said when Whick explained the views to you, is degenerate and awful and all these things. I do think it's a judgment call, but no, as a general principle, I don't think that, to answer your question, that you should just allow someone with repulsive views the platform and just not push back at all.
I actually agree. One example of that is I'm a former Jordan Peterson fan, because he's gone crazy on Twitter, but his ideas laid out in Maps of Meaning are indisputably phenomenal, and I've yet to hear any even remotely thing approximating decent pushback to it.
That's because you need to slay the dragon that represents the chaos of your father.
Yes, don't you know?
Don't you know, eh?
When he talked to Matt Walsh, he did not say shit to Matt Walsh. For Matt Walsh and his buddy, the goon, Michael Knowles, talking about eradicating transgenderism. Jordan Peterson has an entire body of work about the danger of genocidal rhetoric and the danger of using words like eradication and disgust-based metaphors. And he had every opportunity to push back against Michael Knowles, and he didn't. That was a cowardly move on Jordan Peterson's part. Same with Netanyahu. Oh, well, did Israel just make the land better, so now it's okay to do whatever? Agreed. So that's a good point.
Can I offer a moment of solidarity with you? Am a former Jordan Peterson fan.
No.
This is my great shame. I am appalled. I'm serious. His Kathy Newman interview, because I didn't realize like what his political beliefs were, and then over time, I feel like he became increasingly radical. And it's my great shame that I actually was a Jordan Peterson fan.
Well, just to be clear, it's shameful that he tweets out Chinese porn and thinking it's CCP propaganda. Agreed, that's shameful. But certainly the ideas laid out.
That's where you first saw Whick for the first time, right? He was actually in that photograph. You know that?
Porn. But the original lectures on JP are, to this day, some of the best content ever created, and I will stand by that. And I guess President Sunday and I have to debate it on Whick's channel at some point, because he seems to think otherwise. But
gotcha. What about you, Daedalus? Were you gonna? It looked like you were going to say something. Were you going to also offer an opinion on platforming?
So there is a way to do it, I think, and it is kind of up to the opinion of the content creator. For example, I know nobody watches my show yet. We're very little. Please subscribe. Anyway, I did a show with the other historian I work with the other week where we talked about a 1990s book of right-wing militia nonsense.
Story.
And it was...
Are you a historian?
I am. It was an interesting show, but I took it and we talked about the book. And we talked about why the conclusions being drawn in the book are not correct, and offered up a counterexample. And it was appropriate because the guy is, I'm pretty sure, dead at this point. But it's how you do the thing and how you present the thing. There was no doubt in anyone who watched the show's mind that this was not something that we supported, that we don't support the concept of having a race war in America. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that we were against that. And like, here's the thing. I love you, Whick. I really do. But I feel like, I feel like we need to sometimes see more concrete demonstrations of your beliefs, because you are too often sitting in the moderator's chair and not often enough debating yourself. It was a lot of fun at least for me, sitting in Sunday's chat and moderating it. A lot of fun having the debate that you, Sunday, and Sirius and Doe and Professor Meat, which unfortunately named, and Lonerbox had. That was a lot of fun, I think. And it was a lot of fun watching you debate Big Papa Fascist.
I just don't like other people. So it's the same reason I always end up being the DM when I play D&D, because I think everyone else does it wrong. Okay, I don't like other people's moderation, right? And so that I find myself being the one like, okay, well, no one else is going to do this, right? So I have to put it together. I have to set things up. But you will see me debate Tuesday, because someone on the left is coming to argue for child pornography. And so we're going to BTFO that motherfucker. That's what we're going to do. And I don't care that they're on the left and more left-leaning. I am going to be very, very let's say
Centrist?
heavy-handed.
Amen, Wick.
Let's say
Amen.
heavy-handed. I won't start with saying, well, I know, right, that you're advocating for child pornography, but Trump is worse right now, and we really should treat you with little kid gloves and things like that. And I'm not going to do that. That's silly. Why would I, right? Now, will I interrupt him every 2 seconds, right, before he even gets his point in? No, I am going to politely and professionally allow him the rope to hang himself. I am going to let him dig his grave. I am not going to interrupt him by him doing it. I am going to allow him to do it, and then calmly, without yelling, right, kindly as I can, and I'm going to demonstrate why he is wrong, why he is harmful, and why his ideas are not good. I don't have to perform. I don't have to put on this outrage kind of like art show where I wave my hands and
You've been doing that all night.
interrupt and mute him to every 2 seconds and things like that. No, I trust my audience enough to know that child pornography is bad.
Wick, why don't you just come out of the closet and declare your centrism right now?
I am not a
I'm
centrist.
here for you.
I am not a
Because if he
centrist.
comes out of the
Oh, but
closet, right wingers will come for him. So,
Oh,
but here's my question, real quick. So this was like a question for like 45 minutes ago, and I can't even remember what it was exactly in response. It was either Fairy Queen or it was Wick talking about reaching across the aisle and charitability and all these things. I can't remember, but it was the example of, Merrick Garland, so the Attorney General. So he has taken reportedly great steps to try to disabuse people of the notion that the DOJ is weaponized. Give you some examples. So number one, he slow walked. We have reporting and multiple FBI and DOJ sources. He slow walked any investigation into Donald Trump related to January 6th, sat on it for over a year, rejected any attempts by anybody to begin prosecution against Donald Trump for over a year. The New York Times did a great expose on this, number one. Number two, the DOJ and NARA, the National Archives, for over a year tried to quietly get documents and things back from Trump over time so as to avoid a legal fight with him. It's another example. The second that Joe Biden's classified documents thing broke, Garland immediately appointed a special counsel, and that's his boss, the sitting president. He pulled the trigger on that much quicker than what he did with Trump, right? Because the idea is, I want to go out of my way to show people that the DOJ is not weaponized, all these things. Now we have a special counsel looking into Hunter Biden, the civilian son of Joe Biden, who has never held a government office.
Except
So-
the Burisma
So,
board.
which is not a government office, but okay. But anyway,
but still
so-
just as corrupt.
hey, tell you
Go
what,
ahead.
do you support a special counsel investigating Jared Kushner, who was a government employee?
I support rooting out corruption wherever it rears its
That's a yes. But anyway, go ahead. So right now, under Merrick Garland, a Democratic appointee, we have Republican special counsels investigating Democrats, right? He is bent over backwards to accommodate him. What has he earned in terms of the goodwill? Does the Republican Party now believe in the institution of the FBI and the DOJ? What has that gotten him, out of curiosity?
So I can answer this question, right? Not
Give
the
it.
specific incidents, but the general principle, right, of the left being more intellectually honest, and I think it is, right? I think that the left is more serious and intellectually honest overall.
Boo. Boo.
It just is. It just is. At least
It
in.
just isn't.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip it. I want it for my own.
I've
benefit.
never
Yeah.
denied this. I've never
I know.
denied this, but
You're going to
But-
D-tier, Wick. D-tier online centrist.
But right, what does this earn us? We won the midterms in a historically situation where we should not have. Right, we should not have done as well as we did in the midterms by any historical kind of account. The incumbent president during the first term just gets BTFO'd in the midterms. Just
Hold on.
loses
Trump
so
didn't
many
get
more seats.
BTFO'd in the midterms. Like, he gained House seats. Or, I mean, he gained Senate
What are you
seats
talking about? In
his-
2018?
No,
they lost so many
yeah,
seats.
He gained Senate seats. He lost the House. He gained Senate seats.
Yeah, but again, overwhelmingly,
It's the same.
they-
It's the same thing that happened with Biden. Basically,
oh my god, this conflation of the same thing. It's not.
Well,
the
well,
same thing.
but-
it is
but all-
literally this.
right?
That's literally what happened.
How many
with Biden.
houses? How many house seats did he lose?
I'm gonna-
How many
sorry?
house seats did he lose? How many house seats did the Trump lose in 2018?
I don't know exactly. He won Senate. He gained Senate seats. That's
How many?
the point. That
How many?
Biden lost House seats and gained
Okay,
Senate seats. Trump lost
But
House
see,
seats and gained Senate
like
seats.
if Biden loses one Senate seat if Biden gains one Senate seat and loses 3 House seats, right? Is that better or worse than if Trump loses one Senate seat but also lost 50 House seats, right?
He didn't lose a Senate
Are they the
seat.
same? Are these the same thing?
Dude, just Google the results of the 2
Yes,
midterms. You're
do
like
it.
fundamentally confused about the reality.
Do it.
So
You don't remember it well
math.
enough.
This is math. You can look at the
Yeah,
numbers.
it's math that it basically played out the
Oh
same
my God!
way. For
I have
Trump
to
that
do
it did
this.
for
I
Biden.
hate this. I hate that I have to do
And-
this.
and
but I'm
while
gonna
you're-
fact check
and-
you.
and while you're do-
Okay.
And while you're doing it, I was just going to say, I don't know what this has to do with the special counsel stuff because most of this happened after the midterms later on this year. So,
But do you think that this is a new phenomenon that the left just became intellectually honest in the last 2 years? No, this is something they've demonstrated for the last 10 years, I think.
Wick, why are you painting with such a broad brush?
but
What do you
even
mean the left is more intellectually honest?
Democrats, to be clear.
What does that
I don't.
mean?
Well, I don't see. Well, hang on. Wait. So I don't know if I accept that, Whit, because let's say, I mean, I do accept obviously that the left, generally speaking, Democrats, generally speaking, are more intellectually honest. But that aside, I'm not seeing where that material like it manifests. Like, so Trump did get elected. There was a time when he had the trifecta. We have a Supreme Court regressive conservative supermajority. 30 out of 50 state legislatures are controlled by the right. We have to increasingly overperform in the electoral college with each subsequent election. The right in this country has enormous systemic advantages with respect to politics, colossal advantages. But I guess what I'm saying is, I don't even think that that Garland is being intellectually honest, because as many people point out, if Garland was being intellectually honest, it would be perfectly fair to say, no, I'm not going to slow walk an investigation into Trump. If the merits are there, fuck the perception of it. You just follow the facts without fear or favor. That's his expression. I don't. If Garland is being intellectually honest, he shouldn't have to appoint Republicans to investigate Democrats. When was the last time we had a Democrat appoint a Democrat to investigate a Republican? It's always this double standard, and I just don't see where it benefits us at all. And even in the 2022 midterms, it was hilarious in that it wasn't the red wave, but they still won back the House. It was still some slight victory, nothing compared to what it could have been. But now they control
that doesn't matter, right? The like as
oh
we
no,
can
it
see
does.
with the Senate,
I just want to own it. I just want to own it.
Just real quick, as we can see with the Senate, right, and the troubles that the Democrats have, if we had a bigger ratio in the Senate, we would get more done. And much like in the House, if the Republicans had a bigger ratio than they do, if we had lost by more, that absolutely would. There would be downstream effects of that in legislation, and it absolutely matters.
It would have been considerably worse than what happened.
And again,
and that
my argument is that why that did not occur and why Trump lost in 2020 as well was because the Democrats behaved better and they were rewarded for it. Do you disagree?
Kinda, because Trump's loss in 2020 is actually quite remarkable in certain respects, because yes, he lost by 7 million popular votes, but Trump is always going to be less popular head to head than the Democratic candidate. He was less popular than Hillary Clinton. He was less popular than Joe Biden. That's not what wins elections. He ultimately lost, despite presiding over COVID and all the economic fallout, by like a 40,000 vote margin. And that was also with his voters not availing themselves of the COVID era accommodations because he was like, mail-in voting sucks, don't do it, or mail-in voting sucks, don't do it, and they didn't. So there is a timeline where right now Donald Trump is still president despite all of the things that he had, just his stupidity, his incompetence, his record, all the things working against him. So no, I mean, like in certain respects, it's really cool that hey, there are a lot more people who like Democratic policies and politicians and Republican policies and politicians, but that's not ultimately what wins the game. Going back to what Daedalus said earlier about gerrymandering, My God, Republicans gerrymander in ways I wish Democrats did. I wish Democrats gerrymandered the way that Republicans do because they know how to play the game to win. They know they're not popular. They know.
Again, this idea, right? I think this is, you're losing me here because again, I think that like we are assuming that if the slate was fair, that the Republicans would go away, and I don't think that's true.
No, I don't think they'd go away. No, to be clear, I don't think they'd go away. I just think they would be in power less often than not.
Is there
Or they'd
anything-
have to implement better policies to win votes that were necessary to actually maintain political power, which would be a huge fucking win, frankly.
Yeah, the systemic
is there-
stacking on our election is really what allows Republicans to continue to be the Republicans.
Is there anything that the Democrats, like morally and just like not just they're worse at playing the game, but like they actually do? Is there anything the Democrats do worse than the Republicans in terms of like morals, or values, or
legislatively,
ideals?
or
No, for
culturally?
Josiah, just
Oh, okay.
anything.
Collectively, no. I'm sure you could cite me like individual actions that I would probably condemn, but no,
That's
collectively.
so crazy to me. That's so crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's an intuition. You had said earlier that what is it? The MAGA Republicans you regard as a cult or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
How many people was that? This was a while ago that we were going to get into this.
I think Portland pegged them at like 15 to 20 million. I don't have the numbers.
There were 70 million people that voted for Trump, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at the polling data, the amount of people that are like registered Republicans, that usually makes up about 30 to 32% of the overall voter base. Those are the people that, when polled, about 55% of them believe that that Trump is still the best candidate for 2024. I think somewhere between 55 and 70% of them believe the election was literally stolen,
70
depending
now.
on which
Yeah.
poll you look at.
Well, hold
So-
on. The claim Trump is the best candidate for 2024. I mean, like I could agree with that solely from the lens of who is more likely to win, DeSantis or Trump. That doesn't mean I like Trump.
If you are willing to vote for Trump following the events of the 2020 election cycle and his attempt to actually upturn our democracy and install himself as an illegitimate president, I think that you have conceded enough ground on like the political and moral level that I'm assuming you're
Retarded?
bought in completely to the ideology.
I don't know enough about it, but I don't think Trump tried to lead an insurrection.
I watched
Based
it
on what I've
happen.
seen.
It-
on TV.
Well,
Who do you think tried
Wick, give
to
us
lead
the
the
centrist
insurrection?
perspective, Wick.
No, I disagree with him. I think it was clear, and I think that we were seeing this in the indictments that are
Wick,
coming out.
Hillary Clinton.
Just real
Wick.
quick, I think the indictments that are
Wick.
coming out has shown very clearly that there was criminal wrongdoing. And while yes, we got to wait to see it's proven in court, right? I think that there's enough there to make me pretty confident that yeah, he's a crook and criminals should be punished.
If that is what Wick believes, I'm more inclined to believe it because Wick is the most reasonable person here besides myself. But I don't follow of these play-by-play.
Oh shit.
politics.
PF can't see the three of us guys. We're lost in his feed. feed.
I don't follow.
I think this is power. This is stop real quick. I think this is a powerful example of the influence that I can wield that you cannot, because you are seen as a shill and I am seen as fair and reasonable. So I think the reason I am seeing that is because I am more than willing to criticize the left just as much as I would criticize. That gives me a power that you do not have.
True. Let's take this moment. You guys can genuinely educate me. Okay. I've obviously we saw January 6th, but then is the argument that Trump's goal was to literally round up the politicians and install a puppet government like
His
a
goal
military
was
junta?
to compel Mike Pence to use an alternate set of electors to maintain his position as president.
Is that what has been coming out in the indictments?
That is what has been
Yeah.
repeatedly
Yeah.
alleged by Mike Pence himself,
There's
by
quite
and
a few
corroborated
things in
extensively.
addition as well.
Yeah,
This
and
guy
as a
speaks
matter
to-
of fact,
The
no,
Georgia,
sorry.
Speaks to my point.
Georgia
Like, if
one
you can-
drop.
Hold on, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just genuinely curious. What is because I'll look it up because I'm interested to actually know what's going on. What is the evidence that you just cited for Trump was literally going to tell Mike?
You
Mike
gotta look
Pence
at the
told us.
indictments.
Mike Pence
Right.
told us.
We
Yeah,
don't
he
have
refused to do
that.
it.
No, stop.
Whoa.
Stop. Please, because I don't want. This is like I'm willing to have this discussion, but it's a I'm going to set
It's a
aside
pretty-
four or
yeah.
5 hours to talk
Yeah,
about
Well,
this.
just
because-
give it 10. Can we just get 5, 10 minutes? I just want the 5, 10-minute overview. That's it.
There are
I promise
91
you.
indictments.
Josiah,
We
you're
don't have
probably
that
actually
to
more
tell
I'm
you.
not
educated on
pushing
this.
back other than asking genuine questions.
Josiah,
Yeah.
can you give us? I think Josiah's probably the most equipped because he argued this recently, right? To give us the TLDR. So concise as you can, give us
Yeah.
the evidence to indict Trump. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it is Mike Pence's own words. He's mentioned them in interviews. He's conducted interviews where he's relayed the words biographers have written who have interviewed Mike Pence during the 2020 and 2021 election cycle, and the citations are in like an easy, digestible form in the indictments themselves by Jack Smith. So like that, it's like really spelled out, like super. It's a narrative indictment, so it's written in a way for laymen such as us to all read if you're not a legal scholar. So I would definitely check that out.
Are we just going off Pence's words? Because
No, the evidence is incredible, and there
on.
is corroborating statements from a bunch of different people. There's evidence to back up the entire chain of communication. There's like lawyers that were working directly with Trump who are publicly citing the legal precedent for Mike Pence to be able to do this. It is like so demonstrably and clearly correct that anyone who is still willing to back Trump politically, vote for him, turn a blind eye to that, is someone that you are going to have a really, really hard time engaging with intellectually, because they clearly haven't even done the first bit of research on the near insurrection that the country experienced in January 2021.
Genuinely asking questions, and your first
Yeah.
instinct is anyone who disagrees with me right off the bat is an idiot. Well, like, hold on, that's not going to convince me. I'm genuinely, because, like, for example,
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I
You
took from
did
that.
say
That's how
that.
I felt.
Let me try to explain that what I'm
evidence.
saying
I'm
is,
concerned
if you
about the
haven't
evidence at this
done,
point.
if you're still willing to vote for him because you haven't done any level of looking into the charges or the reality of the situation, I have a really, just as a casual person on the internet, have like no chance of unpacking all of
the evidence, man? Like,
What?
why don't you just why instead of saying, if you haven't looked at this yourself, if you haven't educated yourself, you're
here would be
stupid.
my-
Wait,
Let
you have
me-
interrupted me every time I fucking talk,
this is,
man.
I just
I'm
want
sorry.
5
but
minutes
it's
here to
really
explain
frustrating.
this. Because prior to this panel, I would have gladly said, as someone who voted for Biden last election, between Biden and Trump, I'd absolutely go for Trump today. This might change things if there's like clear evidence that, because my conception of what happened on January 6th is a bunch of fucking Looney Tunes went into the Capitol, and Trump said, he like kind of riled it up, but he also said like peacefully and blah blah blah, and then he did eventually concede the election in his own goofy kind of way. But
No, he's never conceded the election.
well, Joe Biden
He
is the
hasn't-
president, and he's been the president.
Yeah,
for the
but
last 3
Trump
years.
has never to this day
Well,
conceded
hold on.
the election.
Listen, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you what I believe up until this point, and I'm opening myself up to
Okay,
change
fine.
in the face of new evidence. That was my
Fine.
conception of it. So if there is evidence that no, hold on. On January 6th, Trump's plan was to install a puppet government, and there's evidence of the entire scheme and all of the plan, like Valkyrie with Stauffenberg taking out Hitler and then implementing their whole. If there was a plan like that in place,
Okay.
that would change my mind significantly. But I'd like to hear
That
your
is
thoughts on that.
that is a very big reduction. There are parts of that which are accurate. He did want to install loyalists in crucial positions of power to effectuate his agenda. There was discussion about employing the Insurrection Act to deploy the military against anyone who would resist.
Do we have
Pence.
Trump saying that?
We do not have Trump saying that, as far as I'm aware. We have his.
people who are
We
now
have
his
we have
political
members.
enemies.
No, we have people
No,
who
we
are
have his
still his
lawyers.
allies. Yeah, like John Eastman and
We
and
also
yeah,
have Mark Milley, General Milley, who spoke on
the chairman of the Joint Chiefs
who
of
spoke on
Staff.
it.
Yeah,
There's an article.
Rudy
I love.
Giuliani, who was his personal attorney at the
Yeah.
time, Sidney Powell,
What did
who
Rudy
was
Giuliani
also
say? Hold on, specifically Rudy Giuliani.
his personal
what exactly
attorneys.
did Rudy Giuliani say that Trump said about installing a puppet government?
Rudy Giuliani is one of the people who said that Mike Pence was constitutionally able to to choose an alternate set of electors in
Is that
the
true?
process of.
no,
Yes.
it's not. No, it's not. Well, no.
that he can. No, it's
Yeah.
not true that he can do it. It's true that Rudy Giuliani and other legal experts close to Trump and officials working for him publicly said
as
this
a
is
matter
what
of
Mike
fact-
Pence needs to do.
As a matter of fact, just a fun piece of trivia. The lawyer who proffered this scheme that the vice president can just unilaterally throw out ballots he doesn't like and count ones he does like was asked by Trump's White House counsel, The question was basically, dude, you're insane. Let me ask you something. If that's true, could Al Gore, the Democratic vice president in 2000, have done it to President Bush? And John Eastman, the attorney, said, no, he couldn't have done that, even though basically it was only,
Well, certainly Trump was on the phone. We have voice recording of Trump on the phone with Governor Kemp saying, find me 11,000 votes, right? That's pretty harsh evidence right there.
Yeah.
We also have members of the Oath Keepers and stuff that were charged with seditious conspiracy and have been convicted.
Well,
People
you can
who
be charged with anything. But my point is
convicted. They've been convicted of seditious conspiracy in relation to the events of January 6th. Like this is what I mean about like it's just like a mountain.
Is there any even remote? Let me ask you this: what is the steelman of? What is the most charitable interpretation of the pro-Trump response to what you're saying? Do you have any idea?
Real talk.
Intelligent pro-Trump person would respond.
Real talk, and I'm not exaggerating. This is the only explanation that I could accept as strongest.
I believe
is an insanity plea. That he literally, despite all the evidence, thought.
I would like to offer a better steelman.
Okay.
The common steelman that you also heard a lot in relation to the 2016 Russiagate investigations and stuff is that Trump himself was not directly involved with and did not direct anything.
Bullshit thing. We all agree on that, right?
There were convictions. There were convictions. There were charges.
Now I'm doubting everything you're saying because I know
what do
for
you
a
mean?
fact. Let me make my point. I know for a fact there's not a single person in the entire Trump campaign was convicted of collusion with Russia. Paul Manafort.
Collusion's not a crime.
There's no criminal charge for collusion.
Right. So okay. So not a single person. So let me rephrase.
So I want to need you to read.
But not a single person, as a result of Mueller's investigation into Russiagate, which is of course a conspiracy bullshit. Delusion. Not a single person in Trump's entire administration was convicted of anything approximating conspiracy to work with Russia to overturn the election. Paul Manafort was convicted on corruption charges. Cool. Not a single.
Okay. Do you know what do you know about Roger Stone's charges? PF? What do you know about Roger Stone's charges?
He worked with what was it, Guccifer 2.0?
Sorry.
That was the account. Guccifer was the account. I don't know if Stone was the one who worked with it, but Guccifer was the account. I can't remember.
Roger Stone with Guccifer. Right. Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Right. Someone said we have dirt on Hillary Clinton, and Roger Stone was like, well, tell me about it. That was the extent of the collusion with Russia. So hold on. Let me just say this in real time. The fact that you so confidently just said Russiagate was not a conspiracy, even though now I know for a fact it was a conspiracy, now I don't trust anything you say.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. You're fucking pointless to talk to because you literally don't know the fundamental facts of any case you're talking about. You know, like a few things you've heard on the radio or on Fox News or whatever, and you say them so confidently that you dismiss even listening to. I've corrected you when you're wrong so many times. You just interrupt. You run your mouth. I'm just done with it. Fuck it. Whick, can I go?
Please do. Name one person in Mueller's investigation who is convicted of anything approximating conspiracy with the Russian government. Name one.
It's not about the specific charges people were convicted for having contact with Russian officials and coordinating.
Well, can I just ask one?
Okay, stop. You're a fucking simpleton, dude. I'm not going to humor you anymore. If you want me to spoon feed basic information to you, Google it. I'm not explaining like I'm 5, okay? I'm not your personal fucking attendant for information. You're too dumb for me to explain it like you're 3. You're a fucking idiot.
It is 8 p.m.
That could be true.
It is 8 p.m.
It is true. You have demonstrated the entire time that we've been here that you have an IQ lower than the room temperature. It's fucking painful to sit through a conversation with you.
And
you are the reason that we can't have these conversations.
That's true.
Oh, well, I just see right there. Now I know everything else that you've said is untrue, even though there's 1,000 different fucking sources I could use to verify everything you just said. I know it's untrue because one thing you took fucking you're a fucking hopeless case, dude.
Agreed.
You're a fucking moron.
You sound like my mother.
Yeah, I'm sure your mom's probably very disappointed in you.
Actually,
what? This has been wonderful, but I want to give, if you want it, I want to give people an out if they want to escape this madness. You don't have to. I still want to talk, right? But I do want to respect people's time. I did say 6 to 8. So
yes, I think I do have to run soon. But if Josiah, I genuinely, Portland, it's been fun. Obviously, we're just going back and forth. This is all, we don't really, this is fun. We enjoy it. We don't actually dislike each other. But if Josiah actually has, and I'll obviously being kind of chippy here, but for real, Russiagate and I'm honestly open to this, but correct me if I'm wrong, not a single person was convicted for anything approximating conspiracy with Russia.
I don't know. I don't know of anyone who was charged or convicted of conspiracy. The only thing I will append to that is I don't think that charge has to be brought and a conviction has to be brought for Russiagate to not be a conspiracy. That's probably where we disagree. So I would just
clear
go ahead,
examples of
Daedalus.
contacts between the Trump campaign and Russian agents.
That's not right, but that's not illegal.
Oh, yes,
It is. That's why they were charged and convicted.
We expelled the Russian agents for espionage.
Hold on. Okay, I can't have a conversation with 3 people. So Josiah, you've proven yourself the most reasonable person here.
That's right, Whick, and you're here too. I am more reasonable than Whick. No backsies. No backsies. Fairy Queen, Whick.
Hold on.
I'm just saying. I'm just kidding.
You said earlier, you said you don't think the conviction of conspiracy needs to be put in place to say that Russiagate was not a complete delusion. So expand on that.
Well, I think the case. So I would have to go back and revisit exactly like the Mueller report because it's like 2 massive volumes.
Which admittedly I've never read. I'm hearing this secondhand. That's why I'm asking someone who would more likely be able to dispute that.
So to me, there's a world between nothing of impropriety and dark backroom calculating people conspiracy, right? There is a vast chasm, and Whick will appreciate this because there's room for centrism between these two things.
Look at it; it all comes back to enlightenment. But go ahead.
I would just say it's closer to conspiracy than to nothing. So we'll quibble over that. I think that the fact that there are these 2 poles, and as Daedalus pointed out, there was strong evidence and convictions that were brought of the wildly inappropriate and in some cases illegal contacts between Russian assets and the Trump campaign and Trump administration, even if Trump himself did not direct it. I do think that's a distinction worth making. So to your point, when people say that, Trump, he schemed with Putin to get in power, obviously the evidence does not support that. And
Josiah, that was my whole point. Not to interrupt you. That was the whole point that I was trying to make when you interjected was
so poor.
You interjected very aggressively to say a bunch of wrong stuff again. What I was trying to make the point of was that
you over and over again. But
stop. It was once, but it was
stop. Oh my God! I will mute the fuck out of all of you. Finish your point, Portland, and then I'm going to go to closing statements. That's what we're going to do. That's all we're going to do, and we can have these closing statements. And then if anyone wants to say they may, if they have to go, I understand.
I want to yell at you some more.
I get it, Portland. Go.
What I was trying to say was that the steel man of the Trump defense is that he had no firsthand involvement or knowledge, which is also the steel man defense you would make for the charges brought against his administration and officials working for him in contact with Russia, with the Russian government and powers that we know were involved in an information campaign where they were actively trying to influence. Oh, we lost Josiah. We know that the Russians were actively carrying out a cyber campaign to influence the outcome of the election. It's very, very debatable to what degree, if any, the Trump administration or Trump himself was directly involved. The steel man is no, he wasn't directly involved with anything coordinating with Mike Pence. I mean, with the Oath Keepers and with the other people that were involved in the January 6th plot. That he is personally, his hands are totally clean. Everyone around him are the ones that are guilty of wrongdoing. I find that to be a very lackluster argument, but I think it's the best defense that one could offer for Trump is that he's not directly the agent involved or making the plans and executing them.
Okay.
I got click happy.
With that said, that's fine. With that said, we have gone to routes that I did not expect, on rabbit holes that I did not expect. I will say that I will give my closing statements last, but I want to start with Daedalus and then just work our way around. And so Daedalus, closing thoughts. Why am I guilty? Or if you're on Wick's side, why am I innocent? And we'll go with that. Go ahead.
It's guilty from everyone. That would be much better.
Fair enough.
I'm going to stick and hold to that people who have more institutional power should be held to higher standards. That's all. that was my chief contention the night of. Remains my chief contention today. I love you, Whick. I am probably your fiercest defender in my subset of the community, much to their chagrin. But that's where I gotta leave it.
Thank
Is
you.
Whick hated by the historian community?
Yes. He's called
the
Whickler.
President Sunday community specifically. He is not of
Wait,
President
is President
Sunday
Sunday
not
the
a
other
fan.
historian you were referencing, Daedalus?
No,
He's the president.
he's
I was
obviously
gonna
the
say,
president of
Mr.
Canada.
Mr. President can't be the historian as well. Sorry.
But I wanted Fairy Queen to go next. So Fairy Queen, innocent, guilty, in between. What's your thoughts here?
I think that you are innocent, but I will give my reasoning here. So the reason why I'm on this side of the panel, even though I largely agree with most of the points that the opposition has presented tonight, I agree you should call a spade, but I would say that like it's a mark of respect for your opposition to call a spade and to be bluntly honest. But I also think that there's a difference between being bluntly honest and degrading your opponent. And the problem with degrading somebody unfairly like Matt Walsh or like Michael Knowles is even if they are idiots, the thousands of people that follow them are not necessarily. When you have to, if we care about actually removing these people from their positions of institutional power, if we care about getting more people to vote blue, then you have to be able to appeal to those Republican moderate voters. You have to be able to get into the mindset of what it would be like to be a mom who sincerely does believe everything that Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles says about transgender issues. And that's the reason why I have to be on this side of the issue. I think that political polarization is something that we have great reason to be concerned about. This is a study not a study, but it's an article that I pulled up. It's by the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. The title of it, you guys can all look it up. It's called What Happens When Democracies Become Perniciously Polarized. If you scroll all the way down and you'll see like what happens in polarization and democratic decline. 3 of the countries listed, they backslid from liberal democracies to electoral democracies. About 13 or 14 of them backslid from liberal or electoral democracies to electoral autocracies. And I think about roughly 7, they backslid from liberal or electoral democracies to closed autocracies. So if you care about uplifting and maintaining democracy, you should care about being able to appeal to the opposition. And you can be blunt and you can be honest in doing so, but you have to also be able to appeal to what it is that they care about. And you have to be, and I don't think that calling them idiots and slamming the man with the guitar as a pedophile is the way to achieve that.
Okay, thank you for being here.
I'm laughing too, buddy, because I see what's over your shoulder. I see that.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Just FYI, I am not a pedophile.
Sorry, not you.
Different man with the guitar. It's let's be clear.
You're
It's
not the man with the
rich
guitar.
man north of Richmond guy. Okay, beard.
I'm sorry.
Beard. He has a
Sorry,
beard.
Jeff. That's my bad.
Josiah. Guilty, innocent. What do you think?
Guilty, of course. My God, man. No, listen, Whick. Again, I'll echo. I actually enjoy these conversations. I enjoy the ongoing perpetual tension because I don't think, and I think Mr. Pibb would concede to this. I think Daedalus would concede to this. There is no perfect zone. This is a constant push-pull tension on a tightrope, and it's just minute by minute a series of judgment calls. By my judgment, I just think that in your efforts to be charitable, you aid and abet the worst side. And I think that's a problem. I'll actually link you all to, since we're exchanging links, a really good article in the Bulwark, which points out exactly what I'm talking about. There's so much, even among the so-called liberal media, into outreach to Trump supporters and to Republicans and conservatives. And, the left just doesn't understand the right and the but there's never that opposite. There's no Fox News op-ed talking about what do MAGA supporters not understand about progressives? Why, what's going on there? There's always this asymmetry of expectation. And I think it is profoundly, number one, irrational. If there is supposed to be a double standard, I think you need to move heaven and earth to justify it. And I don't think anybody has, number one. Number two, it's dangerous. I think that grading the worst of the two political parties on a curve will only aid and abet it, okay? I agree with Fairy Queen that demonizing the opposition when you're trying to reach out to them is a bad idea. And again, believe it or not, as hyper partisan as I am, the most people in my life are conservative and if they are voters, they are voting Republican. I don't hate them. But I also think that there are times and places where you just cannot give an inch, where it's like, no, this is dangerous. I can't pretend that it's not. And I can't say that this minor thing or relatively minor thing on the left is equally bad. Even if I say it is bad, I have to be able to recognize the distinction between $1 and a quarter, a carjacker and an axe murderer. And I would just also say too that I think that as far we've been all over the place, and I think part of that is we have to like be able to talk about these subtopics individually more, because there's just so much packed into here. We were Trump and Merrick Garland and Russiagate and all. I mean, just all the things, because this manifests in so many different ways. And I would lastly conclude that I do think power, formal power and informal power and responsibility scale. So be it a cultural influencer with no legislative power or the president of the United States, I think power and responsibility scale.
Thank you for being here, and
Absolutely,
I'm sure
buddy.
the tension will continue. Next up, Portland is burning. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me. This was truly, truly painful, but I hope people enjoyed it. No hard feelings, PF. I sincerely hope that you look into the Trump indictments, the scale, and like extreme amount of evidence hopefully will be enough to dissuade you from voting for him in 2024, as you suggested was a possibility earlier. I'm going to take you at your word that you're serious about that, and I think if you do look into it seriously, you'll find compelling reason to reconsider your vote. That would be a huge win in and of itself, and honestly, like the best thing that could possibly come from this panel is like even one person making a more informed political decision as a result of it. So that is a nice takeaway, good silver lining. I appreciate you guys having me on. I enjoyed interacting with all of you. Fairy Queen, I thought you brought some really interesting points to the table and agreed with the prosecution on almost everything, which was really refreshing because we were right. Whick, I look forward to seeing you treat a pro-child porn advocate much more kindly than you did any of us tonight. You really screamed and flailed and did all those hand gestures and stuff that you kind of like jokingly said you wouldn't do with the pro-cheese pizza guy earlier. And I don't know if you realize that you've basically been doing that with us all night. So I enjoyed it. Hope your heart rates come down by now. And you can follow me on Portland is Burning on Twitch and Twitter if you guys want, or X on OnlyFans.
Fair enough.
Only you.
I'll tell you what else I'm not gonna do, right? That I'll do with you that I won't do with the cheese pizza guy, is I'll still have you on and talk to you and invite you on panels. Like this is probably this guy's only shot, right? Like I'm gonna give him his shot, right? And we'll see what he's got. PF Young, go ahead.
Yes. First off, I just noticed the title of your stream is called Soy Beta Leftist Council. Now, obviously, some of you fit that description. I resent being included on the Soy Beta Leftist Council. First off,
You're my Johnny Cochran. You're my defense. Okay, you're not.
You're not on the council.
Oh,
You're not.
you're the
I was going to
defendant.
say, how can you be on the council without being a master?
Was that a Star Wars thing? Did you just Star Wars?
Second, I would like to say this conversation, to me, evidence, and the evidence said what it says that you say it does, and my opinion would be changed. I totally agree. And to me, that is the spirit of enlightened centrism. I know, certainly juxtaposed to everyone here, I seem like I'm the pro-right-wing person. I have, for example, actually my favorite videos of mine are the ones criticizing Matt Walsh for being a religious fundamentalist twerp. And so I think next time we could use some, bring on some actual MAGA cultists and, heighten the juxtaposition. I think the enlightened centrism will manifest itself much more clearly. But I do appreciate it. Whick, as always. Other than your thing about the left is more intellectual honest, I'll put you at C tier on enlightened centrist. That's pretty good.
Wait for it. I think I can win you over on this. But
Here we go.
Okay, well,
I'll let you finish your thing.
I'll just say yes. Thanks, guys. Josiah, I appreciate it. I'd be curious to discuss this topic further too, on the topic of centrism and the Trump stuff, because you, and I mean this truly, have more information on the topic than I do, and my questions, despite being couched in classic PF Jungian charisma and chip, are genuine. Like the Russiagate stuff, like this is my understanding of things, and if it's not the case that what I'm saying is correct, I would like to know that. And I am an idiot truly, so I have no problem changing my mind because I know I'm dumb. And so I know I believe things that are incorrect. But otherwise, Wick as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. When it comes to what I am and who I am and what I do, I have some very core beliefs that there should be equity and fairness in what we do. Equality is paramount. Equality of opportunity. I want to judge people based on their merit and what they do. I want to judge actions based on either the harm or the good it has caused and the intent behind it. When I look and I see one side, intelligent people, and then those same reasonable, rational, intelligent people, when someone else does the same thing that happens to have a much lower follower count or simply not be in a position that the first gentleman was or first lady was, it rubs me the wrong way. It rubs me the wrong way. It smacks of hypocrisy. It smacks of blindness. It smacks of rules for thee and not for me. And I think that that is fundamentally what is driving the distrust on both sides, because the right does this too. The right does this as well. They have these blinders on when it comes to them. And if I was on the right, I would be talking to them more than I do. The reason that you perhaps see me criticize the left more is because there are more leftists in this space. There are more leftists on my stream. There are more leftists in my audience. So obviously, I'm going to interact with them more than I am with the right wing, and so I am going to criticize them more simply by dint of there being more of them. It's a per capita thing, and I encourage you to not withhold judgment simply because someone is on your team or on your side. When it comes to having influence and power, I think that it is very clear that the cultural left wields influence and power that we should just admit to. There is a fundamental distrust of our institutions and of the government in general, largely because everyone is pretending that the truth does not exist. We are covering our eyes and pretending that one side is all evil and the other side is saintly, or there is this huge imbalance. Now, when I say I want to call it out when it happens, obviously, I believe, and I think I could justify and demonstrate that the right is guilty more often than the left. And therefore, right, we will, using my method, call out the right more than we will call out the left, because there is instances of this happening more on the right than there are on the left. But if that changes, if it ever switches, then we need to know about that, right? We need to be aware. And I think that, like, we cannot turn a blind eye just because something is on our team. Anyway, thank you, gang. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. I won't end the stream. I know there's some people who want to talk, but if you need to go, I understand. I understand you got to go. But thank you for being here. If you like this content, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch or Kick, hit that follow button. Throw me some gift subs. Throw me some bits. Give me money, because that's what I care about more than any of you, is money, 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 okay?
Centrist right there.
I am
Amen,
just
bro.
saying capitalism is based, and thank you for your support financially and otherwise. Anyway, who's staying? Who's going?
Money is the one true God.
I have to
Wick,
pee. I'll be right back, but
I'm gonna Wick. We were gonna talk afterward, but we
Yeah,
can
briefly.
set up for another time. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll.
Okay,
but
you gotta
shoot me a
go.
message, and if I'm around, we can hop back on. But
Cool.
it was a pleasure.
If
everyone.
I'd known that centrism was just liking money more than any of you guys, I would have been on board a long time ago. So
Amen.
that's a very fair parting note.
It's a long journey to the correct perspective on everything, but one day you shall all get there. All right. Peace, everyone.
See you later. You staying with us, Fair Queen, or you're dipping out?
I think I'm going to dip, but thank you both. It was nice to meet you, Daedalus. It was nice to see you, Portland. I think we've communicated before, but I don't think I actually I've seen your face before or heard your voice. So it is very nice to officially meet you. And thank you once again, Whick, for a great night. Thank you, Josiah, if you can hear me. Thank you all. I hope you have a wonderful night. Bye,
Have a good
guys.
one.
Thank you.
Hasta
Yep.
luego. Daedalus, you staying? You going?
I'll stay for a
All
little
right.
bit.
A little bit. Okay. Portland, staying or going?
I'll hang out with you for a few.
A little bit.
There's
And gang, if you were in the audience and you've been listening to this and you've been like, wow, that Whick motherfucker, I hate him. He's a terrible person. Why couldn't I be on here to castigate Whick? Or if you've been like, wow, Whick is a saint and these evil, evil bastards are coming at him with knives out and I must defend my streamer daddy.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people talking shit in chat. Somebody get in here and bring it up to the fucking screen. Bunch of
Jump
cowards.
in my Discord. Jump in my Discord, little buddies, and come into the backstage, and we'll bring you on, and we'll talk to you, because I'm very curious, right? I am never one to shy away from criticism. I'm never one to shy away from having my ideas and views challenged. Again, I do not feel swayed by the arguments made here today, unsurprisingly. The tension remains. I do think there is something to be said about criticizing both sides and how the right does more harm. I think it does. But I don't think that should give the left a pass. And that's all I got to say on that. But yeah, other than that, how you guys doing?
Now that my AC is working, so it was like shut off for like the air conditioning unit just like shit out, and so it was like 85, 87 degrees in my apartment. I work from home, and so I had to crash with a buddy once the heat became unbearable.
Kilo the Giant, get backstage. Get backstage and let me pull you on.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm a little extra prickly today because my cat died yesterday.
I'm sorry.
Pretty hard night with the family. If any of you have enjoyed this content, ask that you give Whick a sub, some kind of bits or super chat donation of some kind, just as a gesture of good vibes to help lift my spirits. I know that I would appreciate it. But yeah, other than that,
I know the pain of losing a pet, and it sucks. And I'm really sorry, my friend, to hear that. That's really
not to bring the vibe down. I am soliciting cash on your behalf to help make the day a little bit brighter. So if anybody has an extra $5 or more for Mr. Whick here, I know I would appreciate it.
Sure.
My chat is molding. Hang on a second.
50 bits for the kiddies. Thank you.
Yes. So I've just been prepping. While Sunday's down with COVID, I will be streaming at his channel tomorrow night about the new indictments. So that'll be interesting.
Beautiful. I hope PF Young is able to look into that more, because I think that the indictments are very clear, right? I think that it is one of those things where even amongst the people in my life, like real life, who are very Republican, they've kind of been like, ooh, yucky. Now it's going to take some people some time. It's going to take some people some time, because it's never easy to admit, oh shit, right? Like my side's fucked up royally, right? So I'm going to give them some grace, and hopefully, right, when rubber meets the road, yeah, we'll have the people who are diehards, but I think that it's clear that a lot of people are just going to abandon Trump. I do think that we underestimate the number of moderate Republicans out there. Thank you for the 200 bits, Feder Methodist. I'm not supporting you. This is for Pib's dead cat. There you go. Yeah, I think that we catastrophize and we conflate everyone on the right as to be this kind of Nazi fascist type deal. But I think that there are a lot, more than you would think, of very reasonable, moderate people on the right. There are a lot of people who are on the right who voted for Biden in 2020, right? Because they saw the excesses of what Trump was doing, and they saw the excesses.
Are you referring to people who voted for Biden but then voted down ballot for Republican candidates?
Yeah,
those.
In some cases.
I don't know that a lot of Republicans voted for Biden, but I know a lot of right-leaning people who are technically declared as moderates, not registered Republicans. A lot of them went for Biden. So, and then went down ballot.
I mean, look, if you would have voted for Trump otherwise, but you instead voted for Biden, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. So no. Well, Whick, here's the thing. I just want to clarify, because you could have been just making a general statement, or you may have felt that it applied more to this conversation directly. But just to be clear, nobody on this page. I say that with just almost absolute confidence. I guess I can't speak for Daedalus and Mr. Pibb, but if I were a betting man, I would bet nobody here thinks that everybody on the right is a fascist or that everybody on the right is a big. Again, I've just got to say, as the most openly partisan person here, and unapologetically so, I think that the Republican constituents, Republican voters, conservative people in this country are very often as much victims of the Republican Party leadership as everybody else is. Again, you look at the poorest, the least educated, the least healthy, the most federally dependent states in this country, they're Republican. Republican voters don't get shit for the Republican votes. They've been victimized. And
so the question becomes, right? Why do they continue? And I don't know if you read any Thomas Frank, but he's written a few books on this.
What's the problem with
why
Kansas
the
guy?
question becomes, why are they still voting for Republicans over Democrats? And I think that the answer of bigotry is on some, like in most cases, just not true. Right?
Well,
I reject that.
It's a media environment. I challenge you to find a truly left-leaning alternative to any of the mainstream cable media. MSNBC.
Yeah, it's a multi.
MSNBC,
What do you
maybe,
mean by that?
There's very far right in something like Newsmax. There's Fox News, which is pretty supportive of the Democratic Party. But there's no one that's talking about things like alternative views that are just simply not popular in the United States anymore. There's no one talking about ideas about the problems with capitalism, for example.
Yeah, I really want to drill down on this because this is not discussed enough, and this is one of the big bedrock reasons for my open partisanship and why I think we have to be, at least some of us have to be more openly partisan. Whick, I don't know, maybe you do, but do you fully appreciate the numerous systemic advantages that the right has in this country? Do you even agree with the premise?
When it comes to the Electoral College, yes. When it comes to the media, I reject that. I do not think that, like, I keep hearing, like, and when I would point out to things like CNN or MSNBC, I get hit with, that's not really left.
I want to make that case for you if you'll just let me, and then you can pick it apart. Here's my case. So actually, first, and Daedalus, you're the historian. Mr. Pibb, you're highly educated on politics. You correct me if I'm wrong. Let me start at the beginning. The right's many advantages starts, number one, in my opinion, with base philosophy. The left, such as it is, wants things to change. I'm not even going to say for the better. That's a value judgment. They want things to change. The right wants to prevent or slow walk change.
That's not true. The right absolutely wants some changes.
Deregulation and reversing of previous administrations' legislation is not really what Josiah means when he says change. Those are restorative actions to bring us back to previous norms.
Right. Had they
changes to the norms. That's
had they been successful, as Mr. Pibb points out, they wouldn't have to regress in that way.
Look at tax cuts. Tax cuts traditionally, right, taxes were higher. This is a change, an actual change, not a regression, that Republicans have wanted for a long, long time.
Let me ask you this. Let me amend my statement.
Do you not think that's a change, though?
I do. I'm saying collectively. Let me be very clear on this, because I think we're getting pedantic, but maybe you were just genuinely confused by my partisanship. When I say that the right generally, or when I say that the right wants to slow walk or prevent change, I am referring to generally speaking. I don't think that in literally every situation, the right wants no change whatsoever. There are some changes, like tax cuts. That's an affirmative piece of legislation. Or installing conservative justices in every federal vacancy. I'm just saying from broad philosophy, and I imagine most political scholars and scientists and historians would agree, generally speaking, the right overall wants to keep things the way it is or to slow walk change for better or worse. No value added to it. I think generally speaking, the left wants to make change. Again, good or bad, that's up for debate. That's subjective. But that's also not to say that literally every Democrat wants to change literally everything. I'm talking about broad generalities. Okay, that's my case. Number one, we're talking base philosophy. So then the question becomes, is it easier in general to change things or to prevent change? It's harder to change things. Most people would agree It's harder to go to the gym than to not go to the gym. It's harder to build a skyscraper than to not build a skyscraper. It's harder to build a skyscraper than it is to maintain a skyscraper which has already been built. It's harder to build a skyscraper than it is to demolish a skyscraper. I think generally speaking, from a base philosophy standpoint, the left has a harder burden. That's just one thing. Then you talk about effect.
Well, I want to tackle that because I don't. I think that
can I make
in some
my case?
cases, and sure.
Can
But
I-
like we look at momentum, it's harder to stop momentum than it is to just go along with it.
Let me make the case,
Okay,
and then if
go
you
ahead.
want to go back, because what we always do is we've all got a gazillion points, but then we don't list them all out, so we stop and go back and forth at the one. Happy to revisit it. So make a note. Philosophy. Number 2, formal systems in the United States. So I think we would all agree that to affect change, you need power. Well, in the United States, with systems of federalism and separation of powers, the levers of power are diffuse. You have 3 separate co-equal branches. You have 50 states, each with their own 3 co-equal branches. So just between state and federal level, 153 branches. And that's not even counting local and municipal authority. So the levers of power disperse. If your goal is to change things, it's harder to get a hold of those levers. Whereas if your goals are to keep things mostly the same or to slow walk change, that's easier. That's an advantageous environment. That's the second thing. Then you get into actual political systems, things like the Electoral College. That's no big deal, or that's no small deal. Rather, that is a huge deal because we're talking about the single most powerful office in this country is elected by way that advantages red rule states. Then you look at state governments, period. We have conservative presidencies and conservative Congresses, like it's the Missouri Pact, maybe Daedalus could speak to this more, where they separated these territories into a bunch of red states, of like rural states, in order to increase representation in the Senate and in the House. That's why 30 states are controlled by Republicans out of 20. So that's another major systemic advantage. Then you talk about the Supreme Court of the United States. We have a 6-3 conservative supermajority. We haven't had a liberal majority in the Supreme Court since like 1970. It's been more than 50 years. Then you look at the Senate. So right now we're virtually a dead heat, even though the Democrats represent 40 million more people than the Republicans. So then you say, well, the House is where population is really supposed to matter. But even then, the House changes hands every election cycle. Republicans, thanks to gerrymandering, because you take Wisconsin and North Carolina, these purple states, and others like them, where there's for every one conservative voter, you have one liberal voter, they've gerrymandered their way into supermajorities. They hit above their weight class even in what's supposed to be the most Democrat or liberal or progressive or blue-friendly area. And then we get to the media. So I think Daedalus is right. You have Fox News, which is activistic in a way that MSNBC and CNN and AP and Reuters are simply not. And let me make the case. So number 1, Fox News is the most popular of them by far. So they're not equal in terms of influence, period. Right? That's one advantage for Fox. And number 2, CNN is just as likely to throw Democrats or Biden under the bus. I mean, my God, I've bitched about this before on my feed. You can look it up, of situations where the New York Times or CNN will offer a very doomer headline or article about why Biden's presidency is doomed, all the crises that have happened on Joe Biden's watch. CNN, New York Times, AP, Reuters, they'll throw Biden under the bus before Fox News will throw Trump or DeSantis under the bus. They're not activistic in the same way. Jon Stewart made this case brilliantly 10 years ago. So the difference in, ideologically speaking, AP, CNN, and all them, they are sensationalist motivated. They'll throw Biden and Democrats under the bus if it generates clicks. Fox News won't do that. They're driven by ideology. Then you have OAN, and then you have Newsmax, but then that's just the mainstream media. What about alternative media? Vosh, Destiny, Hassan, nothing compared to the Daily Wire, compared to Steven Crowder, compared to Candace Owens, compared to all of them. They're outclassed. This terrain, this political environment in terms of institutions, heavily advantaged towards the right. And then the last thing I'll say, and you can pick it all apart, is the expectation. This is where I get mad at you. Because then I see all of that. I see, holy fuck. We are playing this game on uneven terrain in a way that advantages the right. And then you want me to play with one hand tied behind my back? Really? When it's not even just a game, there are actual stakes involved. That I want to be like, bro, give me something here. What's my advantage? What can I do? So that's what I would say to all this.
Sure. Let's work backwards. So
Sure.
if you are asking me to be okay with you acting immorally because your cause is good, I'm never going to do that, right? So if that is the implication about me asking you to act with one hand tied behind your back, yes, I will absolutely say if that's how you want to phrase being a moral actor as opposed to an immoral actor, yes, I'm never going to give you an excuse to act immorally. I'm just not going to do it, right?
Well, that's not what I said. Can you clarify?
wrong.
Can you clarify? Can you die? Because
What do you mean by one hand tied behind your back? Like you made the claim that I ask you to act with one hand tied behind your back. What am I asking you to do or not to do? Right, that you would say is not a moral thing, right? But is me simply asking you to let the Republicans have this one.
Let me give you some examples, and you tell me if they're moral actions or not. I would say, just off the top of my head, number one, passing federal legislation which forces maximum eligible voter turnout, even over the objections of red states. If red states say, no, I don't want mail-in ballots. Like, no, fuck it. We're going to do everything.
Yeah, I think that's immoral. I think it's immoral to impose your will in a democratic system like that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's one.
Isn't that
Go ahead.
what the ultimate result of a democratic system is? Someone's will is imposed.
But we give everyone a voice, and as we are living in a representative democracy and a republic, right, which does it differently. Yes, playing by the rules is something we should do. And so if the rules say that you cannot force a locality outside of certain criteria, which I think we would all agree would be okay, such as integration of school systems back in the 60s, right? And these things,
with respect,
right?
I was just going to say, I reject the premise because the Constitution does allow for federal voting requirements. It's actually Congress, the actual Constitution, Article 1 of the Constitution, empowers Congress to impose federal voting restrictions. They get to regulate. They get to force regulations on the states if they so choose. I'm not proposing anything that's...
I'm not a constitutional scholar. So if it is legal, I think it should not be.
Okay. But by the way, this is right here. I think we could even just end on, like, just analyze this. This is what I mean. If your initial objection was it's wrong because it's illegal in our system.
No. You mistook me then, right? I think it's wrong because imposing your will, right, on a minority over outside of certain strictures, which I think we could all agree on, like integration of schools, et cetera, is wrong morally. And hopefully legally, right? Like, I think that hopefully it's a legal thing too. But if it's not, if I'm wrong on this legally, which I'm more than willing to grant you that this might be, there might be a constitutional argument for this that I'm not aware of, that's fine. But I don't think, right, that because that I should be, as a federal government, I should be able to go into a local government and say, I don't care what you think. We're going to impose these rules on you anyway.
Does it go in the opposite direction out of curiosity? So, like, if a local government wants to make it harder for people to vote, if they, as a local government, still a government, want to basically disenfranchise, because we've seen that in the past.
What do you mean by disenfranchise?
So, like, poll taxes and, like, voting requirements, like how many, marbles are in this jar, with the stuff that we saw in the past. Wait a minute.
I'm not convinced that, oh, hello, by the way.
Johnny Scarlett.
I'm not convinced that a voter ID, for example.
I hear you. Well, hang on. No, I'm with you. And I'm actually open to voter ID too, if done a certain way. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Is it possible for a local government?
Sure. It's possible that they would be immoral. I think an immoral actor by disenfranchising people.
And what would the recourse be? Right? What would the recourse be if the federal government can't impose itself, in your view, to protect voting rights or expand voting rights? What's the if a state wants to make it, like, to disenfranchise voters, make it hard for voters? Again, some things you'd agree with, some things you wouldn't.
Sure.
What's the recourse? Somebody has to win, either the state or the federal government. I choose the federal government.
On most cases, I bow to the will of the locality over the federality.
You're a Confederate.
It's not Confederate.
Yeah. So okay. So there's
the federal government has its place, and it should be used to enforce certain things. I just don't think it should be used to enforce everything.
Nor I. I just
Fair
think that
enough.
voting meets the
So,
meets the threshold.
We are drawing our lines in different places, and that's
Yes,
fine.
as we often do. So that's one example where you say that like I offered that as a suggestion of how to fight back. I would say another one would be obviously we've talked about this before, the Supreme Court. I think there's ample predicate for it. 13 circuits. It used to be one justice per circuit. We capped it at 9. We've changed it time and time again. The founding fathers, believe it or not, Thomas Jefferson, not like a descendant of the founding fathers, one of the OGs himself, changed and was involved with the changing of the composition of the Supreme Court. So if Jefferson could do it, I don't see why we can't do it. I would say we should do that. I assume you oppose?
I do, on pragmatic grounds mostly, not moral grounds in this case, right? I don't think it's necessarily immoral. I think it's unpragmatic. I think you're basically crafting the weapon that the Republicans are going to use against us later. I think it gives them power, and it gives a precedent that they will absolutely use against us. And I think that precedent does stop many other Republicans from doing things that they otherwise would be okay with. And I know I give this example all the time, but Mitch McConnell, when it came to the 2017 and Trump was like, get rid of that filibuster. We want that filibuster gone. It's a shame that they haven't gotten rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch McConnell's like, no, I'm not going to do that. Right?
Okay. We've obviously had a
traditionalists.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Johnny, what'd you say?
I said it's the advantage of traditionalists, which Jefferson, it's interesting. Jefferson was really, from what I understand, into the idea that the Constitution is a living document.
Mm-hmm.
But it in other ways, you have modern Republicans, and they're actually doing some good by doing things like traditionally and not getting rid of the filibuster.
There is
so we've got the filibuster. Go ahead, Daedalus.
I'm also going to point out that the Supreme Court was not given a concrete and well-defined function in the Constitution originally, and I think that was a huge mistake because it's allowed the Supreme Court's power to grow out of proportion to what I think it was intended to be.
100%. They claimed the power for judicial review
Yes.
in Marbury v. Madison.
Do you now?
Right. So that's one disagreement. So that's okay. That's another. What about let's go a little bit different. Investigating. So you know how right now they're investigating Hunter Biden for the 45th time.
I thought that his whole thing had just gotten, like, his court case had just pulled through, didn't it?
Well, no. So they rejected the judge rejected the plea deal, then plea negotiations fell apart. So now there's probably going to be a trial, which is why the Trump-appointed U.S. attorney requested to be appointed as special counsel. Yeah. So you know how, but it's not just the special counsel. You know how Congress, obviously, Republicans are investigating Hunter Biden. What if Chairman Josiah wanted to investigate Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump? Be like, okay. There's predicate here, $2 billion that you get from the Saudis, even though you were not a real estate genius, but you were also a member of the Trump administration.
I have no problem with investigating. If you think a crime was committed, I think there should be investigated. Done. Sure.
Okay, so that's one that we agree on because I think that's one that Democrats could use to their advantage, right? So that's one. I
would caution that if you think a crime is committed,
give me the one. Give me the damn one. Just give me the one, man. Come on, bro. Come on.
But see, this is the way you phrase it gives me pause, right? Like the Democrats can use this to increase their power. I don't want them to use it to increase their power. I want them to use it to punish crime, right?
Yeah.
Like I want
do both. They're not
to use
mutually
it to
exclusive.
stop crime from happening. I don't want them to use it as a power play.
Well, Congress isn't an executive branch law enforcement agency. They wouldn't be quote unquote stopping crime. It would be a political investigation. If Congress investigates Jared Kushner, there's no threat of prosecution there unless the Justice Department chooses to take up the case, right? So it would be, at least initially, politics. It would be to root out, you think something untoward, unethical, immoral, or corrupt had happened. And so you want to investigate to see if there is any there. And again, root. But if some people said, for example, I'm Chairman Josiah, but let's say Ranking Member Whick said, but Mr. Chairman, and you would call me Mr. Chairman, damn it. And I would appreciate it. And you said, Mr. Chairman, okay, yeah, maybe there was something corrupt here, but really this would increase partisanship if you go after.
Yeah, I think that's a bullshit argument. The increased partisanship is a bullshit argument, and I would reject. I wouldn't say that to you. is what
let's
I'm
say let's say Chairman Prick, then not Chairman Whick.
Sure.
Let's say he says something like that. You would say, listen,
I
it
would
doesn't
reject
matter.
it out of hand. I don't care if it increases partisanship. If there's a crime committed, if there's impropriety, it should be investigated, regardless of whether it increases partisanship or not. Partisanship isn't the issue at hand.
Well, I know you're trepidatious about it, the idea of setting a precedent and pissing the other side off potentially.
This precedent goes back, like this precedent, like it's already done. Like cat's out of the bag. This is we could go
But isn't
back.
that also, I guess, go back to the Supreme Court? Isn't that the case with the Supreme Court too? That there's precedent for it of changing the composition of the court. So
When's the last time that the court composition of the Supreme Court changed?
It was after Lincoln's. It was either after his assassination or right before.
So like
the Supreme
over,
Court was originally supposed to have one representative for each circuit court in the United States. There's only 9 Supreme Court justices. There
I
are
understand,
13
but the
circuits
change
in the
was
United
made
States court
in
system. So
after Lincoln
that's
was
the best
killed.
argument for increasing the number to 13.
Right, but the number of circuits increased as well. So like they were in lockstep, and then they ceased to be in lockstep over time.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
but again, like the precedent I'm talking about has been continuous as early as I can remember, right? For the Clintons, right? The Republicans constantly investigating the Clintons, and then we investigated Bush over and over again, and we Dick Cheney and things like that. This is something that's happened over like constantly since I've been alive. Okay, and so that's
I'll accept that.
big different kind of precedent than they changed it in 1872 or whatever, right?
What about another Supreme Court move? What if, and I don't know if I've asked you this. I know I tried to get Steven on this. Destiny, he finally caved to us. So I'm hoping I can get you. Let's say we have a Republican president with a Supreme Court vacancy and a Democratic Senate. And they say, no, we're not having a hearing for you. We're going to wait until the next election. There's precedent for that. Republicans did it.
There is, and I think it was bad precedent. I would be hesitant. I wouldn't forbid it, right? But there's this like tit for tat race for the bottom that happens, and I think that's someone has to at some point put a stop to that, right? Someone has to say,
and hear me
no.
out. Get to the bottom first.
or that, or maybe the person.
That's a lose.
Maybe,
I consider that a lose state. That's a fail state.
What if the person
they're going to enact fascism? Not if we do it first. Ha ha ha. Like
I've got an alternative.
Right?
I've got an alternative.
You don't get it. We're going to do good fascism.
That's right.
Fascism,
It's called
but base.
I was going to say gashism, but that sounds wildly inappropriate. What if this? What if
like just lady fascism?
What if this? Okay. What if the person who puts down their weapon first is the aggressor? What if the person actually beating the shit out of the other person, what if they stop and we don't turn to the person getting the shit beat out of them and say,
I have outreach to Republicans so that they do.
Okay, perfect. But if they don't, if they're like, no, it should be the person getting
Someone
shit
has to
beat
be
out
the
of them.
bigger man, turn the other cheek at some point.
You know what? That works with Jesus when you're divine, at least in theory. But Democrats are certainly not divine by any stretch.
Oh, so I distinctly recall Jesus knocking over a whole bunch of tables.
Yeah. So you would push back on that. What if I said, okay, what if I used it as leverage? What if Chairman Josiah said, hey, listen, Republicans, if you don't sign in blood, you put forth a piece of legislation which we pass, which says you can never do what you did in 2016 again, ever, for any reason, or you're tried for treason or something like that, like something basically codified in stone.
We can change the process, right? We can change the process of electing or appointing, I should say, federal judges and things like that, and Supreme Court judges. I'm open to that. I understand adjusting it so that they can't. Sure, why not?
So, but using the threat as leverage, like if you don't do this, then we're going to do what you did. We are taking the moral high ground.
That's probably just a truism. Whether we should or should not is probably going to happen, right? Whether I want it to or not. And so, yes, I think that both parties, it is in their interest, both parties, right, to come together and craft some sort of legislation to fix that loophole. And I encourage them to do so. Okay. But see, this is a problem that both sides think, well, no, we want to use and exploit this loophole, right? So they both want to kind of keep this open. Democrats aren't racing to change this, right? Like they're not racing to make this so it doesn't happen again. No, what they're doing is thinking, well, they did this, so now we should be able to do this
Well,
too.
the only-
Where I think
well,
that's a mistake. I
the
think
o-
what we
because-
should be doing is saying, okay, we don't want this to happen. Let's legislate against it. Much like Roe v. Wade, and we made a mistake in not legislating that shit, right? Instead, just relying on the court system to always protect Roe v. Wade. We should have legislated it.
But you see,
We
the
should have
problem
changed the
is
legislation.
that the circumstance that led to the repeal of Roe is this exact circumstance that was created by the Republicans exploiting this so-called loophole in the first place.
By packing the court with
packing the
6-3
court.
conservative supermajority.
And by denying even a hearing to Merrick Garland. Like, it wasn't like they could have voted against him at any time because they had
The overturning of Roe v. Wade was a systemic work of 50 years by Republicans.
No, but
Yes.
but he's saying that they wouldn't have been able to
It would not
actually
have been
do it if they
possible.
didn't have that 6-3 conservative.
But some
supermajority.
of the same people who are calling for the retroactive realization that we should have legislated Roe, some of those same people in the 90s were in politics and were actively talking about being personally against abortion.
Yeah.
You know, so you've got this extremely weird sense of change right now where you have a bunch of really old politicians and you can visually see people like Joe Biden changing their minds supposedly on issues like abortion.
Let's be clear.
But
It's
we
not
want
a change
politicians
of
to,
minds.
like,
It's a push
change
from
with
the
the times,
left.
right?
It's the left wielding its power rightly, right? The left wielding
order
its
to
power
make
and
their
influence
politicians
in order to
be
get their
against them,
politicians do what they want to
Johnny.
do, right? And I think that
Yes.
this is, again, further evidence to my point during the trial, quote unquote, right? Where the left absolutely has leveraged its power and influence over its politicians to pull them left. Sometimes kicking and screaming, but pull them left, and they have a iron fist.
Wait, I wanted
on
to
a
ask
lot
you
of
this
it, right?
earlier. What do you think is a legislative move that Joe Biden has been compelled to make by the far left that isn't like broadly supported by the majority of Americans?
That isn't broadly supported.
Can you just name one for me? Because I do think
Like,
that there's
well,
like some.
that clause broadly supported by the majority of Americans, like.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Is like
Makes it
he's not
almost
being
impossible
pushed
to answer,
by
because
the
I don't know
far
what
left.
broadly supported by the majority of Americans means.
Yeah, if it has 60 or 70% majority support in the general population, you can't really say the left is like pressuring him to do it. That's
100%.
just the cultural move of
So
like,
this
the
is
tiers of
the
society that's pushing him to make a
trick,
move
right?
in accordance with the broad support, right?
This is the rhetoric trick that we use. Like, we point to these polls,
What?
which are phrased in certain ways, but I can point to polls which are phrased in different ways, which shows that the support is much, much less on
Give me an
almost every
example.
issue, right?
No,
Like,
just
let's
give
look
me a
at
single
let's look at
example.
abortion, for example, right?
Okay.
A lot of people cite this poll, right, where you know, oh look, 70% of people support.
Oh no, I know
Roe
that
v. Wade and
broadly
things like that.
supported.
But then when
can
you
do a lot of heavy
drill it down, when you drill it down into the details and how you phrase the question, it becomes
Yes, I'm
much,
aware.
much
I'm aware of what
less.
you're saying.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
disagree with what you're saying here. That like broad support can be misleading when you get granular with issue, like from issue to issue. That being said,
Sure.
the broad like support factor seems to be the only thing informing like meaningful policy changes. I don't see the fringes of those like, oh, when you get down to like 10% of people who support full access to abortion with no restriction whatsoever up to delivery, like if there's something like that implemented, it's because of like pragmatic concerns about the like timeline in which people can access abortion, not because they actually like buy into wholesale like the 9-month cutoff. You know, they're being
Yeah, I want to drill on that for a minute to get to Portland's point. And abortion is this is what I mean, where I feel like every topic needs its own like conversation, because as he's talking, I'm being reminded of things. Wick, I even more firmly reject the premise now, in just using abortion as an example. I've got one question for you, and then I'm going to bring up a point to try to reinforce it. Roe or no Roe? Is no Roe a far right position to you?
I don't think it is.
Is Roe a far left position
I
to
don't
you?
think that is either.
Okay. So the majority of Americans, I understand on a granular basis, but generally speaking, it's not even necessarily about abortion or not abortion. The number of people who want Roe laws, where elective first trimester the states,
I think there's broad support for that.
For
Right.
Roe to remain in place,
Right.
yes, specifically,
So
really
it-
broad support.
Yes, that is a moderate to left-leaning position, depending on how you define it. Certainly not a far left. And here's case in point, though. Bernie Sanders and AOC, I think, legislatively are about as far left as you get in terms of sitting members of Congress. But even they only ever supported codifying Roe. That's it. So when Roe was threatened, the Dobbs decision, even when Bernie Sanders was running for president, he says he wants to, it's on his official website, I want to codify Roe v. Wade. So even the most far left person, despite what they may personally think, because Bernie Sanders may believe, like as is the case in Vermont, you could be 8 months, 30 days into a pregnancy and you want to walk in and have an elective abortion, which is a fringe position. That may be his personal view, but all he's ever promised and voted for and proposed and sponsored is just to codify Roe, which would allow states to restrict third trimester abortions.
So the reason the Democrats didn't, and this is the most charitable, right? The most charitable reading is even as Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, Roe was really weak law. Like, it was really weak law. It was the fact that it hadn't been overturned earlier is kind of a miracle.
I
We've known
understand
for a
that.
long time that it rested on poor precedent. And so if we want to codify Roe, we would have had to codify the principles of Roe, right? So not Roe itself, but we would codify the principles behind it. And the reason they didn't do that, and again, this is a charitable version of this, and I'm going to give them some grace here, is because then it would necessitate perhaps a challenge to Roe, and they didn't want to risk that because they knew it was so. They were frightened of it. What happened?
No,
right? Does that make sense?
I don't know where I stand on that point. I certainly agree that they could have applied political capital, particularly during the Obama administration, to try to codify Roe or abortion protections at a federal level, and they chose instead to pursue the ACA. But I'll just accept all of that at face value. But my point is, I just gave you on the single issue, which is the most important for electorally since Dobbs collapsed, where the two most far left figures in the Democratic Party who actually wield power actually took the moderate position, which is just codify Roe. They didn't push for legislation, which says,
the Progressive Caucus in Washington isn't making extraordinary legislative changes and advancements to compel, and able to compel Biden to offer very much. And
Right.
They don't have that much political capital.
100%. Even the recent trans protection, I think it was like Title 40, what was not Title 42, Title 9 protections coming out of the executive branch, still allowed for states to ban trans athletes, if I remember correctly. This is not my particular culture.
Well, because trans athletes, like protection of trans athletes, again, I could be wrong because this changes. That doesn't have broad support.
No,
right?
it doesn't. But that's my point. But you made the case earlier, or at least this is my understanding, that you thought the far left wields as much power within the Democratic Party as the far right does with the Republican Party.
It wields a similar amount. It might not be the
clear,
exact amount, right? But it reads a similar amount. And I think the evidence of this is shown through over time, since the 90s, the far leftward shift that we've gone through as a culture.
I think society just wants to move that direction.
Yeah,
I don't think that there's tremendous levers of cultural power shoving us in that direction. I think that broadly speaking, modern societies, as they grow more modern, they grow more liberal. They grow
Why do you think
more
that happens?
Yeah,
but why do you think that
get
happens?
greater access to education? We get greater access to income, which lifts
Secularity.
us into greater levels of educational access and attainment. We are more invested in community. We do things
Less
that
religious.
directly correspond to legislative action.
It's
We have
exposure to more types of
reasons.
people.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
too.
Yeah.
So
I would like to insert myself right here, if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Who
And
hasn't spoken?
I have an answer to this because I think that we do recognize that media culture and stuff does influence all of this.
So, and that's exactly what I'm getting at, except instead of media and culture, it's the media and culture behind the actual legislative system. Because if you look at this parents.com article, this is the most neutral article that I could find on it. But of course, Planned Parenthood and other places have articles on this as well. Late terms, as far as terminology, and the whole system of a trimester really is something that largely came out of not the legislation, obviously, but of Roe v. Wade as a movement and as attempting to have timelines that weren't really recognized medically. So we're in this weird backwards sort of spiral where we're having to take people's minds to educate them properly on abortion and how they're performed. We're having to take people's minds out of terminology that was initially started through the legislative process instead of through the medical process. And so people have this idea of, oh, well, I'm for abortion up to the second trimester, up to the third trimester, things like that. When in reality, those terms are not something that are medically backed for every single person. And so in order to codify something like Roe into actual legislation, it would take a ton of really intensive interactivity with medical boards and with experts, where we're in a position in Congress and in the legislative system right now where people don't want to do that. They don't want to have doctors and medical experts circumventing their power to just decide whatever the fuck they want for their position.
I want to, since we're interrupting, right, and since we're interjecting, I want to give Legate Lanius a chance here. You're muted on your end. You'll have to unmute. But go ahead. What do you think?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yes,
You can.
What's up?
How you doing, Whick? So just to kind of bring it back home, I think like most of the tail end of what I thought this topic or the stream was supposed to be about. But I mean, am I to understand that your reasonable personality and your far-reaching platform are opening the floodgates to the alt-right and white nationalists and the soy leftist beta cuck tribunal, whatever's going on here? I mean, are they putting you through the ringer? I don't understand.
Well,
Can you just give me
the current argument, right? The current argument is, I believe that the left, right, the far left, wields cultural power and has an influence, in some cases strong, some cases weak, on the politicians, and that have over time pulled them further left, and that the Democrat politicians and just the culture in general, that the far left has absolutely won cultural battle after cultural battle, and we are more left now than I think we've been ever in history, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we've probably progressed over the past
Yeah.
40, 50 years further
Yeah.
than any.
And that's good, to be clear. I think that's good, right? But
you
but
think,
to act
but you
as if
seem
we
to
don't
think
have
that like the
influence is-
society's like pushing the politicians to adopt like certain legislation and stuff that would, I mean, I guess I don't understand exactly what you think is happening, where the left is like the far left is actually affecting policy
Do you
changes.
think Kamala
and
Harris would have been chosen as the vice presidential nominee if it
That's
wasn't
not
for
a
the far left?
policy change.
Oh.
That is not a policy change.
She's
Do you
certainly
think
not
it
a
doesn't
darling
affect
of the far left.
policy?
Well, hang on.
Wick, do you mind if
What
I ask everybody a
policy
question
has
real quick?
Kamala Harris enacted? Which
She's not. She's not. She was also never a darling of the far left. So I don't.
No, she was like a hardcore criminal. She was a fucking
Yeah, they hate her guts.
prosecutor.
Right. They think she's a
fucking
fed of the highest
prosecutor.
order.
She's thrown more people in jail for weed than most people
you-
will
yeah.
in their entire lifetimes.
Well,
Mr.
just to
She's Mr.
continue-
Pitt's arch enemy.
Just to
The
continue
thing
on that
about
theme.
the weakness of the left, right, and the reason it's been so it's so fractorious. I can name any politician, Bernie, AOC, any politician, right, living or dead, and say, well, the left doesn't actually support them, because there is a segment of the left who would say, oh, they're not really a leftist.
Actually, there's some truth to that, Wick. And that's the point. That's part and parcel of the left. It's not a unified. It's nowhere near as homogenous as the right is. And I know the right is not perfectly homogenous. I'm just saying the right is more
But
ideologically homogenous.
think about for Wick's position, why this is slowly becoming the case. Think about the punk counterculture in the 90s, in the 80s, that is now becoming mainstream culture and is changing the way people see gender, and is changing the way people see leftism, and is changing the way people see socialism in general.
I thought that was
The
just
left
a meme.
is no, unironically, counterculture always becomes culture given enough time.
Sure.
And so the reason I think you see a very fractorial left is because so many of the older leftists are still liberals and are still in their uptight 80s, whatever. And then other
Right.
people are slowly growing into gradually different forms of leftism.
Well,
This is what I'm stuck on, though. Those different disparate groups you're talking about, typically the only political advancements that we see are ones that those disparate groups all agree on. We don't see a lot of far left. Whick, name a piece of far left legislation, please. You haven't, and I've asked you multiple times, and every time you just like stop and bring up
I keep
Kamala
answering
Harris
you, and
or
you keep
whatever.
saying, "Oh, that's not actually far
You
left."
said Kamala Harris. That's not a law.
No, but okay, trans protection was
He's got a
kind of line.
point.
Holy shit.
Trans protection was not a line. Is that
Trans
not a law?
protection. That the
Is that
Title
not
IX
a law?
amendment. No. Hold on.
Is
That's a
that some
fucking
kind of-
terrible
some
example.
magical thing. And do you not think that's a far left position?
No, that's a terrible
Okay,
example.
you're retarded.
Trans
Okay, you're
advocacy
just
groups
retarded.
and civil rights organizations criticized Biden's
You're
implementation of
retarded.
that
This is
Title
true.
IX amendment
You could-
because it doesn't do very much to protect
You
trans
could
rights
say
from state to state.
barring redlining is a far left position, but
No,
that's not
I don't
actually
think you'd say
legislation.
barring redlining's a far left.
Excuse me, hold on, let me finish. Barring redlining is not actually a positivist position. I'm trying to back you up, Portland.
I'm
Barring
sorry,
redlining is a leftist position, and it is legislative, but it is not a positivist position. It doesn't change anything that is inherently left. And I'm gonna let Legate go.
So this transaction actually kind of inspired this, and a lot other transactions that you guys have had tonight have inspired like a question that I had, because I know, maybe 10, 20 minutes ago you were talking about why do people vote Republican? Like how can we do a better job at pulling people over to our side and all this? And I was curious because I maybe you have a shot at pulling some center right reasonable people over to your side, given how divisive things are and how toxic Trump can be. But there's also this concept of leaving the left, and I don't see any conversation surrounding kind of keeping your own house in order. So while you can talk about bringing people to your side, what is there? Just the exchange that you guys had. I'm not saying that Portland's going to turn Whick into some far right, Trump voter, but this kind of stuff happens all the time, and it drives people away from the left. And I could give you just a quick example of my voting history. Very, very, 2 minutes. So I voted for the first time in 2004 for John Kerry. I voted for Obama twice, and then I voted for Trump in 2016. And the reason why I did that is because in 2012, I want to say, I had just moved to New York, and I had gotten a job at a restaurant, and I had moved from Florida, in a state where you usually get tax money back. However, in New York, you never get tax money back. In fact, you always owe money. So that being said, at the same time that I moved there, Obamacare magically appeared in front of everybody's eyes, and I went to go do my taxes. And I don't know how long Obamacare had been enacted at that point, but I went to go do my taxes, and the accountant was like, you don't have health care, so you're going to have to pay the mandate. And I was like, okay, how much is it going to be? And he was like, oh, it's like $80, $85 for you. And I was like, oh, here's $80. Go. I don't care. The next year, it was $850. And the year after that, it was $1,200. And it just kept going and going for something that I couldn't even afford at the beginning. Now we could critique American healthcare system all we want. No, it should be more affordable and all that. But the reality is I owed thousands of dollars for something that I never even thought I would be, under law, legally liable for owning. And then on top of that, something I couldn't even afford, and something I didn't even need. And it just ripped my heart out of my chest because I was already struggling. I'm a struggling waiter and bartender in New York City. I'm trying to make it. And Obamacare is just dipping into my wallet every year, let alone all the New York state taxes that I owed. So it just put me in a really bad spot. And then I started seeing some anti-SJW content. And then all of a sudden, like, I was just pushed over to the right. Now, how right would you consider me? Like, I'm pro-abortion, I'm pro-gun, I'm pro-free speech, I'm a capitalist. I'm cool with most things gender. I'm cool with 99% of LGBT issues. There's some criticism there's some excesses in criticism that I could probably levy, but my point is,
well, who'd you vote for in 2020? Because you took us all the way up to 2016. Who'd you vote for in 2020?
2020, I would have voted for Trump, but I was in the military and I was stationed outside of my state of residence, and I had problems and issues getting
Gotcha.
my actual ballot from
Okay.
New York. So, but I would have voted for Trump. And so my point is, there's people like me who it might not be about gender, or it might not be about culture wars, or it might not be about a million other things you could talk about. For me, it was just as simple as taxes and Obamacare. But I mean, and I was, three straight elections voting for Democrats. So these kinds of things happen, and I'm curious to know what everybody's thoughts are on kind of keeping your house in order.
Well, this has been the whole discussion. The original reason we came together, I know you didn't see it, is because I said what I thought was a completely ice cold take, that we should stop demonizing each other, and we should call out bad behavior wherever we see it, regardless of whether it's a D next to your name or an R next to your name. If you see bad behavior, you should call it out. People took umbrage, said I was both sizing it, and here we are. I think that, to speak to your experience, the anti-SJW stuff, I think, absolutely played into your and my uncle echoes this kind of pattern, where up until 2016 he had voted blue his entire life. He was the one that taught me to be a Democrat in the 90s, right, when I was growing up, right? He's the one that kind of instilled those values in me, in a large part, because my family voted Republican. Like my dad, my mom voted Republican. Well, my mom voted Democrat, voted Republican sometimes. It really depended. But my dad was pretty strong Republican guy. Like, voted for the only Democrat he ever voted for was Clinton in '92. But there's this problem, right? When we aren't seen as honest actors. And I think that we are losing people that we don't have to lose, because we are not seen as honest actors. We are seen as partisans. And I am trying to fix that, because it is a problem. And while, yes, I am partisan, I do believe that the left is better than the right at almost every issue. The only issue I would think that the right may be better on these days, oh man, that'd be hard.
I mean, what does better on even mean,
maids,
though?
like the maids thing, I'm very against maids, and I think that's pretty right-wing coded.
I don't know what
for
that is. Maids?
medically
That's a Canadian
assistance in
thing.
death.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm
yeah.
very against that.
But that's more like a moral position that you have, though, right? I mean, like,
Well, yeah.
as far as
I mean, all my
policy, you
positions
really
are moral
think that,
positions.
like, you think that it's morally bad, but you really think that it should be, like, not offered anywhere in the world for people who would seek that kind of treatment out?
Not unless under very stringent conditions, such as terminal illness.
Right now, it's
Well,
That's
Portland,
sure.
Portland, what-
So, like, people
what do
who
you-
are or in states of, like, continuous debilitating chronic illness or something like that, I mean, you would deny them access to that kind of care and tell them, like, if you want to die, you should go shoot yourself, right?
I
Right.
think that I can't stop you from doing it, but you can't make me help you.
Why should yeah, but you're not saying that from, like, a personal perspective. You're saying you don't think the state should offer people the capacity.
No, because I think that it's always going to be easier for the government to just kill the people who are struggling, right?
Yeah, I
than
can
it
make
is
an
to
argument
actually
against
fix their
maids from a
position.
leftist perspective, is that they're using
Yeah.
Yeah.
they can use it to avoid
Look,
addressing societal issues.
And they do.
we've
That's
had
what's been happening.
we've had elective assisted
But
suicide in the state of
this is
Oregon
beside
for
the
a
point.
very
This is
long
beside the
time.
point. We're doing a maids debate next week. Okay, that's next
Yeah.
week. Okay, that's next Friday. Not this Friday. Next Friday.
Every time.
Stop.
Do you mind if
Every
I
single time, man?
What?
Wick, do you mind if I transfer that question over to the soy beta cuck leftist and mafia here? So I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think that the people that defect from the left were they just always fascists, or do they
No.
have some reasonable concerns?
Nah, dude. People. Okay, there's a combination problem here that I see as far as positivist claims. Remember when we were saying earlier, like, we can't think of a lot of actually leftist legislation that is adding something to society rather than taking away something that was in place that we no longer find to be acceptable. However, there are some positivist leftist legislations, like Obamacare, attempting to make everybody get on some form of medical assistance, not medical assistance, but insurance, excuse me.
Insurance, yeah.
Insurance, yeah. And that has negatively affected many people because it wasn't very famously, Obamacare and the website were not even rolled out properly. And so the left needs more active building propositions that are not poorly structured. The problems with that include not only the fact that we supposedly have no money except for anything having to do with the military, and also the fact that every single legislation that anybody wants to put forward has to be very heavily earmarked in order to make the other side vote for it. And so that's what leads to the frivolous spending. And so now we're in this endless cycle of we can't get anything passed, and if we do get anything passed, it's full of frivolous spending.
Well,
or it's poorly laid out.
I don't disagree with you, but I think, so that's an analysis of things from a policy level. I'm talking about more of like a ground level.
Okay, you're talking about that's one of the reasons that I find that's one of the reasons that I find the top level Federalist left to be largely useless. It's not, and I'm certainly not moving away from the left on a local policy perspective. So you're absolutely right.
Well, yeah. What I'm
Johnny,
kind of
really quick.
getting at is like, so if your average Democrat voter who may or may not be involved in these online spaces, generally, if they're the younger they are, the more likely they are. But either way, your average Democrat voter that might have to deal with the most woke, scoldy, soy beta mafia cultists out there that berate them for having one disagreement about maybe something culture warish or maybe something about capitalism or whatever it is, and just get woke scolded to the point where they're sick of it. And it's not even because they don't want to vote Democrat anymore. They just don't want to be associated with all of the leftist infighting toxicity that we all know exists.
That's a weak position, don't you think, though? I'm just as sick of the woke scolding as you are, but on a personal level, for the decisions that I want to make for my locality and my country, I'm not going to compromise the positions that I genuinely hold just because somebody on Twitter said something mean to me the other day.
Hang on, Daedalus is about to head out, so
I'll be back.
see you, Daedalus.
I'll be back in 5.
Oh, you will? Oh, okay. I thought you were leaving. Okay.
Yeah. So sorry, was not clear.
Sorry.
Portland was
Johnny.
trying to get in. I want to give space to Portland, though. Go ahead.
Johnny, you brought up Obamacare as like a leftist policy. I think it's another good example of a broadly supported policy that has like general support from all parts of the like left side of the spectrum, both the moderates and the more extreme contingents. And that the main criticism that people on the far left had was that it didn't go nearly far enough. So to call it and that's the continuous, consistent theme with every bit of legislation that we brought up is like, it gets passed because it has really, really, really broad support from a large portion of the voters, and it ends up unsatisfying to the far left in whatever implementation we put it out in. So I just don't see the strong influence of far leftist rhetoric and advocacy in American policies and politics. I don't 100% see any evidence of it.
So I want to add to that too, because this is where it goes back to, in my opinion, how the whole thing has been pre-framed in a way to grade the right on a curve and impose the most absurd impositions on the left. Obamacare its legislative history was fraught, and President Obama, to his benefit, if we're taking bipartisanship as like an inherent value, which I don't, it's a means to an end. Bad bipartisan legislation is not good simply because it was bipartisan. Means to an end. He tried to work repeatedly with conservatives and Republicans to craft some acceptable form of affordable health care. Many people called the ACA Romney Care 2.0, right? To Portland's point. And then they shanked him with it at the last minute. They withdrew support, and it had to be passed on a party basis. Obamacare had numerous critics, and still to this day, for the very reason that Legate here pointed out, because it increased insurance premiums, and definitely within like the immediate few years in the aftermath of the ACA.
The tax mandate was my biggest concern.
The tax mandate alienated a lot of single issue voters that like Legate, and not to use single issue voter as like a pejorative or something, but you just kind of spelled out the issue of single issue voting and like a particular policy having an kind of an externalizing effect that was negative for you personally, and it's impacted the way that you vote. That's not necessarily like, I still don't see it as like a reflection of like far leftist influence having like this impact on policy, but it is something that like we have to always be mindful of is like there's people caught in the wake of any broad sweeping legislation, and we do risk losing some of those people when they get overlooked in the implications of new policy. But it's not a far
Right.
leftist
Would like
policy.
to be.
No. Can I, if I may, I reject that wholeheartedly. I think that the Affordable Care Act, as it was intended, not how maybe it was passed, right, but in its initial formation, was absolutely a leftist policy. Absolutely.
But far left is
universal health care
because it
extremely
was
broadly
supported by a lot of people. Like, do you not? If your definition of leftist policy includes it doesn't hold support with the broad majority of Americans, then I think that fails as a definition. I think you could have a leftist policy, even a far leftist policy, that is supported by the broad majority of Americans.
This is where we're getting tripped up. Great. Let's just hone in on this. I'm sorry, just a second here, because this is what Mr. Pibb was trying to get at earlier when he's like, the way we conceptualize it, Whick, and maybe this is where you can help us with the definition. Pibb and I are talking about fringes. I can't speak for Johnny and I can't speak for Leagate. So when you correlate the fringe position with what the majority wants, it ceases to be fringe. So that's why we reject codifying Roe as a far leftist position. The majority of people want it. It's not fringe. It's not a leftist position. It is the moderate position. It may be a little more left-leaning than right.
That's
because how is that the case? Right? No, wait, because you.
You're not saying so. If
wait a minute.
If any position holds broad support, it's just not. It's a centrist position by definition.
It's not a fringe position.
It's a moderate position.
Yes, if it holds, it may have a flavor because there's more opposition from the right to any form of abortion than there is opposition to any form of restriction to abortion on the left. It may have a flavor. But we're talking about fringes. That's why I think, again, I can't speak for Pibb, but I know I was shocked.
You're 100% correct.
When you said that the far left, that there's basically a MAGA equivalent on the left. I was blown away by that because I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's definitely something I wanted to ask you guys about too.
The majority of the Democratic Party's positions enjoy support. It's not a far left party. Even the far leftists in the group like AOC and Bernie largely fall in line. Like on the issue of abortions, a great example. They're not out saying, no, listen, God damn it, there better be elective abortions until the 5 minutes before there's a breach. You know what I mean? Like that's just not the case. Whereas you do have Republicans saying, actually, we want a nationwide abortion ban. There is no counterweight to that on the left.
Where has that passed legislatively? Like,
there is no federal abortion.
Yeah, and
ban.
nor is there any serious attempt at it, right? Like there's been no serious attempt at this. You understand?
Because Roe was the law of the land until last year, dude.
And that cuts against your point. Cuts against your point. There was no legislative movement made on it in how many years, despite having a strong contingent of the far left and the moderate left saying this needs to change. Tremendous left-wing support. And that kind of speaks to the point, the frustration that I'm having is that none of these policy impacts have been far left. None of these policy moves have been far left. You can point to things that have a left-leaning ideological basis, like universal healthcare, but universal healthcare, tremendously broadly supported prior to the implementation of ACA, had something like 70% broad support. Now, when you get down into the granular details, should it be single payer? Should it be like a single government offered option? Those are where it starts to break apart. But Obamacare in principle was framed as a universal health care bill and was supported broadly on that basis, which is
again,
not far left position.
If you are going to say that anything that has broad support is not far left by definition, then we can't have this conversation.
It's not fringe by definition. Fringe.
Again, why are you adding fringe to this? Did I ever say fringe?
Because that's the far left. The far left and the far right are fringe positions.
I'm doing
Why are you putting words in my mouth?
The far right.
Why can't you just say popular then, Whick? If it enjoys popular support,
there are popular far left positions. Absolutely. But they're still far left. But they're popular.
I need desperately an example of a far left position that could be legislated. I need that, please. Even if that sounds like a stupid question, I'm sorry. I'm just coming in.
No, it's not.
Like I said, gay marriage. Gay marriage is far left position.
Gay marriage is not far left.
It's not a far. Yeah.
I know that was at the time. Oh my God! This retardation that anything that holds broad popular support isn't far left. Like the far left is by definition unpopular. This is what that means. By definition, most people hate the far left.
By definition, it's a fringe.
That's retarded.
Of the
You're
contingent.
retarded. That's retarded.
You don't
That's
know what a
retarded
fringe
definition.
is,
Because I'm
Whick.
not
I'm
saying
sorry that
fringe.
you're so
I'm not using
definitionally
fringe. I'm
confused.
not using that word. You are trying to tie me to this word. I'm not using that word. Stop using that
What's
word.
the difference
No one's
between
saying
fringe left?
Stop shadowboxing.
What's the difference between fringe left and far left? Maybe that could help.
Far
There
left
isn't one.
is something that comes from a epistemological portion, like a socialist, communist kind of style. Like, look at far left by like academic definitions, and we can look at like this kind of like CRT is a far left thing, right? It's good, right, in most cases, but it's by definition far left thing. But it's getting more and more popular support. But it's still far left. Because something that starts at far left gets more popular support doesn't mean it's no longer far left. It's still far left. It's just enjoys support now.
Wick, I just don't think we're going to reconcile how we're using these
Okay,
words. I
yes,
think
because you're
them in
using
a way
this in
that
a
most of the
nonsensical
population
way
would
that,
disagree.
Again, everything has to be
Well, things can. I think also there's a relativity position here, and positions that were once considered far left may no longer be because they've entered into the mainstream. But I got to tell you, to me, this is really illuminating. I don't know about you, Mr. Pitt. I agree. We are diametrically opposed here, but now there's clarity, because this whole time I thought Whick was arguing that there is an equivalent of MAGA in the Democratic Party. And I was about to revoke his political commentary like credentials. There is no equivalent of MAGA. There's no equal counterpart to MAGA in the Democratic Party. Wick, that's what I thought you were getting at when you said these things.
Rick, do you mind if I piggyback off that one?
Oh, go ahead.
That's just a question that I wanted to ask. I mean, so you say there's no equivalent MAGA on the left, right? And maybe that's true. I don't know. But
the Democratic Party, to clarify,
in the Democratic Party. But so from my perspective, one of my overall goals in life is to just always know that I just never exist in a bubble. That's one of my main goals. I'm the likeliness that I might vote Democrat is diminishing by the day, maybe just because I've been on this trend for a while now and I don't see it stopping anytime soon. However, I like spending time in these circles because I like hearing good arguments. I like hearing smart people. And the left does have a lot of that, so I enjoy my time here. But I also analyze the right, because that seems to be the side that I'm on. So if I go to Right Wing Watch and I just start seeing all these kooks and nutbags going nuts, and I know that there are tiki torch rallies and white nationalists and all kinds of people that clearly exist on the right. My question is, does the left have anything equivalent to that? Does the left have any bad guys at all?
Sure.
Or is just everybody good guys?
No.
And if so, who are they?
So I number one, I think that's subjective, but let me just bite the bullet here, so hopefully we can clarify and have some consensus. The progressive left is not perfect. The Democratic Party is even less perfect. There are bad guys, I assume. We'd probably have to go through examples, but there's no morally infallible side. To me, you have a choice. To me, harm reduction should be the principle. Knowing that there's no perfect ideal choice, which party or which side should you back? This is how I look at things. And so I evaluate the record, the rhetoric, the representatives, the policies of each side. And then I cluster them in aggregate and say, okay, in the end, which one is the greater good or the lesser evil? To me, it's two sides of the same coin. So to your example, let's just say, for the sake of arguments, there are crazy left-wingers, because they're certainly on Twitter, people who I'm sure want to genocide all white men and yada, yada, all the things. I'm sure you can find people, Mr. Pibb and I had a disagreement about this. There are people, I'm sure, on the Twitter left. On the Twitter left.
You can see them on Twitch. I mean, I've been into some streams where I've seen streamers have banners that fly across the top of their screen that say, down with, or kill America, kill Britain, kill,
so let's just bite the bullet there. I'll take all of it at face value. I won't fight you on any of it, even if I don't know for sure. I'll just take it at face value. The reason I can take it at face value is because then the follow-up question is, what is the relationship between the crazies on each side and those who wield power on their behalf? And this is where I think we start to see a mass separation. Mm-hmm. Joe Biden is the leader of the Democratic Party, and Donald Trump is the leader of the Republican Party. These two men are not equal in craziness. They're not equal in corruption. They're not equal in bad faith. Donald Trump is a greater representation of the craziness on the left and within his party than Joe Biden is. Joe Biden's not going down with America, end capitalism, go kill a baby at 8 months and 30 days. He's not, that's not the case. And that's just
Let
one
me jump
man.
in on here. Let me jump in and say that there is a hardline leftist streak in this country. There is a tanky, bring down the system streak in this country. Just like on the other side, there is a turn this shit into a theocracy side of this country. The difference, just like you just said, Josiah, is that on that side, you have actual support within fringe people who have actually gotten elected to Congress.
Right.
And then you have people on the left side who are communists, who are tankies, who want to burn down the whole system and start over with some other shit. But can you call them Democrats all the time? Do they
Most
even
of them don't
associate
even vote for Joe
themselves with
Biden.
Democrats?
It's a matter
Did
of
they
fact.
even vote for Joe
Well,
Biden? Exactly.
I can understand that, but are you saying that no one in a position of political power, whether it be federal, state, local,
I don't know every
What is the question?
That's close to
are you saying that anybody in a position of political power,
To that
is
point,
not?
to that point, we recognize
Wait, let him finish the question.
to local politicians, they have a bigger effect on your life than a federal politician. We recognize it.
Can I give you an example of
your
like
mayor has a more of an impact on you than Biden ever will.
So I don't know. Well, I don't know about that, but I would say I don't know of an example. There may be one out there. I imagine if there were, Fox News would be covering it 24/7. So I question, number one, whether or not it exists. But number two, let's say there are, and this isn't a gotcha, but let's say there are. Okay. So now you have two parties who have crazies and two parties who have crazies in positions of power. But there's another level of analysis if you're looking to make a decision. Which one has more crazy in positions of power? And this is where the right will always, if it continues its trajectory, lose. Because there's no... AOC is not the counterweight of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For every one crazy that a right-leaning person would consider on the Democrats, I could name 3 to 4. I win no matter what. That's the important thing. Is when you're looking at this, you gotta weigh the things out. In my opinion, that's how I would look at it.
Hold on. Are you equating crazy to like religious fervor? That's essentially the
So I think-
situation that I'm getting.
So I think one way you could say that is like Marjorie Taylor Greene talked about Jewish space lasers. What's the thing that AOC said that's on that level?
Nothing.
See? Okay. That's a better argument, I think. Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe you're right, but just going back to Whick's example, I mean, maybe this equivalent doesn't exist on a federal level on the left, but state and local.
Okay,
You know,
so what's the state and local level?
I don't know. I don't know every state and local member out there.
there's
But what
no
I'm saying is,
example of
No, I
this.
can give you an example. I can give you
Okay,
an example of something I think is just as crazy. Chaz and Chop in Portland, right? That whole
Wait,
debacle.
what?
and how
Chaz
it
was in
handled.
Seattle. Chaz was in
Oh,
Seattle.
Seattle.
People always
Apologies.
confuse it.
Apologies.
Seattle's
It's
burning.
all the same to me, right? All you West Coasters, okay?
Yeah.
But
Come out and visit sometime.
sure. I think that was an example of local politicians who did something crazy, like literally crazy.
I don't think
that's
that
to the
Chaz
level.
was organized by local politicians. I think it was organized by local protesters, and
Yeah.
there were.
What did the politicians do about it?
Well,
I mean,
they
eventually
didn't
they had
kill
it
all the
broken up.
protesters.
They didn't shoot all the protesters,
Yeah.
no, but they eventually broke it up.
So right, that's a great example right there, Wick. Can we pin this down? Because you said it's an equivalent. You said I have an example that's just
I
as
think
bad.
that it would be weird of me because again, you keep thinking I'm arguing that they are both equally bad. They're not both equally bad. I am saying, and all I am saying is that we should call out the bad actors on the left.
Yeah, but that's not the answer. But
That's
see,
it.
my
That's
understanding. But hang on, wait a minute. But my understanding is we were discussing, the comparisons. Number one, is there such a thing? Number two, what is the relative craziness between the right and the left, the Democratic Party, in terms of also making decisions of who to vote for? Right. I was giving my perspective, trying to answer his question about. Even if I grant every premise, at the end of the day, there are meaningful distinctions. No matter if let's say it's a stalemate every time. Again, we both agree that there's craziness. There's craziness at some level of representative politics. if you're going to make a decision, you have to keep bringing it down to the next level of analysis. And no matter what, Whick,
for people to vote for Republicans.
I understand. That's my point. We all end up at the same space, even you. The right loses. There's no scenario, there's no timeline where you support the right. And so that's why I'm trying to explain to Legate here. This is why we've all, even centrist Whick, have ultimately, when it comes to how we vote, still vote for the left's proxy in power, the closest analog being the Democratic Party. And so what I would encourage you to do, and this is genuinely, before you make your next vote in 2024, seriously consider, okay, what is the relative strength of the craziness? How much power do those crazies wield? Like we talked about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Set aside the Jewish space lasers. She is the de facto Speaker of the House. She wields tremendous. The reporting has been intense over Kevin McCarthy.
Again, what legislation has she authored?
Well, so a couple of things here. Number one, I don't know why you're fighting me on that when you ultimately agree the conclusion. This is where we have this.
Accuracy is important.
Okay, accuracy is important. So
how we get to the answer, like we got to show our work, and it's got to be honest. And so I think it's important to show our work.
Again, right? It doesn't matter, buddy. It doesn't matter because you're still holding my hand voting. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, number one, you're voting my hand holding Democrats no matter what. I don't care how this conversation ends. You ultimately do what I want, which is vote Democrats. So
you do what I want. You vote Democrat.
So number one, precisely, we're allies in this. So number one, it's not just about what legislation she sponsors. It's also about how she votes. It's about what she calls for. It's about her influence on the MAGA base. Okay. It's about normalizing.
Can a not official influence because it's not about their legislation, right? It's not about their legislation.
I didn't say that. I said it's not just. I said repeatedly. Do I need to repeat it? That it's not just about legislation, and that there are multiple types of power, including formal power and informal power. I said.
Seem to be stuck on this. Well, who are the legislative crazies on the left? And I would agree with you that there is no.
I know you would. I accept your concession on that.
Not the end all be all, because I can point to absolutely very influential, right? Very influential crazies on the left. Like, do you not think that
But then it goes back to what Pib was talking about. It goes back.
Wait, so I want to hear
legislative accomplishments.
I want to hear what Wick's talking about, because any example is great to.
Sure.
To dig into.
If you look at, we can look at what's her name? She debated Bosch.
Anna Kasparian?
Anna Kasparian?
No.
Oh,
she's so influential, guys. You can't remember her
Professor
fucking
Flowers?
name.
Man, look.
I knew we were going
Professor
there.
Flowers?
I am terrible with names in general. I couldn't remember an actor's name to save my life either, right?
Depends on the
actor. A bad argument. It could just be a bad argument.
Or, you could be playing these rhetorical games, right? Where, again, I want to point out, let me ask you, can you give me an example of a crazy on the left? What you would consider a crazy on the left?
Brianna Joy Gray.
Sure,
That's it. That's the name. She debated Bosch on something recently, right?
Electoralism.
Yes.
I wouldn't call her crazy. I would call her
she's crazy.
Well, I'm throwing him a bone here because there's I dislike Marjorie. Not Marjorie Taylor. Brianna Joy Gray. I dislike her intensely. But there's a reason I don't focus on her, even though I've criticized her, even on Twitter, even I, the hyper-partisan guy, because she's still less dangerous than Marjorie Taylor Greene. But anyway, that's an example. Brianna Joy Gray. Do you like how effortlessly I threw that out there, Whick? You challenged me.
And name another.
Yeah. Oh,
what
shit.
is it an example of? I thought we were talking about the left's influence on government, but now we're talking about Brianna.
Again, I would point to legislation that was far left. I think you guys keep disagreeing. This is far left. Okay, let me ask this.
Wait.
Can you?
So I actually want to push back.
Can you name a far left position right now? What you would consider a far left position?
Me?
Yes, you.
Abolishing the Senate.
$30 an hour minimum wage.
Okay.
Public
if
health
one
care.
day we woke up and 80% of the country supported $30 minimum wage, would it not be a
No, it would no longer be far left. It would presumably
I reject
have
that
changed
framing.
with the economic circumstances of the country.
This is a problem.
If you let me finish my fucking sentence, I'm perfectly happy to explain why moving with the time, the economic conditions of your society and your culture changes the political space that something exists on in the Overton window, okay? If a position is considered far left in 1950, and then economic and social circumstances change such that it is no longer only enjoying a slim, like, fringe support, but a broad majority of support. It is no longer confined to the far left on the political spectrum, unless you're talking about the basis for its like ideological like foundation, which is way, way, way more difficult to say, like, oh, universal health care, that's far left, sure, but in the political context that we're using it in, universal health care enjoys extremely broad support. So it is not
far right.
fringe.
Wait. You apply this in the same thing.
Wait,
with
so
the
before that,
right.
I just want to say, as a leftist, I 100% reject this characterization of like political viewpoints. Like leftism means something a little bit more than like a rare position that's on the left. I don't accept this framing, right? Because you could have a country that's comprised of mostly people who are super leftist, who run a very leftist country, who run like a communist country with lots of, you know, co-ops and communes. And so for example, like I don't know if I'd say for the country overall, but Israel for a while had a ton of kibbutzim that were like communist communes. The commune owns everything. You work for the commune. Your children are raised by the commune. And it was very popular across the state. It doesn't make it like not leftist because it was common. I think this is kind of I don't know. It feels like a self-defeating definition.
I was under the impression that we were talking about far left positions in the United States and how much they affect current and past possibly legislation.
And their political policies in general.
And so the definition here of far left within the United States, again, I think to Portland's point mainly, has been shifting over the course of the last 40 years, especially where just what I said when I came in here, the punk ideologies that were anti-discrimination, etc., they were radical. In radical spheres in the 90s and 80s, those are now mainstream ideas. I would not consider being pro-gay marriage far left the way that it was in the 90s.
Yeah,
okay,
so that's what
we're talking like ideal.
And so my problem here with this characterization, I'll be totally honest with you, is that on the far right, people like America, they just want to make it a theocracy, but they don't want to tear down the system that is America. And I'm not a far leftist, I'm not a communist, but I see a lot of people like that on the quote unquote far left call for the total dissolution of the state, which is not the same thing. And so to say that the ideologies of people who are calling for the dissolution of the state could have an effect on legislation within the state currently seems like a self-defeating question.
Yeah, so Socrates, to kind of drive this point home, what Mr. Pibb has taken the position of, there is an ideological component to political beliefs, which can be very reductive, and that may be relatively static, but there's also like a temporal aspect. So, for example,
the
Whick,
Overton window.
Yeah, Whick was making Whick was making the case.
That's not what that means, though. That's
he's
about
already read on Twitter
perception.
once.
That's how things are perceived. That's not
exactly
like
but that was what Whick was referring to.
Wait a minute.
That's just
not a reality.
Socrates.
Sorry, Whick.
Socrates. What he was saying was that being pro-gay marriage is a far left position. Do you agree with that? I do not. I think that is the moderate position now.
I don't. So the thing is, I don't think it was far left at the time. I think it was leftist. No. I don't. You don't understand. Let me explain, because you don't understand. The way that we got gay marriage was to subsume it into hetero marriage. There was at the time a more radical. So in like the 80s, 90s. Sure. Yeah, exactly. There was a more radical conception of what a family is, that it isn't just like two parents and some kids, that it includes the kind of community of found family, that we don't have all these legal protections that are just for marriage. There was a much more radical conception of what families were. And that died when gay marriage got subsumed into straight marriage. So I don't agree that what we have now was like a radical position. I think we had a relatively centrist Obviously, there was a lot of battles around it. I'm not saying that it wasn't hard fought.
What's hilarious is you
But I think
said
you need
I
to be a
don't
little careful about
understand,
it.
but actually, no, I do. That's my position. That's Mr. Pibb's
Okay.
position. Gay marriage, being pro-gay marriage, is not and has never been radically far left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That was our position. Wick's position was it was a far left position. There were some others.
Mm.
What were
I think
some
at one
others?
point it was. You said at no point. I think at one point, yeah, gay marriage was
wait.
definitely far left.
I'm a little bit confused. It seems like sometimes you're using it as like far left and far right as ideological descriptors, and sometimes as cultural descriptors,
both.
which is what I'm having
It's
a really
both.
hard time with.
I
You
understand
are
because you want it to be a binary and either or.
No,
and it's not.
if
It's
you
both.
understood,
Oh my
you
God, you're
wouldn't
not
be.
even letting me
You
explain it.
wouldn't be.
Okay,
And
fair
you
enough.
interrupted
Okay.
me. I was
Let's-
like 2 words into my sentence. Don't
Sure,
sigh.
go ahead. I'll wait.
The point is that if you're talking about a position that was far left and now isn't far left, like you just said about gay marriage, you're acknowledging that the spectrum of like political leanings moves with time, with the cultural understanding of individual issues. And as it moves from the far left into more moderate space, it ceases to be far left in the American functional political definition, despite its continued origin in left-leaning ideological thinking.
But that doesn't hold true for all things, and nor does it hold true, I think, for when it comes to gender, when it comes to the foundations.
Yeah, I was just going to say. So, like, let's look at it from the other side. Is the current trend of anti-gender legislation sweeping the nation right now? Would you consider that far right?
Of course, yeah.
That's far right.
I'd really
depending on the specific state, the
think.
specific implementation, they're going to vary in their degrees of like, how far right they are. Depends from state to state exactly how the legislation is being
The
done.
legislation
Obviously, it could
which
be
is
more or
trying
less
to-
moderate from one individual
So
instance.
I can answer this a little bit more directly, which is that a lot of the anti-trans hate bills are propagated by a relatively small politically active minority that are copy pasting these bills across the nation. They have a support that's much broader across the right than that, but the bills are pushed by a more marginal, further right group.
So Socrates, would you say even if you agree, even if the sentiment, the broad sentiment, enjoys widespread support among the right, the fact that it's a priority is being pushed by the radical right, the far right?
Yeah, I would say so, and I would say that this farther right segment has also radicalized people who maybe previously weren't as far right leaning to become further right leaning.
I think the radical right
It's basically cultural tactics.
and 60% or 70% of the nation agreed with this, would it cease to be far right?
No. Of course not.
Oh,
Okay, let me give you an example.
Wick-
Let me give
Wick
you an
is-
example. Let me give you an
Wick's
example.
racking up
On the other end.
I usually do this. I'm going to give you one example. I'm going to give you one example. I'm going to give
I'm the
you
one
one
that's
example.
perfectly happy to bite the bullet here.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you one example.
It's,
Okay.
I don't think that Socrates was
point you're
against that
arguing.
position
Wick.
to begin with, though.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. He's
Let me-
asking Socrates a question he should be asking me. I'm
Right.
the one who's
Or
holding
even
that
me.
point. And yes, in terms of like the cultural Overton window in a particular country, if it enjoys broad support, you wouldn't consider it far right. That is just definitionally how those
reject
words
that. I
work.
would.
No,
because
that's not how that works. And let me give
Yes,
you one
it is,
example.
Socrates. Go ahead.
Okay, well, let me speak for 2 seconds, and you'll see that existed for a period of time in the last century. It was called Nazi Germany. Normally, when people say shit like this, it's a dumb, like, ad hom, whatever. This was a country that existed. It had pretty far right policies, okay, that were supported by a lot of the population. Do you think that do you think that putting people into camps and gassing them wasn't far right because it wasn't fringe?
Well, no,
It depends on what you're meaning when you're using the term. If you're talking about like the ideological basis for the decision, yes, it's a far right ideological pursuit. If you're talking about the cultural perception of the population, then it's definitionally not far right or far
There
left.
we go.
If it's in the majority support,
Yeah,
it's just not.
Sure.
Yes,
Then we
Pib and
just
I-
need 2 different words because
right. Well,
this is like
Pib and I
pointless.
were making
It's
the
not
case
that
that
hard
there's
to
2
bifurcate.
axes.
It's just being
Yeah.
really, really heavily abused in this conversation to obfuscate the point, which is why it's so funny that Whick continuously accuses Josiah and I
You are
of word
obfuscating the
games.
point.
You were creating
Word
this
game.
You were playing these word games to hide the ball with your word games that no position that can ever have power is far left.
And I clarified this earlier. I thought this was clarifying. I understand your position better now. And again, Socrates, basically we were making the case that you can consider it on two axes. Relative to what that particular state has, its Overton window, and then what I guess political scientists, political philosophers would consider a relatively static spectrum of political ideology.
Sure.
So what the confusion was again, I can't speak for Mr. Pibb, but I was thinking when Whick said that the far left drives the Democratic Party and influences the Democratic Party as much as the far right does the Republican Party. In my mind, I'm thinking he's making the case, oh my God, you think there is an equivalent to MAGA in the Democratic Party in terms of asses in seats in Congress. There's not. That's where we just kept missing each other. Whick is free to make the case that from just a hard, static ideological basis, I still don't think I agree with that the far left is motivating the Democratic Party, because I don't think gay marriage is a far left position ideologically. So we're free to make the case. I think this is clarifying.
Well, Josiah, do you mind if I ask you, so, if there's no MAGA equivalent, at least in positions of political power on the left on a federal level, what would you consider the squad?
I would consider... what do you mean in terms of are they the MAGA? I don't consider them the MAGA.
Well, I mean, they're not like Chuck Schumer, right? So what are they?
It's 5 Congress people that enjoy relatively little overall legislative success or accomplishments of any kind distinct from what the broader majority already supported.
And are prone to
they're more branded.
The MAGA contingent, on the other hand,
let's be absolutely clear. Let's be absolutely clear. The branding behind the squad is such that it is encouraging young women to run for Congress. That is the goal of having the branding of the squad. It's not a legislative equivalent in any way.
Yeah. So the squad
from the squad too.
What he's 100%. Referring to, I think, is the Progressive Caucus, which gets interchangeably used with the squad because the members are basically the same.
Daedalus just said,
right? There's 4 of them,
right?
A huge set of
huge set of policies.
So
it's just they're two different things that we're talking
agrees
about.
With Taliban, Palestine, or what have you, broadly.
Sure. Look at their leader, Daedalus, Pramila Jayapal. She is the head of the Progressive Caucus, and she and the squad butt heads all the time. Or Ro Khanna. Yeah. So whereas the counterpart would be legislatively the Freedom Caucus in the Republican Party. That's Matt Gaetz. That's Lauren Boebert. It used to be Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's Andy Biggs, Paul Gosar. People who are wanting to impeach Joe Biden literally the day after he became president.
Okay, there's something you're really hitting on here that's really critical to the conversation too. The party that, the Progressive Caucus, routinely and very aggressively criticizes Joe Biden at almost every turn for his moves not being left enough, and yet they are still in lockstep with and largely supportive of the Democratic agenda at large. The Republicans who dared to question the validity of Trump's claims about the 2020 election, what happened to them in the midterms? They were primaried in almost every, they were challenged for primaries in almost every case. They were their party largely fractured in the midterms on that basis, that they couldn't agree with the moderate, the small moderate Republican contingent about whether or not the election was stolen literally. So those people got bounced. Look at Washington's 3rd district just north of me. Sorry?
What do you think that the left is trying to do with Joe Manchin?
Joe Manchin enjoys more support than most of the he's very, very much the only left-leaning candidate that could possibly hold that seat.
Actually, wait a minute. And furthermore, wait a minute. That's true. Number one, he's the only electable Democrat in West Virginia. Number two, he's entertaining running against Biden. He's looking to pick a fight with the president, the leader of his own party. He's the one engaging in dissidence.
Right, even before that.
Wait a minute. And number three, nobody's going to primary him. Joe Biden isn't turning to Joe Manchin saying, listen, you better fall in line or I'm going to send some. Joe Manchin there's a reason that there was that meme of Joe Manchin and Joe Biden standing next to each other where they were the most powerful man in the world and the president of the United States. Joe Manchin wields more influence over the Democratic Party as a conservative Democrat than Bernie Sanders or AOC.
Are you saying, in all seriousness now, that there wasn't massive calls from the left, the far left specifically, the progressive left in a lot of ways, right, to primary and replace Joe Manchin?
Sure. And what happened? Point again, they called for it, didn't happen. Called for it, got no support, didn't happen. Went people told them fuck off.
Yeah, there was no real push on that, and
literally, why are you people said it? Everybody else was like, "No, shut up. That's a terrible idea."
Why are you shrugging? That's a major substantive difference.
The far left loses again.
Okay, but again, right? Like, my argument isn't that the far right, right, is just as feckless as the left, or the left is just as powerful. What I'm trying to get you to acknowledge is that the far left does exert influence.
How did they exert influence in the example you just cited?
Example.
In Whick's construction of left, as well as in Socrates' construction of left, these labels hold despite moving into a more popular state in the Overton window. That's all that's going on here. Is that
I know
Whick is meant to,
and we need to be able to use both.
Yeah, and I realize that. I think this is it's kind of an impasse at that point.
Yeah, I'm ready to bite the bullet and say that again. That if certain far leftists had it their way, I don't like Joe Manchin. I would not want to primary Joe Manchin because I don't think that we stand a chance. What I would like to do is make Joe Manchin a surplus. I would like to expand the Senate majority so that Joe Manchin can sit his ass like the nerdy loser at school over in his own table, and we can ignore him and do whatever we on the left want and smile and be like, "Hey, you should have played ball with us."
I'm trying to get that to happen too. I just think that the route that we are taking of turning a blind eye to bad behavior on the left is not the way to do it.
I want to ask somebody. Hold on. I want to ask somebody, anyone who's on the left, but I'm also really interested in Legate's opinion on this. What is the interaction with what I said earlier about how most the far leftists that I see, the true far leftists, like their intention to decodify the government as we know it? Like, is there any interaction with that? I didn't see anyone push back on that, but I'm also aware that there are probably leftists who wouldn't agree that that's like the true definition of the far left. I'm just interested.
Yeah, so I'll push back on that because one thing I feel like is so critical to distinguish for these conversations about like what is left. I don't agree with the sentiment that whoever says the most hyperbolic dumb fuck thing on Twitter defines like the furthest left. We need another axis of like, dumb fuck versus not dumb fuck. Saying dumb fuck shit. I disagree that's how that works. I think the left means something. So maybe like Whick, you have this like relative left Overton window. I'm talking like absolute left, which means like, you have the right, which is like supporting the king, the left, which is against the king. That's where it comes from. Like if we want these terms to mean things, we should have definitions. But I don't agree that leftists are generally, and maybe I'm making a true leftist, whatever argument, we can talk about that. But in my conception, actual leftists are talking about things like democracy, making it so everybody can vote, making it so everybody can participate in society. And right-wingers and corporate Democrats are supporting things like undermining the public school system, dismantling our institutions. Trump is dismantling political norms that make the society function. I disagree with this dichotomy that like the right is law and order when their primary candidate is like going to be a felon. I don't agree with this branding that has been created.
Can I ask
what branding you're talking about?
So when we talk about dismantling institutions, we can recognize that there's many institutions to the left wants to dismantle, and some we should say should be dismantled. Policing is a good example of this, right?
Can you name a
you want to dismantle?
Wait.
No, but the left, I would say by definition, I would say that the far left wants to dismantle policing and prison.
Yeah, but you're not saying that, right?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, good. I was going to say.
Wait, so let's take these.
But
things
is that not like? It's crazy to me that people would say that's not a far left position.
Wait. So okay. I'm not even disagreeing with those, but let's take a look before we judge. Let's like take a look at what that means. Okay. Dismantle. So let me take with the more justifiable one, which is dismantling the prison industrial complex. Let's start with the less hyperbolic. We can go to the more hyperbolic. Maybe there's more hyperbolic, which is really just a dumber version of like an actual position, right? So the less dumb version of it is like, hey, maybe it's kind of fucked up that prisons are lobbying mayors to lock up more people because, hey, I just
what do
built
you do
this new...
instead?
We need someone that's further left.
That's what he was
Socrates
right. He was gonna.
to
I'm
point
sorry.
out Socrates.
I know. I was just trying to enumerate on the point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Scott.
So a positive thing could be have legislation that requires a certain standards for prisons, and prisons such as in Alabama, where we had strikes that turned into forced hunger strikes of inmates, where they were forced to clean the facilities. They didn't have enough food, and they were being paid slave wages. We could have regulations, so that would be a positive thing, to say that there needs to be a certain level of health. You can't have just literal human shit piling up in the facilities. You have to have actual cleaning staff. The prisoners have to be paid. They have to receive medical care. Even something like that would be a massive change.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of piggyback off of that and then point out that the concept of having prisons that are privately controlled and more broadly, generally private.
He's still talking.
I apologize.
Sorry,
Anyway, I'm gonna start over. Yeah, having private contracts
Sure.
for things like prisons is not sustainable. It creates a perverse incentive to create prisoners. Like removing that kind of perverse
I
incentive
agree.
would be a fairly, I think, milquetoast leftist position. Abolishing prisons would be a far left position. Defund the police is, I think, probably one of the most fantastic tactical errors that came out of BLM.
Yeah.
In that it's not really, when you get down to it, about let's get rid of the police. It's about restructuring how the police operate and what their roles in society are. So, like, you say defund the police, and it becomes
And
a
city
2-second
funding.
soundbite. It becomes a 2-second soundbite when it's an incredibly complex set of ideas about how we allocate
People
funding.
conflate it because they want an anarchist state with no law enforcement, even though there would be law enforcement even under a leftist construct. There would be people enforcing laws that, if need be, would forcibly detain people against their will. They would just strip off, the quote-unquote warrior mentality, the militarization of the police, the profit incentive that's inherent to it. But you can't load that into a slogan.
My whole point of bringing this up was because I think that the idea, right, it needs to be more. We need something better than the right wants to dismantle institutions, the left stands institutions.
I think most people are actually in favor of just reforming institutions, but we have sound bites and provocative personalities that say things like abolish the police, but then you start talking to them and it's like, we actually want police to electric boogaloo. We want community policing instead of police that don't come from your town. We want a different kind of carceral system that's nicer and has more flowers, but it's literally still just like prison with extra steps. And that is where we break apart in terms of like the terminology that we engage with. I've never had a leftist explain to me like where abolition starts and reform stops. And I don't think that Socrates could give me the same answer that 9 other people would give me that all consider themselves far leftist if I lined them up and asked. And that's
so this
I'm curious.
Wait, so let me just address this quickly. So this is where my framework of a real idea and a dumb fuck Twitter version comes into play. There's police reforms. There's city budget allocations. So, for example, in the city that I live in, over the last few years, they increased the police budgets, but they slashed the departments of oversight and training. So the anti-corruption arms of the police and the training arms got slashed. So that tells you something about where those resources are going. In other cities, there's things like a public school that had its library turned into a incarceral center for children. So I think there's a lot to talk about when it comes to city budgets, what things go to help homeless people or make schools better so that people graduate and don't end up in a life of crime. There's a lot to talk about. And then there's the dumb fuck lefty Twitter version that's like, abolish the cops, send them into the ocean, whatever. Right? So you can engage with that if you want to. And you can say, obviously, we should tell people to shut the fuck up if they're saying that or just not listen to them. But I think it's worth thinking about those different levels. So if we talk about like, all right, stop me if you can think of a better example. This is just literally the first one off the top of my head. I'm not trying to cherry pick, but like, what's the non-dumbfuck like productive version of Jewish space lasers?
Yeah.
So quite frankly, it would be something
Clearly,
like
it's Christian space
there
lasers.
is an elite group of corporations and things like that control America.
The weather,
right?
Conspiracy theories. Yeah.
And kind of conspiracy
it
theory,
leads back
right?
to conspiracy
Mhm.
theories.
Well, we can look at the argument to make this topical, right? We can look at the argument between Shoe on the Head and Destiny about
Okay.
conspiracy theories that's happening on Twitter right now. I think that Shoe on Head, regardless of what you think of her, is no Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? No, not crazy in that way, right?
Sure.
But we can see that is the same kind of thing, if that makes sense, right? It's of a type. It's this kind of.
Wait, so I'm not aware what they
brain.
talked about. Can you just quickly?
So there
He was
is
co-signing the claim that there was that video of all the houses on the beachfront in Maui that didn't burn down, and she's signal boosting the conspiracy theory that it was a coordinated, effort, basically.
The burning was, or
yeah, that it was.
Yeah.
There's a conspiracy theory, and to be clear, this is a conspiracy theory, gang. I'm not co-signing this.
Mhm.
Okay, I want to be very clear of this. That there's a conspiracy theory that because investors wanted this land free, right, to develop and things, and people weren't selling, the prices were too high. There was a controlled burn deal, right? Where
Actually, somebody put a very similar conspiracy theory in Louisiana in my Discord the other day. It's
yeah,
the
it
idea that
happens.
Sabine Parish is on fire right now, and it's the same thing that happened in Maui.
Mhm.
But yeah, like the less wild version of Marjorie Taylor Greene would be that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, but that's still a conspiracy theory, and that's
Yeah,
still
but we
not
can
productive.
recognize that the conspiracy theories have levels. They're not all conspiracy theories are.
I think
same,
Socrates
right?
was trying to make the point that, again, that even if you steel man the crazy on both sides, there's a more reasonable steel man to be made of the crazy on the left versus the crazy on the right.
Can I ask?
I don't want to speak through Socrates. Is that what you were
Yeah.
saying?
But this
Yeah.
goes
Yeah,
back
that was exactly what I was
a
getting
point
at.
I wanted to make earlier, right? And this is a question I asked you because we there's the sane version that you were pointing to, and then there's the leftist dumb fuck, as you in your words, Twitter
Yeah,
version.
the dumb fuck
Do you
version.
not think that there is a similar thing that you may think that it's worse on the right, but can we not give similar things on the right to some of the less crazy right positions, right? Because
Yeah.
I would put abolish the police on the same level as Marjorie Taylor Greene in levels of crazy, right? Like way different. Okay, it's crazy, but it's not that level. But I think that what's frustrating to me about all these conversations is it's the rules for thee and not for me, right? Is where we can do it for our side, where we can steel man our side, but we can't quite get there for the other side.
Wait. So I'll do it live. I'll accept your challenge and I'll do it live.
That was your cue to do the Bill O'Reilly thing. We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. Okay. So when Trump said, "Hey, they took your jobs away from you," all this stuff, a lot of that is literally true. Like corporate Democrats had a big hand. Bill Clinton had a big hand into, was it NAFTA or was it
NAFTA.
the one before? Yeah, NAFTA.
North American Free Trade Agreement.
Right. Maybe there's arguments of like, it's a really complicated thing. I don't pretend to understand like global economics, right? But corporate Democrats have done a lot to sell out the working class. There's a lot of legitimate antagonism against the Democratic Party for that. So there's absolutely things that you could steel man in that. Absolutely, yeah.
In my,
I'm perfectly fine steel manning the opposition, but I just need an example of a point that you think is being overpowered by leftist dogma, but actually has validity to it. I don't know that you've named a point of contention that you feel like is being drowned out by the left, but has validity. Would you be able to?
Well, would you deny or push back against the fact that almost everyone on the left, like I'm not talking the crazy left, I'm talking even the moderate left does this. Republicans are stupider than us and they're evil.
No, actually, wait a minute. No,
That
I reject
happens
that wholeheartedly.
so-
I reject that.
So much.
Pib, do you accept that or no? I don't.
No, it's a complete straw man.
And actually,
No, Nobody on here has said that. Nobody on here has suggested that. You are talking about a belief that is not held by a significant amount of people and doesn't have any cultural or like political efficacy behind it. What is the mechanism that's being enacted with? I don't understand.
Here's the other point.
Can I just disagree? My experience, right? And I don't have like numbers on this, but my experience on this has been that's absolutely not the case. That a majority of the left-leaning people that you will talk to will say that the Republicans are evil and the Republicans are stupid and the Republicans are deplorable.
What
right?
type of Republicans? I'm sorry, can you please clarify? I want to give them a chance because maybe there is some consensus here. What Republicans?
Anyone who votes for Trump.
Dude, I did my first appearance on Twitch on your show debating Eli Monty about exactly this. I am very, very, very far left-leaning, and I took the opportunity to advocate for hearing people on the right out, engaging more thoughtfully and more honestly with the things that they have to say, community building across the political aisle. Like, these are things that I hold as very high, values and very high esteem. And I think that that's more representative of a broader sentiment than what you're leading on.
And yet, on this very panel, not 3 hours ago, when you were talking, maybe it was 4 hours, maybe 2, whatever, on this panel, right? We had PF Young on here, and you told him verbatim, if you don't agree with me, you're fucking stupid. Those are the words you used.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you will. This is live. We recorded. I'll get you the
okay. Let's just.
If you want to go back through the afterwards.
That's what you said.
I would encourage you to go back and reevaluate your own behavior during that.
Wait a minute.
What you said.
Whick, can I ask you something?
I said that if you don't have any interest in like looking up the evidence to the point that you are like willing to vote for Trump, despite all of the evidence that he was committed crimes in the involvement with the 2020 election, that it's too tall a task for me to unpack the entire like landscape of American politics and try to change your mind individually.
Okay, with that, I'll to chat like Infallible Al on YouTube chat. If you're thinking the right doesn't, I'm saying the right doesn't do this. Right does it just as much, if not more. If not more. Right? But again, I'm not because I'm criticizing the left, and I hate this. I hate that I have to fucking genuflect every time by saying 40 Trump bads, Republicans worse before I do any criticism. It's a fucking religious kind of culty kind of vibe here. Right?
No,
it absolutely is.
The thing is,
it's happening right now in front of my eyes, and you all are trying to gaslight me to say, "Oh no, we actually all believe that this thing." No. But I've seen it on this very panel, right?
Where you care more about Portland is burning in one moment of anger up against a frustrating opponent, knowing what happened last night to him, saying that so-and-so is stupid for so-and-so reasons. And I think that will keep you up at night more than Donald Trump, the former president of the United States, the leader of the Republican Party, the potential, wait a minute, saying repeatedly things like Washington, D.C. is a shithole, Democrats they're disgusting, they're scum of the earth. I could name you 10 million examples coming from the mouth of an infinitely more powerful and influential person, no disrespect, Mr. Pibb, than Mr. Pibb. And you just you're like, man, the Pibb thing bothers me more.
You called B.F. Chung dumb. You called him dumb on this very panel. Yeah, I did. And I don't think that's broadly representative of the point you're trying to
you called Pibb multiple times in this conversation the R-slur.
Sure, retarded.
Yeah, and
you're just as bad as Trump, dude.
Very R-worded arguments tonight, Whick.
Yeah. Come on, man.
I do not think so, and I think that people will be able to judge, right? And I encourage them to watch this and judge for themselves what has happened. But again, Trump is being handled. He's under multiple investigations. He has had 4. I think we're up to 4 indictments. 4?
He's still going to run for president.
This dude is going.
If we indict him, he definitely can't become president, right? Because that's never happened before. He's never been indicted.
He's no longer a threat. He no longer has majority Republican support. He's no longer
the goldfish
runner for the 2024 election.
Where I think that he's no longer a threat. Absolutely, he's still a threat. Absolutely, we don't ignore him. But what I'm pointing out to you is that you seem to be okay, right, doing it yourself. But then when Trump, right, or someone on the right does it, right? You're saying, well, oh no, see, it's happening more, and every time I try to point out any criticism of the, it's like you can't help yourselves but say, oh, but Trump does it more.
Well, let me ask you this.
I will grant you that. I don't like this. This doesn't. We don't have to say it every time, please.
Can I ask you something?
I just criticize the left without having to genuflect.
So there are so many op-eds written everywhere about how awful Trump is, like in the New York Times. How many do you think should be devoted to Mr. Pibb?
More than one.
It should be 1 for 1. 1 for 1.
More than one.
I actually
do you not think that we should have a discussion about the toxicity that goes on the left?
That's what I've been saying this whole time.
I think I don't have. We have been talking about it, Whick. The problem is the both sidesing. It's okay to say, "Wow, Mr. Pibb, don't be a dick to so and so," then end the sentence and move on to the Republicans who do it more with greater impact. That's
also the guy called me retarded like 7 times.
It doesn't count.
Okay, so like it's just ridiculous that you're like, but then you called him dumb. Like that's an example in your favor.
Like it just,
but you didn't just call him dumb.
Yeah, I did.
Everyone. I wanted who disagrees with you.
No. No, because this is just a straw man. I didn't say if you don't believe me, you're dumb. You're just full of shit. I said if you don't have the surface level interest to even look into the basic facts of the Trump case, but you're still going to vote for him, I don't need to talk to you because you are too far a project for me personally. That's a far cry from you're dumb if you disagree with me.
You also watch The Good Doctor. Does anybody watch The Good Doctor, that medical show?
Okay, I watched this. The Korean version is really good. The English.
So I've not seen it. I've not seen it, but I've not seen it. Well, I've not seen it past the first season. Rather, I don't know if the show's still going, but I want Whick to go to Hollywood and be like, guys, listen, I've got this brilliant idea for a new character. He joins the Good Doctor in the ER, and when somebody's wheeled in after being shot 17 times, I can be the guy talking about the splinter in his left toe. Guys, what about the splinter in his left toe? I understand you're focusing way too much on the bullets. The splinter. Okay, there's a bullet hole. There's a bullet hole.
Every time we wheeled in a guy that's been shot 70 times, you ask, well, did a Democrat do it or a Republican do it? Because if a Republican do it, it's obviously way worse. I wouldn't focus on it. But if a Democrat do it, then we need to work on the system.
I would say defund the police if that happened.
It's a very safe statistical bet that it was a Republican that shot him.
That's right. I would never have to ask that question. I would never have to ask that.
It's probably a cop.
The emperor is parading through the street in no clothes, and we're all going along with it. And Whick thinks the problem is the little kid who points it out to us.
That's not true, though. You are walking through the street saying, look at all the bad things that absolutely happened. They are true. I will cop to it. But then when someone says, well, you aren't wearing any clothes either. And you're like, well, we're not the king. So it's okay.
Wait.
One example of that.
Wait, what you're saying is like your elbows are showing. Isn't that the same thing?
That's not what I'm saying. Again, if you are like, we are acting as if the left is feckless and has no influence and has never done any wrong or done any harm.
It's just triage. I disagree. It's just triage.
Since we have a giant, swimming pool of leftists here, I'm super curious. I mean, what are the plans here? I mean, earlier on, you were talking about like courting Republicans. How in the hell are you going to do that?
Thank you.
I mean, you can't. I know. Look, I know you're not going to get them all, but I mean, like, for whatever percentage of Republicans you think you could sway to your side might be effective for your cause. How the fuck does anyone here have an idea about what that even looks like?
Incredibly challenging. Incredibly.
I don't think that we need to give up before we start. I think there's a lot that we can do. I think the first things that we need to do are accept that whatever conservatives, Republicans, people on the right have heard presented as who people on the left are, we need to start by contending with that. And we need to address that before anything else, which is to say, hey, I don't want to control you. I don't want to control your children. I don't think everything in the country is like just going all right, so just go along with it. I think there are massive problems. I think there are big issues economically when it comes to jobs. I don't think Biden is doing everything to address it.
That sounds great.
It's like building middle ground first.
So I think one of the ways to do that is by an offering. So, for example, I mean, you can say we're not trying to do this and we're not trying to do that, but what could you say is going on in the left to throw them a bone?
Yeah. Here, wait. I've got a great one. Okay, this is a fucking singer. Okay, so there's a lot of people on the left who will criticize people on the right for being transphobic. I will say that this is not such a clear-cut case as it's presented. Corporate Democrats have taken up the rainbow flag as a defense of their shitty policies, economically speaking. And so there's a lot that the Democrats have done to feed into the weaponization of people's identities, of the culture war. There's things that they've done, and they've been able to do it in a more subtle way than people on the right have, because there is a large amount of corporate Democrat media control. Right? So it's not just that like people on the right are pulling this totally out of nowhere, the anti-gay, anti-trans sentiments. These are things that Democrats have fed into as well.
I would just like to point out that, and I generally am very much on the side of Sock, but I feel like I'm picking on you tonight. I feel that Legate kind of asked, what are we gonna, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of sounded more like, what are we building legislatively that needs
kind of. I think what I was really getting at is, what excesses would you admit to that would give the right some kind of moment to stop and take a breath and say, okay, they're not all that bad. They are self-aware.
Give me some time here. In Portland, the decriminalization of all drugs and the banning of any sort of policing of their use in open public spaces. That is a position that I, despite being extremely left-leaning, I have been against since before we implemented it, and am more against it now because of the administrative and like support system based deficiencies that were obviously going to be exposed in such an atmosphere. Same with defund the police. We pulled $17 million from the Portland police budget in 2021. The result was a reduction in the amount of patrol officers and a complete elimination of the Violent Crime Rapid Response Division, which had a devastating impact on response time for police in the city of Portland, which was already one of the most poorly staffed in the country. These are positions that were advocated for by really, really far left politicians who were voted out in 2022 for more moderate Democrats because they didn't realize the gravity of the decisions that they were making and implement proper protocols to kind of respond to the public's need for assurances. So it's really easy to pick positions where I'm happy to bite the bullet. The left did something that didn't work out. I disagree with the way that it's implemented. I think that crony capitalism had a corrosive effect on a lot of the plans that were ideologically left-leaning, but implemented in a really corporate-friendly way. Like, it's easy to do.
If I can answer,
Yeah, but why isn't anybody doing it? It doesn't seem like there's this I don't know.
Before you go on, because I think Daedalus,
the farthest left politicians in the city of Portland for more moderate Democrats. The city of Portland is one of the farthest left-leaning in the United States. We still took legislative action to reel back the level to which we had adopted too far left-leaning local policies in our city. It is like a perfect case point example for like, no, we saw that we went a little bit too far. Unfortunately, we have really corporate friendly, like glad handing, basically like Democrats in name only kind of city council now. But the reality of the decisions that were made being too far left, and the response to those decisions being like, oh, well, we're correcting the systemic mistakes of the past. You need to just deal with it. Those people got voted out in the most liberal city one of the most liberal cities in the country. So there are consequences, and we do hold people to account on the left.
Did Daedalus need to?
Yes, Daedalus started to say something, and then I want to jump in.
I argue for the primacy of American foreign policy on this show against leftists. What about
that's good.
Ago?
If I may, are you done? Finish,
Yes.
And then I want to answer before Josiah goes.
He's getting sweepy, so I'm gonna go, guys.
Oh,
Mr.
see you later,
Pibb,
Portland.
good to see you, buddy. And Mr. Pibb Jr.
I still
Diet
love
Pibb.
you, Portland. Even
I
though
love you too, buddy.
you need to go to remedial class, buddy. But I still love you.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I have to use smaller, slower words for you to keep up. I know that you're in a poor part of the country where they don't have much book learning,
Sure.
but I have patience for you anyways, just like I have patience for my Republican friends.
Sure.
Love you, buddy.
Bye.
I have a position.
Oh.
I think we've been too hard on the military.
I think that too.
Go ahead.
The way, to address you directly, Legate Lanius, what can we admit to? What can we do to stop the bleeding, right? We have to acknowledge that cancel culture and the culture, the censoriousness in America has gone far too far. We have pushed people out of their jobs when we should not have. We have held people to impossible standards about tweets they made 10 years ago, and people have been hurt by this.
That, you know what, I agree with you, but that's a much harder battle because I think what Pitt was talking about was policy, and this is your if you want to own the culture, if you want to own the culture, I think that's brave. But I'm curious to know how thorough your argument would be, because I mean you can tell people on the right all the time that we regret the contagion that is cancel culture, but when people lose their jobs or their lives or whatever, I mean, there's a lot of people that are never going to care about that. And then there might be some that are, but they probably won't believe you.
I think that you would be surprised how many people have moved to the right because of that. Because the perspective, to act as if this is only a left-wing thing would be foolish. I think the right does this. It's the original.
Oh yeah, for sure they do.
Right. But to act as if the left is has their hands free of this, or is hands clean of this, I should say, would be a mistake. And I think our failure to recognize that we have indulged in this pernicious activity far too much is a mistake.
Think about the irony. Think about the irony of cancel culture. I mean, the reality is the right pushes back against cancel culture, but look at brands like Target and Anheuser-Busch. Look at the amount of influence that the Daily Wire has or whatever. I mean, they could just put out a message, and billion-dollar corporations can go. Not belly up, but I mean their stock price can tank overnight.
Well, sure, yeah.
It's very clear it happens on the right.
On the left,
so Legate, I just want to say kudos to you, because here you are. That's why I was kind of chomping at the bit, because kudos to you asking what the left can do, because one of my questions is going to be, we have to establish good faith, and I'm going to ask you what the right can do, because it can't just be the left gives, the right takes. We need to worry about just the right's feelings. We have to establish that reciprocity.
You know what the right can do?
Kudos to you right there.
Yeah,
for owning the fact.
The right can give me $10 from Infallible Al to say, sorry for being left, here's my money. IOC is base, Joe Manchin is the devil, sorry, not sorry. And they can also, the right-wing people can also donate to Whick TV, cross-ideological space, and that's what you can do on the right.
Sub to Whick.
Yes.
So that was just, I was just going to say, I'm genuinely, I think that's awesome that you did that you reciprocated there to Whick's point. The cancel culture is not a leftist construct. Both sides have and will and want to do it, because that's just how groups operate. We want to isolate and alienate those who don't share our values if we can't convert them. It's just human nature, right or wrong, and the right has indulged in it as well. So kudos to you for acknowledging that.
Yeah, and I think so. I think my biggest example of what the right could do is go Nazi hunting. That to me would be the best thing they could do, because it would show solidarity, at least on a human level. And I don't know that everybody here is in America or the West or humanity has to offer. I think leftists would be like, wow, okay, so we don't have to do it all ourselves,
Yeah, right. As a pro-gun leftist, I'm over here absolutely agreing with you. I'm gonna head out, Whick. Thank you so much.
We're about to close this out.
Bye, friends.
Just to end the Nazi hunting on a last note, that also would contribute to bringing down the intensity of cancel culture on both sides, because I remember I think one of the most famous or infamous maybe debates I ever saw was it was Vaush, it was Destiny, it was all
Stryker and all them.
It was all the goats, but there was also Viv. Viv was on that panel, and it was the.
I remember that one.
It was the
playing
infamous,
Escape from Tarkov during that. The list, right?
It was the list, right?
The list.
If we leave it to I'm happy to call Viv far left. I don't know if everybody else is here, but
that's fine.
if we leave it to people in her circle, to just make lists and start who knows who's gonna end up on that list. Maybe actual Nazis do. I mean, I hope we do, and I'm sure they will, because I'm sure they're very thorough. But I'm sure a bunch of people that aren't Nazis will end up on that list, and when those people get canceled, it's just feeding the system, and so I think the right should definitely do a much better job at Nazi hunting.
Yeah, that's a thing that I think is really important in the question that you asked. Is I can tell you again, I can't. Socrates is clearly, I imagine, pretty far left, but I imagine he's not quite as partisan in the way that I am. I'm nakedly and unapologetically partisan. I want the Democrats to win, and then I want Democrats to move further left, because I think progressive policy is just better for the country, including conservatives. I think, generally speaking, in aggregate, more people, including conservatives, would benefit under a Democratic leadership and then a progressive Democratic leadership, ideally. So that said, what you just did disarmed me enormously, because when it was my turn to speak, I was going to hit you with, why is it that Democrats always have to be the ones to reach across the aisle? President Biden has always asked, listen, you're running for president. What are you going to do to reach across to the Republicans? You got to be president for everybody. But nobody ever asked Donald Trump that question, or Ron DeSantis that question. And I'd linked an article 7 hours ago when this conversation began of a great op-ed in the Bulwark, which kind of emphasized this point. The mainstream media, the mainstream left, are constantly castigated and castigate one another. You're not doing enough to reach out across the aisle to the right. Whereas I would argue, actually, they do more than the right. And it has to be reciprocal. We have to do it. It can't be a situation where blue states just lead. Sometimes the red has to move forward first and say, you know what, my bad for the whole Trump thing, or my bad for the whole whatever.
I give you the Trump thing, but they absolutely asked Bush this. The whole compassionate conservatism arc, right, that Bush coined, right? Compassionate conservatism, that came as a result of trying to reach across the aisle and him being asked and by the media in his party to reach across the aisle and work with the Democrats and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That absolutely was a thing. So Trump was an outlier in this, I would argue.
Are you talking Bush Senior or Bush Junior?
Junior. Bush Junior.
I'd have to look back and double check that legislation, or that his policy in terms of bipartisanship. But it's not just Trump. The hyper-partisanship which has infected the Republican Party didn't just begin with Trump. It was also under McConnell as well, when they were in the quote-unquote minority. The assumption is always, because again, if you look at Barack Obama's legislative history, he was they called him who was the one who's in who would always run for the football and get, was it Lucy and
yes
Lucy.
I remember hold the football.
Okay, yeah, and Charlie would run for it. He was Charlie Brown, because they were, okay, let's work together, Mr. President, bipartisanship, and they would yank it away at the last minute. This is something that's gone on for 10, 15 years, depending on how far you want to take it back. And it doesn't show signs of dropping. Like right now, we're heading into 2024. Biden is still getting asked questions. What are you going to do to reach across the aisle? But nobody points out that, hey, Mr. Republican candidate, yeah, you're wanting to win the primary, but you have to win the general. And that's better served if you win the majority of constituents. And your party kind of struggles with that. What are you going to do, Mr. Ron DeSantis, to reach across the aisle? How are you going to serve Democrats? Mr. Trump, how are you going to serve Democrats? That's an asymmetry of expectation that we have to brutally kill, all of us together. We can't, because I'm telling you, I'll speak for my behalf. It makes me want to dig my heels in when I always have to be the one to ask the girl to the prom. I want some loving too. I want somebody on the right to go, hey man, and this is somebody who's grown up in a red state.
Just to tell you, someone who talks to a lot of the right wings, like it might not happen in the media, but there are people on the right, that I talk to every day in my server, that I talk to every day in my life, right, that do talk about this, like
Sure.
What can we do to get the lost left, is how they call us, right, the disaffected left on our side, right? They do talk about this.
I'm sure, like Leagate, yeah, like yeah. Person. That's what I'm saying. And he's not the first one to do it.
Media, right? The media is the media, but I can't speak on from personal experience, interpersonal interactions. Like, it doesn't have to be one way. There are people who are willing to work with us. We just have to be willing to work with them. And there are people who will reach out to us if we let them. But the problem is, people are punished for working with the opposition. Like, we punish and this happens on both sides. Before anyone yells at me, I'll do the Jenny
it's true.
function.
Absolutely,
Both sides, right? Both sides. Did I say it enough? Cool. Now I can continue. But there are people who, if you work with, even having someone like PF Young on my show, there are people who will not talk to me, right? Not take me seriously, never like tune out, right? Because he had a more right-coded position on trans issues, right? And so they will just say, Whick hosts transphobes, so I'm never going to watch it, never going to work with them, right? I think that same happens on the right. Like, there are people who won't talk to Adam and Sitch, for example, and say that they're just shills for the left. They're corporate Democrats and things like that. And there's a lot of people on the right, like, who just will say, no, we're never going to work with them, because they worked with Destiny, and they worked with Anna Kasparian, and they worked with even President Sunday and me, right? So we can argue that it's not the same level, and the right may be more accepting or less accepting. I don't know. But I think that there is a contingent in both groups who want this to end, this constant bickering, and they want to work together. We have different ideas, obviously, but there are more moderates out there on both sides than we know. And I think we should come together.
Yeah. And I think it's going to take some amount of bravery to say, hey, I'm going to trust to reach across to people who are in like a different camp and potentially alienate a lot of people in my own camp, and be okay with that, and start to see over time that really what these camps are is maybe what we care about is the people who are willing to work forward for solutions that really are open to working with lots of different people, and people who really just do want to be in their own kind of little bubble, and that's okay. But it's okay to let those people go as well if they're gonna excommunicate you for reaching out to talk to somebody who has like a different background. Then it's okay to say, okay, well, I accept your excommunication. I'm going to build a new group of people who wants to make things actually happen.
We're
And on that note,
left with hookers and blow.
True. And on that note, my friends, my enemies, my fans, my anti-fans, we are going to call it a night. Thank you for your support. Thank you for hanging out with this longer than average stream. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be having Layman on. We're going to have Nine Tails, and we're going to have Karl on, and we're going to be talking about degrowth. What's that? Right?
Talking about what?
Degrowth.
Degrowth.
Degrowth is an economic and social policy. Is it based or cringe? Degrowth is basically, it's the hip way of saying a Malthusian. Someone who wants to reduce population, get away from economic growth and things like that. So,
Okay.
yeah, good.
Appreciate
good
it, fellas.
But yeah,
And ladies.
so that's what we got going. I'll see you guys later. Are any of you streaming right now on Twitch?
No.
I am, but I'm going to get off.
Oh, you're gonna get off?
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
Let's go to Corey Campbell.
Socrates, I just sent you a friend request, and now that it's public, if you reject it, I'll know that you rejected it, and we will no longer be friends. So, yeah, now the pressure's on. Thanks, everybody.
Block,
Thanks, Whick.
Report.
Yeah, thanks again for staying as long as you did. Appreciate you, gang. See you guys tomorrow. Remember, tell them it's a hate raid. Spam those emotes. See you guys later.
Yes, revolt.
Bye-bye.
My dog's about to revolt. Have a good one, Rick. Okie dokie. As I mentioned, you can see Avery right back here, ready to revolt. I'm gonna sign out right here. Have a very good night, everybody. Go see Watch Lucy. She's on right now.